she wanted to say that she felt that there needed to be more action in Syria, and that was very brave. It wasn't something lots of people in her party thought. And when we put her on air, lots of people were amazed when they heard how clear and firm and fair she was. She would have gone very, very, very far. My personal worry, reflecting on the last week since her death, is that people have tried very, very carefully to be clear that she was in favour of Remain and to honour that aspect of her political beliefs. But I think some people might have gone a bit further than they wanted to in perhaps politicising her. So it's a difficult one, isn't it? She's a politician. Well, she was a politician. But equally, people have to be a bit more judicious than they had been being.
This is a very difficult time to be having this discussion, because on the one hand we're here with the results programme, people want to know who won, and we need to do that. But at the same time, there was this slight sense, it seemed after Joe died, that it was the culmination of 10 years of discussion, wasn't there? You talk to any woman MP, you talk to any woman on television, and, the abuse and the aggravation you get via social media and everything. And you can't help feeling that the political dialogue has become poisonous. Do you think, honestly, when this is all said and done, that there'll be a bit of a rethink about that, or is that just dreaming?
Love like Joe, as they said at her memorial yesterday. Who knows? Who knows? In general, I mean, the fabric of the nation is under quite a lot of pressure at the moment for reasons not actually connected with Joe's death, but the nature of how this referendum was fought has been pretty bitter, and it will be an act of national healing in the next 24 hours to get things back on an even keel. You've got every single party divided down the middle on the referendum. You've got possibly 45% of the population thinking that the referendum hasn't gone the way they might have wanted, feeling that another part of the country doesn't understand them. Whoever will be David Cameron, but in the next few years ahead, to get a bit more decorum into public discourse is going to be tricky.
OK, Allegra. Well, for my money, I think it is fair to say that the dialogue in which politicians engage with each other has rather coarsened over the last 10 or 15 years. Quite why that is something we can debate. It's something, of course, that some people connect with social media, and Nina has been looking at the trends over the last week or two on Facebook and Twitter.
I have. I've been doing that with Rob Owis from Twitter, who joins me now. That moment, as we know, when the news of Joe Cox's death happened, we saw the referendum campaigns, the official campaigns pause, and we saw the pause in conversation as well across Twitter.
That's right. This graph we can look at here shows the number of tweets sent each day during June, and you can see there was a general upward trend. These were spikes around the TV debates and the protests that we saw on the Thames. But this area here, the 6th of June, was when Joe was killed. The 2 days after, you can see a big drop-off in the numbers of tweets as the campaigns stopped their activities and people stopped tweeting about the referendum and were tweeting about other things.
That was understandable, of course, and then Joe Cox became one of the main topics of conversation.
That's right. Lots of people were going to her timeline to look back to see what the last thing was that she posted. Quite poignantly, it was this picture of her husband, Brendan, and their 2 children taking part in this Stronger In rally on the Thames just the day before she was killed.
On the day, her husband, Brendan Cox, then also tweeted this picture, which became, presumably it was the one that he wanted to get out there across the media. It became the image of her we will always remember. And that was retweeted lots and lots on that day and beyond.
Exactly. So this was tweeted after we found out about the attack, but before we knew that she'd died. There were 20,000 retweets of that in the subsequent days, as people used that as a way to share the memories of Jo, her outside her houseboat on the Thames in happier times.
Of course, we know what happened then, because it being Twitter, you put a hashtag onto a campaign and it goes global, and that's what's happened with 2 campaigns.
That's right. So on the evening of Jo's death, Tom Middlehurst tweeted, "This evening let's thank your MP with a hashtag for all their public service." That message and that chance to pause and reflect and think about all the great work that MPs do was picked up by so many people on Twitter, really widely shared, with people thanking their MPs for all their hard work that they do every day in, day out. The second hashtag was based on this tweet that Brendan sent after a family camping trip to remember Jo. There was the hashtag More in Common, which of course comes from her maiden speech where she said the people of her constituency had much more in common than they had dividing them. That was picked up really widely. We saw people share sharing that sentiment. Twitter used Twitter Moments to put together a collection of those hundreds of tweets that were sent out in the first few hours after that happened.
And it went global as well.
Exactly. So we saw people in Syria, where Jo was famous for working with people who were affected by the conflict there, where there were vigils held in her memory, and even in the city of Aleppo, where people were holding up signs saying, Aleppo grieves for Jo.
And it's incredible just to think that that was just a week ago. Rob, for now, thank you. Tom.
Nina, we have a result, and it is there on the bottom of your screen. Gibraltar has come back, and to absolutely nobody's surprise, it's a large majority for Remain. But, Colin, maybe I can bring you in here to assess whether you read anything into that pretty whopping majority.
We can't, I think, Tom, really. Gibraltar is a special case in this referendum. What Leave vote nearly 96%, only 4% of Gibraltarians who voted, 800 people voted to leave the European Union. It rather reminds you of that referendum they had in the Falklands, if you recall, where everybody bar 3 voted to remain with their relationship with the UK, and the 3 were identified and I think probably weren't spoken to for some weeks afterwards.
OK. Well, we've also had Nigel Farage arriving at the Leave.eu party, and we're just trying to work out whether he actually said anything. Apparently it was a massive media scrum, which won't surprise you. Let's just watch and see what happened. When I say watch and see what happens, I hope it's more interesting than this, because basically not a lot's happening. But I'm told that, oh, there we have it. Let's listen.
A massive, massive thanks to every single voter today who had the guts to defy their party political leaders, to defy the establishment, to defy the elites and to defy the big boys. I can't imagine there's ever been a campaign in which ordinary folk have been subjected to so many threats. I have to say that it's been a long campaign. In my case, 25 years. And whatever happens tonight, whoever wins this battle, one thing I'm completely certain of is we are winning this war. Euroscepticism was considered to be fringy, fruitcakey, to quote the Prime Minister. Pretty odd. And now it looks like tonight, maybe just under half, maybe just over half the country is going to vote for us to leave the European Union. I promise you this, if the result is that we vote to leave, we must make sure the government carries out the will of the people. If the vote is we haven't quite made it, then we've got a lot to look forward to as continued EU members. Tomorrow, Mrs Mogherini, the Foreign Affairs Minister, will launch their big new global initiative, including defence. Next week, talks begin for Turkey to join the European Union, and in July or August we look forward to the third Greek bailout. And what has dominated this campaign has been an issue that Westminster finds very difficult to talk about, an issue for which I have been demonised for much of the last 10 years, but an issue, and I shall never remember going to Bolton and a lady grabbing my hands with tears in her eyes and saying, why doesn't the Prime Minister come and see what he's done to our lives, how he's changed our community, what he's done to the prospects of our kids getting jobs or school places or houses? And that issue, if we do vote to remain, is one that is not going to go away. The Eurosceptic genie is out of the bottle, and it will now not be put back. But perhaps even more remarkably, the biggest change from this referendum is not what's happened in the United Kingdom, it's what's happened across the rest of the European Union. We now see in Denmark, in the Netherlands, and even in Italy, up to and around 50% of those populations want to leave the European Union. I hope and pray that my sense of this tonight is wrong. And my sense of this, and no, I'm not conceding, but my sense of this is that the government's registration scheme, getting 2 million voters on, the 48-hour extension, may be what tips the balance. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm made a fool of, believing that to be the case. But either way, whether I'm right or wrong, if we do stay part of this union, it is doomed. It is finished anyway. If we fail tonight, it will not be us that knocks out the first brick from the wall, but somebody else. We have fought an amazing campaign. Even a year ago, we were told the Remain campaign would be 20, 25, maybe even 30 points behind the establishment position. We're not. We're running them close. They've been scared. They've behaved pretty appallingly. But tonight, whatever the result, is not one for recriminations, but for a celebration that the landscape of British politics in the course of the last few weeks has changed, and it's changed forever. Win or lose this battle tonight, we will win this war. We will get our country back. We will get our independence back, and we will get our borders back. Thank you.
OK, well, Nigel Farage there. I don't quite know what to say about that. I mean, he certainly wasn't conceding defeat, but didn't sound... Sorry, I should say that I'm joined. We've been chatting while listening. Phil Collins and Rachel Sylvester from The Times. Didn't sound like a man who thought he'd won. No, it sounded like a man who's pretty sure he's lost. I think, the usual histrionics from Mr Farage, usual fantasy world ideas, and he's got no solutions to those things he sets out. And, in fact, quite churlish, I think, the reference to the registration scheme. He's complaining that people were able to register in order to vote, which in a democracy is a pretty peculiar thing to complain about. But nevertheless, Rachel, he's right, isn't he? I mean, he says the Eurosceptic genie is out of the bottle and you can't put it back, and one senses he might be right about that.
Definitely. I think what he was signalling, and is going to be exactly the same in the Tory party, is the next months, years, is going to be hell. This was not, he talked about losing the battle, but we'll win the war. This is going to be something that goes on. It's not going to be put to bed, as David Cameron had hoped, either in his party or Nigel Farage is trying to say in the country.
Well, listen, one of the things that we saw very clearly, and I think we've talked about this even before, in Scotland, you had this great passion, and then that turned into a massive voting block, and we saw on election night, sitting in this studio, just ream after reams of kind of Labour MPs disappearing from the Scottish map, partly as a result. What happens to this Eurosceptic block that now appears to exist, in your view, in British politics? Does it go away? Does it solidify around the Tory party, and that just becomes a wholly Eurosceptic party? No, I think it doesn't go away. I think it scatters to the winds. I think clearly Rachel's right that it will carry on within the Conservative Party. They can't stop. They're absolutely fixated, and they will not be able to stop. But there's a problem for the Labour Party too. I get the sense that in lots of core Labour areas, the vote is very, very tough and very Eurosceptic. And if we vote to Remain as a country, and the Labour Party's hierarchy has been very strongly for Remain, but the Labour core vote is very much for leaving, that provides a serious problem for the Labour Party. So Euroscepticism is a problem now for both of the major parties. Well, thankfully we have the former Labour leader, Ed Miliband, here, and I can ask him about that and many other things. But, Rachel, just before I do you think David Cameron is going to survive?
It depends on the scale of the result and what the numbers are.
Let's say he wins, which arguably is the trickier one for him in the short term. If he wins, do you think he'll see it out?
I think he will, definitely, for a year, 2 years. I think Brexit, obviously, I think he's gone very quickly. But I think if he wins, even with a fairly narrow majority, he can tough it out. And I think even the Brexit MPs who were on the other side to him will rally around, at least in the short term, and shore up his leadership. And I think he can make the argument that he did when, he won an election for the Conservative Party and now he's won a referendum, and that puts him in a pretty strong position.
Rachel, Phil, for now, thank you very much indeed. Well, I mentioned the former Labour leader, Ed Miliband, who conveniently is sitting in the studio. I wouldn't have mentioned you unless I could see you, otherwise it'd be awkward. I'd turn up and there'd be an empty chair. You're a man who's been on the inside of of a campaign. Do you have any sense of how it's gone? You can't take the wind?
Never did I think I would say this, but exit polls have their role in life, don't they? For politicians, for journalists and many others. It's probably too early to make a joke on my part about that, but I don't know. It's hard to tell, isn't it?
Do you think, though, that British politics is changed, whichever way it happens?
Yes. How
and why?
Well, I think if it's Brexit, goodness knows where we are. If it's Remain, I think it will be a vote to stay in Europe, but not a vote for the status quo. And I think it's incredibly important that the government understands this. There's a lot of anger, there's a lot of pain, there's a lot of division in our country. And I think it will be for the Prime Minister to rise to the occasion tomorrow and in the weeks and months ahead and show that he gets that. One of the things that's interested me most about this campaign is that the Leave side has very cleverly, I think, appropriated what might traditionally have been seen as Labour issues, the state of the NHS, the future for young people, stagnating wages, inequality,
and immigration. Though.
And immigration.
And what do you do about, if you were Labour leader still, what would you be looking at this? This is a country that has come out and voted in large numbers, and everyone thinks almost certainly because of immigration and wanting to, quotes, control our borders. What do you do about that?
Well, look, I think you've got to think deeply about this, and I don't think give answers on the night. And let me sort of put it in my own way. I think you've got one aspect of this is you've got two things colliding. You've got deregulated labour markets, which have been a sort of, if you like, a badge of faith for this government, but also a bit for the last government too, and free movement. And in a sense, one of them's got to give. Now, personally, I'm in favour of more regulation of the labour market, i.e. stopping wages for construction workers and others being driven down, being undercut. That's one aspect of it. The other aspect is you've got to look at these issues around free movement and so on. So I think tonight is not the night for me to give you an answer on that, but we've got to think deeply. Pressures on public services, all of these things are in play. OK, one of the things that you know there's been a bit of heartache about in the Labour Party is Jeremy Corbyn not being very enthusiastic about campaigning. Do you think Momentum and the Labour leadership could have generally done a bit more, even if you say so politely? No, I tell you what, I think this has been a very Tory campaign in a number of senses. I mean, essentially, we've seen the sort of Tory party nervous breakdown that has been gathering steam for 30 years played out over the last 3 months in a very extreme way, and that has inevitably got the attention. Jeremy's obviously had a degree of ambivalence, but is for Remain. I think, actually, in that sense, he's quite close to the centre of gravity of the British people. I mean, in a sense, he... Unenthusiastic, but going for it in the end, I mean, possibly. If and we don't know, if it is Remain, it will be reluctant Remain. Yeah. And I think in that sense, he is, you know, he sort of speaks to at least a bit of where people are on this.
Are you reluctant Remain?
No, I'm quite enthusiastic. I'm more than 7 out of 10, or 7.5 out of 10. I'm quite close to 10. Look, I fundamentally think, for me, I tweeted this morning, that, you know, I think about my family history. Now, we weren't in the EU, as a number of people pointed out, when my parents came here as refugees, but that's fundamentally the values of Britain are cooperation with others, solidarity. And I think the problems of the world are so big that countries have got to work together to solve them. Sheila Hancock actually put it very well on that slightly crazy Channel 4 programme. Crazy Channel 4 programme? I don't know what you could have been talking about. So yeah, I care passionately about what happens as well. But I think for Britain and for the country I want my kids to grow up in, I want us to be working with others. I think that's fundamentally being in the EU as part of that. OK, just finally, though, do you think Europe, if we voted to remain, does Europe have to change? Would you, if you were Prime Minister now, would you be aggressively pushing for European leaders to go further? Definitely. Look, Donald Tusk, I think, said this a week ago. I mean, if any European leader, if it is a narrow Remain win, if any European leader says, whoopee, or any, by the way, member of the British establishment thinks, right, well, that's fine, we can go back to business as usual, chaps, they're wrong. I mean, they are wrong, and they've got to think deeply. Look, personally, I think that where Jeremy has been saying we need a more progressive Europe, a more social Europe, one that actually speaks to some of the, you know, terrible unemployment across Europe, what's happening to wages, all of that, I think that is in the vicinity of what's right on this. OK, Ed, thank you very much indeed. Now, we were speaking of European leaders, or former European leaders at least. I'm joined now from Stockholm by the former Swedish Prime Minister Fredrik Reinfeldt, a man who has been called Mr Cameron's best friend in European politics. Mr Reinfeldt famously took David Cameron and Angela Merkel for a row across the lake during talks to discuss the future of the European Union back in 2014. How much has changed since then? You might say, Mr Reinfeldt, thank you very much indeed for joining us. We've had an awful lot of discussion over the course of this campaign about what the attitude of other European leaders might be if we have indeed decided to go tonight, suggestions that we'd be punished and so on. What do you make of how the rest of Europe, particularly the leaders, are seeing this tonight?
Well, I hope you haven't missed the appreciation and all the love, I would say, that has been sent to the British people in hope of a Remain vote. I think that everyone is very nervous still to follow your discussions and, of course, the result coming in the morning.
Well, thank you very much indeed again for joining us, as I said. But what do you make of the sort of attitude that we've seen? You've seen I don't know if you saw the German newspaper Bild today with its rather humorous take on having us stay. Do you think the rest of Europe has gone as far as it might have done to really convince us to stay?
Well, I think what David Cameron actually achieved was to say that this one-size-fits-all Europe, which has created such a worry in Britain, is not the Europe for the future. This will be a European Union that actually could go in some kind of different directions at the same time. There will be, I hope, a British membership of the European Union, but still a British pound. And this is very like the Swedish debate. We want to be members of the European Union, but we want to keep our own currency. And I think that he has established now that there could be different means to actually have different kinds of memberships, and that's very important.
We're not at the point yet, as I'm sure you know, where we have a result or can really have any reliable instinct for where this is going. Of course, critical for us if we leave will be the attitude of the likes of Angela Merkel. We've heard so much during the campaign. What do you think? Let's just suppose, if you don't mind, that we have left tonight. I'm sure you hope we haven't, but let's just suppose that we have. What do you think the real bottom line of the likes of Angela Merkel and François Hollande would be to us in the event of us going?
Well, I followed them for many years, and they want to build a safer, stronger Europe, and I'm pretty sure that they will wake up with that in mind if Britain was to leave. The problem is that there is really no final roadmap already to how to do this. And everyone understands it will be great uncertainty. It will take a long time, probably longer than has been described during the referendum campaign in Britain. And all this uncertainty is bad for business, it's bad for markets, it's bad for people because we don't know what to relate to. So even if we want to have a good relation with the United Kingdom, even outside the European Union, it will take quite some time to get it in place.
Regardless of, let's just suppose we go the other way for a second and we stay. Do you think that that will be the high watermark of Euroscepticism in Europe? Or would you accept that Euroscepticism is... I mean, you probably didn't hear what Nigel Farage had to say on this programme a short time ago, but essentially he was saying that you can't put the Eurosceptic genie back in the bottle, that it's rising the tide everywhere. Do you think analytically that he has a point, or do you think really that this is the high watermark and if we do decide to stay, that's it, the problem begins to ease?
I think that criticism towards the European Union could be seen and heard all over Europe, also in Sweden. The basic answer, of course, is that to accept criticism and try to take it in and evolve and change inside the European Union. That is how we have seen it in Sweden. We don't see European Union as a fixed set that is always going to be the same. During my years as Prime Minister, I saw a rapid change inside the European Union to meet new challenges, to take new decisions. That's the way to see the European Union. This is what David Cameron has been trying to tell the British people. It's not a vote about something that stays the same. We want to be there to change it. And you can do that even by being quite critical, to my mind.
Mr. Reinfeldt, thank you very much indeed for joining us this evening. Now, immigration, as we know, has been one of the driving forces in this campaign. Tonight, our social affairs editor, Penny Marshall, is in Boston, one of the most extreme examples of a town affected by recent EU migration. Penny, I think it's probably fair to say this is a town split over this issue. Any sense of what they're hoping for come daybreak?
Well, I think they're hoping that their voices are heard. You know, this is not an issue here, it's a reality, and it was a reality before the referendum and it will be so afterwards. And what I'm picking up here, actually, this campaign has made it almost more difficult to talk about. People here feel bruised and defensive. They're fed up with what they say is being accused of racism when they are actually raising legitimate concerns about their community. It was immigration that drove a high turnout today and took people to the polls here.
From a distance, Boston looks like a traditional English market town. But scratch the surface and you find this community's been transformed by immigration, street by street, shop by shop. A local economy which for centuries has depended on farming now depends on Eastern European migrants. At the local county show today, there was plenty of evidence of continuing pride in farming, as well as proof of the boom migrants have brought to the town. But there was also evidence of traditions from times past before they came. In this town, as many as 1 in 6 was born abroad, which has brought rapid change. Remain supporters see it as progress. Leave say it's a threat. What's clear is today's referendum has brought these opposing views to the surface here.
Well, I'm joined by 2 guests with those opposing views now. Richard Austin, who is a Remain campaigner, former mayor and farmer here in this Lincolnshire town, and Sue Ransom from UKIP, a councillor. I know you've been out on the streets today campaigning madly right up to the polls closing. Was it a single issue referendum here?
Not entirely. I think everything boiled back down to the single issue, but the other issues that were around education, health, etc., all boiled back down to the mass immigration we've suffered in Boston, yes.
And Richard, I know you think immigration's been good for Boston, despite all the uncomfortable feelings that I'm picking up from people on the street. Why?
Oh, it's been absolutely essential. Boston feeds the nation, and the immigrants are required to keep the supermarket shelves full of vegetables and fruit.
But there are concerns that the influx has driven wages down as well as made the economy more buoyant. It's not that easy to be sure.
It's wrong to say that, because it's the supermarkets that are keeping wages down, not the immigrants.
And Sue, one thing that I picked up, it's not all about the economy, it's also about community cohesion. And people are now, because of the tone of the referendum almost, people are frightened to talk about it and bruised. It almost feels like this town's been scalded by the issue. Do you think that's right?
Definitely. The first words people come out with are, I'm not racist, but... And then you get all the different problems or concerns or worries they have. They're just trying to voice their opinion without coming over as being racist, which we are not racist. We're just trying to get people to understand and be listened to by central government and realise what issues we've got in Boston, that we do need extra help, we need extra money, but we haven't had much of those, I'm afraid.
And Richard, it may be that Remain's squeezed it, that Leave's lost. Can this town recover? Have we opened wounds that are going to be difficult to heal?
You've got to realise Boston's a great place to be. It's a vibrant place. The immigrants cause problems, which we're working hard on, and probably some of those problems will take a generation to work through. But Boston is a great place to be and a vibrant place, and that'll be the same.
Forever changed by the referendum, though. It's a lightning bolt immigration in the nation and particularly here.
You can't put the clock back. You've got to keep looking forward. The nation wants to be fed, and Boston needs to do that job.
Thank you both very much indeed. And I think you get a sense here of some of the opposing views, and also that in different parts of the country, people are voting for very different reasons. Here, it's largely immigration. And, they want to be heard here. They want their voices to be heard above what I think they feel is the din sometimes of Westminster and London and Brussels. And whatever the result, they'll still want their voices heard when this is all over.
Well, Penny, thank you very much indeed. And their voices might indeed be being heard loud and clear, because we just had a result in from Newcastle and it was a Remain victory but only by the narrowest of margins. And I think it's fair to say that's not necessarily what we expected. Well, expectation's a difficult thing. Colin, do you want to bring you in here? We probably expected Remain to do a little better there, didn't we?
Yes, it seemed very likely that Remain would win Newcastle. It's a city with quite a young population, big universities, quite a thriving economy for the North East, and those factors we expected to help Remain. There was, of course, a big turnout, over 67%, up 8 points on the general election in Newcastle. So I think this will give the Leave campaign a little hope, even though Remain have actually won the votes there.
Sorry, Allegra, do you want to come in?
Simply, I remember when Boris Johnson went for a visit there, he was mobbed at the station. Because people thought
Boris factor, do you think?
people thought this sort of place would be Labour, so it's got the machinery there, but also young, as Colin says. But actually, perhaps these pockets.
Well, Paul Brand is there, as we've discussed this evening. Paul, that's an interesting. He's in Sunderland, not Newcastle, rather. But we're waiting for Sunderland. Paul, first of all, an interesting result from Newcastle, to say the least, and any indication of both when we're going to hear from Sunderland and what indeed we might hear when we hear.
Yeah, Tom, I would say declaration pretty imminent now. You can see people gathering around here. Voting is definitely finished, but you know what? I'm going to risk it. I'm going to call it. It is a leave vote here in Sunderland tonight, and I think by more than the Remain camp had hoped. We're looking at something like a 60-40 split. That is the pessimistic view from the Remain camp here in Sunderland tonight. They wanted something like maybe low 50s for leave. That would have been acceptable for them, but a 60-40 split is absolutely devastating for the Remain camp in Sunderland, if indeed that is as pessimistic as they think it will be. And it's kind of interesting too, Tom, because you know what? The two big themes of this campaign, as we all know, have been immigration and the economy. Well, immigration, round here, about 2% of people are born abroad, but yet on the doorstep, immigration really resonates. Nigel Farage coming up saying, yeah, lucky you haven't got much immigration, but wait 20, 30 years, you'll have it. And that argument really resonated during this campaign. On the economy too, we're a couple of miles here from the Nissan car plant. They have said quite clearly they want to remain in the European Union, yet Labour MPs tell me factory workers on the shop floor are voting leave. So there's a big question tonight about the Labour Party's ability to get their vote out here for Remain. And I think, as I say, a 60-40 split, if it is that, would be incredibly, incredibly disappointing for the Labour Party and the Remain camp.
Paul, that is an extraordinary result if it turns out to be so, well, it's certainly higher for leave than we had imagined, and perhaps an indication that the night is not Remain's by any stretch of the imagination. Colin, what do you make of both? Just go on from Newcastle, if you wouldn't mind, and take in what Paul was having to say about Sunderland. I mean, you know, he's obviously calling it, which is an inexact science, but...
yeah, but I mean, he's seen how the ballot papers are stacking up.
Yeah.
I mean, these two neighbouring cities in the northeast, they have rather different demographics and quite a lot of rivalry between them. In Sunderland, there has been a history of UKIP activity in local elections, for example, but Sunderland almost epitomises what's happened to the economy over the last 40 years. It used to be a centre of heavy industry, shipbuilding on the fringe of a coal mining area. All those jobs have disappeared, and clearly there's been disillusionment with how well the new Labour Party was able to step in and protect the interests of those workers. And if this high turnout in Sunderland, as in Newcastle, has been people... Instead of the young Remainers coming out, it's been disillusioned people fed up with politics coming now to say, this is our chance, what's the Leave slogan, to get our country back.
OK, well, that is certainly an electrifying piece of news, and if that turns out to be a trend, it's going to change the evening dramatically. Now, we've got a result from Orkney, Remain in charge there. 63%. Maybe I can ask you just to comment on that, Colin. We're not surprised by Orkney. It doesn't necessarily prove anything one way or another, does it?
No, and that's more in line with what we would have expected if the overall result was going to be a tie tonight. It's just worth saying in parentheses that in the 1975 referendum on our membership of the European Economic Community, Orkney voted yes, but Shetland and the Western Isles voted no. We're expecting, I think, a clean sweep from the islands for Remain tonight.
OK. Now, as the results roll in, you'll see the running total expressed as a percentage on screen. Once a result has been declared, you'll see it flash up on the screen like this, and you will see the immediate impact it had on the overall result in terms of percent and how many votes they won by at each count. We're calling this the majority. Below that is what we're calling a progress bar. This central yellow mark is the tipping point, which both sides are racing towards, half the total votes cast plus one, the point at which we will know for sure that one camp has won the race. Now, our Europe editor, James Mates, has some reaction with one of UKIP's MEPs.
Yeah, very topical. Jonathan Arnott is with me here, who's the MEP, UKIP MEP, for the northeast of England, which includes both Newcastle and Sunderland. We have a Newcastle result. We think we know that Sunderland's going for leave. You've heard what your party leader said. Do you think he may have spoken too soon?
Well, all he did was give a gut feeling, and I suspect that what happens in a 24-hour news cycle is that sometimes a gut feeling is reported as though it's almost a concession. But actually, I think what we're seeing in Newcastle is very encouraging indeed.
What were you expecting there? What were you hoping for?
Well, I suppose our benchmark for a level result for Newcastle was something in the region of 43-44% of the vote. So to say that we're on 49.3% actually is substantially higher than we were expecting in Newcastle. Now, of course, UKIP has done very well as a party in the North East at the general election, for example. It was our best region in the country in terms of percentage vote share. So perhaps to say that something's going better than we expected in the North East isn't so much of a surprise, but I'd certainly prefer it to be going better than expected rather than worse than expected.
Undoubtedly. Tell me about Sunderland, where our reporter says it looking 60-40. There's no result there, I must add. Looking 60-40 for Leave. Again, how's that in terms of expectations?
Again, I suppose our benchmarking for Sunderland was something in the region of 53-54%. So to say if it's anecdotally something in the region of 60, then again, that would be substantially better than expected. Of course, Sunderland is a place with substantial local issues, so, of course, Remain have campaigned very hard over Nissan, but from a Leave perspective, of course, the fishing industry and the decimation of that industry has obviously had an impact for Leave. So, overall, certainly very much better than expected, but I wouldn't project too much from Sunderland. Newcastle, though, is very, very encouraging, so both looking very good. One may be more representative for a national picture than the other.
And of course, you're an MEP. You're trying to do yourself out of a job. I mean, you looking forward to signing on shortly?
Well, I suppose what we as UKIP MEPs have been throughout this campaign is turkeys voting for Christmas, and it really does show that we believe in the cause of getting out of the European Union, that we're actually campaigning to put ourselves out of a job. And I can tell you this campaign has been possibly one of the most gruelling experiences of my entire life, if not the most gruelling, and so I will certainly relish the thought of doing something a little bit less stressful if we do manage to win this referendum.
But if you don't make it, if you lose, does the war go on, as Nigel Farage predicted? Briefly, if you would.
Yes, I think so. I mean, if it's that close, when we've been threatened with World War III, with the end of Western political civilization as we know it, if those threats did somehow result in a very small victory for Remain, then I think you'd have to question that and the £10 million of government propaganda leaflets that went into that campaign, which we didn't have. Actually, I think you'd see that the campaign would go on in some way.
Okay, Jonathan Arnott, MEP for the northwest of England, where we got that first. I'm so sorry, northeast of England. Apologies, UKIP MEP. And now back to you, Tom.
James, thank you very much indeed. Well, it's almost 12:10. We've had our first few results in, and this you can see is the state of play. Remain ahead, but it's hard to read too much into it at this stage in the evening. As James was alluding to there, very, very interesting, those results from both Sunderland and Newcastle. Gibraltar was the first to declare. Nearly 96% of voters back staying in, only 4% wanted to leave. UKIP leader Nigel Farage has arrived at the Leave.eu party, surrounded by the media, as you would expect. Earlier, a UKIP source told ITV News that cautiously they were not optimistic about a win for Leave, but Mr. Farage certainly wasn't conceding when he arrived.
Tonight, whatever the result, is not one for recriminations, but for a celebration that the landscape of British politics in the course of the last few weeks has changed, and it's changed forever. Win or lose this battle tonight, we will win this war. We will get our country back, we will get our independence back, and we will get our borders back. Thank you.
Meanwhile, former Labour leader Ed Miliband told us just now that even if we vote to remain, the EU must reform.
If any European leader, if it is a narrow Remain win, if any European leader says whoopee, or any, by the way, member of the British establishment thinks, right, well, that's fine, we can go back to business as usual, chaps, they're wrong.
OK, well, I'm joined now by Andy Coulson, the Prime Minister's former Director of Communications, now back in the fray. Welcome to the studio. Thank you. If you sat with the Prime Minister many, many times at rather tricky moments. If you were sitting with him and you were together watching Sunderland and Newcastle come in, you'd be feeling a little bit nervous, wouldn't you?
Yes, I think anxious would be the overriding emotion right now.
OK, and what do you then begin to think of? I mean, he clearly has to consider the possibility that it's Leave. What do you think tomorrow, the next day and so on looks like for him? I mean, does he make a statement? Does he Does he get the Governor of the Bank of England to make a statement? If this drifts and we end up in a Leave territory, what do you think the plan is to calm everyone down, as it were?
It's too early to say what his Leave plan is, but I imagine he's spent most of today going through the different scenarios. That would be the right and professional thing to do, and I'm sure he has. But I think it's far too early to say what the exact chain of events will be. But you've got the country, obviously, first of all, to think of. You've got the House of Commons to think of. You've got the Cabinet to think of, and you've got what seems to be, as we stand at the moment, I think the strong possibility that the party actually will not be in a state of rebellion. That's my view as we sit here now, and I think that's the case if we end up with a narrow win for Remain. I happen to think that's the case if we end up with a narrow win for Leave, because I think the mechanics of trying to unseat David Cameron, I think are pretty improbable at the moment, particularly given the letter that we've seen already this evening.
We're waiting for the Sunderland results, so I just apologise in advance if I have to really interrupt you and go off to it, because it's obviously a critical one. If we've seen this letter tonight, I guess you wouldn't have been surprised by that. If you'd been Director of Communications right now, I guess you'd have been keen to see a letter emerge at this point. How convinced are you by it that if we do Remain, let's just say, that it's going to be enough to shore up the Prime Minister's position, or is it effectively thank you?
I think if it's Remain, a win's a win.
Really?
I really do,
Even
yes.
if it's 51%, 49%, that's really going to be enough to quiet the Tory party down?
I'm not for a moment saying that there won't be a pretty serious and perhaps quite complex and difficult job to do in bringing the party back together. But a win is a win, and David Cameron will have been, by that stage, if that's what happens, a Prime Minister who got the party over the line in 2010, who won an election in 2015 that was absolutely against all predictions and against the odds, who has taken two of the biggest issues in our lifetime in this country to the country, and has ended up on the winning side.
Okay,
and I think that is enough, I think, for the party to say, OK. And there's also another factor here. He has said he's going.
When do you think, realistically?
But this isn't the Prime Minister who's now...
2017, 2018, your guess?
Well, whether it's 2017 or 2018, this isn't a Prime Minister who's got a long-term political vested interest, if you like. You could argue that the vested interest in his legacy. He's going to want to get out on his own terms, and he's going to want to achieve what he can before then.
Let's suppose we leave. What does he wake up and think tomorrow morning? Does he think, right, that's it, I'm out of here in a month, in 2 months, in 2 days, immediately? Or do you think he thinks, no, I've got to stay for 6 months or a year? I mean, what on earth is he negotiating? Because it's not his position that he's got to negotiate.
Sure, well, it totally depends on the number. My view is a narrow win for Leave is still manageable. It's difficult, but I think it's manageable.
For him, you mean as leader?
I do, yeah. For him to remain as leader and for him to work through it. Not least because there are a fair number of Conservative MPs who are pro-Brexit, but certainly aren't pro-Boris Johnson, for example, and who I think will think to themselves, well, the surest way of stopping the coronation of Boris Johnson, which they might have a view on, is to make sure that the Prime Minister stays in place. And also, my sense is this evening, just from the mood of the place, it doesn't feel to me as though the Conservative Party is sort of ripe for rebellion at the moment. But, of course, it's all about the numbers, as ever in politics. And we'll see what the results look like later in the evening.
If it is Leave and the Prime Minister stays, does he need a kind of deputy, a Michael Gove deputy, a Boris Johnson deputy, to make sure that he ends up negotiating what the Brexiteers actually want? Because let's be honest, we know what we don't want if we've left. We don't know what we do want.
If it's a narrow Leave, of course.
OK, Andy, I'm going to stop you there because we can go to Sunderland and I think we clearly want to hear this.
Held on the 23rd of June 2016 under the European Union Referendum Act 2015, and having been authorised to do so by the Regional Counting Officer, I hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 134,400. The total number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 51,930. The total number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 82,000.
you can see the reaction there. Some absolutely delighted Leave campaigners in Sunderland. I'm afraid I'm not up to doing the percentage maths off the top of my head. Colin, can I... oh, no, hold on a sec. Here we go.
The total number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 82,394. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. No official mark, 0. Both answers voted for, 13. Writing or mark by which the voter could be identified.
OK, there we have it. Sunderland, you saw from the reaction of the Leave campaigners on the floor there, a majority of 30,000, a whopping great victory for Leave. More than 61% of the vote. Colin, can I bring you in here? That, I think, is a lot better than we imagined Leave might do in Sunderland. We expected them to win. They've won bigger than we perhaps might have imagined.
Yeah, all our calculations have been based on the idea of if the country as a whole is a tie, what would we expect in various counting areas the result to be? In Sunderland, the answer to that was about a 10% win for Leave. We always expected Leave to win in Sunderland. We did not expect them to win by, 24 percentage points rather than 10 percentage points. So they will be very happy. We've also had a result in from Clackmannan in Scotland, which is an SNP heartland area, you could say, where it isn't in Scotland these days, but it has been SNP for some time. That was on our list of councils, counting areas most likely to vote Remain. It did vote Remain, but only by 58 points to 42 in favour of Remain, and we would have expected there a result for Remain of over 60%. So far, the results as they've been coming through this evening, rather, I think, cast doubt, very early stage, on Mr Farage's rather low-key approach to what's going on. Its Leave will be the happier campaign at the moment in terms of the actual results. Of course, we haven't heard much from Southern England, the home counties. And, in crucial, can I just say this at this moment, that because these have been counted in counting areas rather than constituencies we're used to are all of similar size. These counting areas are of very different sizes. In Clackmannan, for example, there were just over 37,500 electors. In Sunderland, there are more than 200,000 electors. So some results are more equal than others tonight.
OK, well, it does look as though we are going to have a very intriguing and perhaps rather long night. Andy, I'm going to say thank you very much indeed for joining us. And having had that reaction and indeed the result from Sunderland, let's go over to Julie at the Remain camp to see what they're making of it.
Yeah, well, the room felt pretty silent, it has to be said, Tom. Just arriving a few minutes before hotfoot. Robert, what did you make of what we've just seen?
Well, this is a very big moment. Leave doing much better in Sunderland than they were hoping, and a bit better in Newcastle than they were hoping. Remain obviously won Newcastle, but Remain were always expected to win Newcastle. And you can tell, here we are at the Remain party, and it was a party atmosphere, and as soon as we got Newcastle it became subdued, and actually when we got the Sunderland result, it was a bit of shock. OK, now there may be enormous regional variations as we go through the night. It may be that the North East has simply, as an area, come out solidly for Leave, but certainly in these early results, Leave doing rather better than certainly many pundits, the city, the bookies were expecting. So it's obviously going to be an absolutely gripping night and way too early to make any serious predictions.
Yeah, and these are big Labour areas too. I mean, let's just take that out as a little aside issue.
Well, it's a huge issue. I mean, you know, I've just been talking to Chukwuemeka, Brendan Barber. He was former head of the TUC, Chukwuemeka, a senior within the Labour Party, not part of Jeremy Corbyn's team, but still a very influential figure within the Labour Party. I was talking to them about the growing perceived division between particularly the white working class supporters of Labour and the Labour leadership. Now, the white working class supporters of Labour have been increasingly concerned about immigration, and they have felt that Labour's leadership didn't understand them on this issue, and it looks as though many of them have been voting against the wishes of their leadership for Leave.
Yeah, it's a fascinating little sort of development just in the last few minutes. And just in the last minutes, we look at the markets. We know that Nigel Farage has been looking at the markets very closely and trying to hear what's happening in the city. What does that add to this picture at this particular juncture?
I mean, look, I would be staggered if on the basis of these results the pound wasn't falling in Asia at this moment. That's what you would expect. I'm sure we'll get an update from Joel, but, you know, frankly, it would be staggering if the pound wasn't falling in Asia at this juncture. Nigel Farage may regret the signals he's been sending out that he's lost. You know, I think we may see a bit of flip-flopping from Nigel Farage all night long on this issue.
So some pretty uncomfortable people in this room right now, presumably, as well. I presume you're going to...
Yeah, I mean, as I say, I've been round, and, you know, when I arrived, which is before we got these results, they were pretty ebullient, pretty confident, and, you know, as we've just been saying, the mood has dramatically changed. There is now one of deep anxiety that the victory they were confidently expecting, they still get it, but if certainly on the basis of these results, if they get it, it will be very close, and they may not get it at all.
OK, Robert, well, go and get stuck in. We'll keep talking to people in the room all night. Good to see you. We'll talk to you again later on.
It's going to be quite a night, isn't it?
It's going to be quite a night, Robert. Nice to see you.
And
Back
you.
to the studio.
Julie, thank you very much. Well, Robert mentioned Joel there, so let's go over to Joel in the city and find out what the reaction has been to the news from Sunderland and indeed Newcastle.
There's been quite a dramatic one, Tom. I was saying earlier this evening that the prevailing view in the city is they're expecting a Remain victory. And what we saw when the markets opened a pair, this chart here shows the strength of the pound relative to the dollar. And started trading at 10 o'clock. We heard Nigel Farage sounding very pessimistic. There was the initial exit poll from YouGov. You can see the pound climb. But look, goodness, what happened as those results came in from Sunderland, the northeast of England. I'm joined now by Joe Rundle from ETX Capital, who the phone's ringing pretty frantically as we speak. How often do you see lurches like this?
This is a once-in-a-year move, and I think we're going to see a lot of these overnight. This move that we've just seen here is a very, very significant move, and it shows how jittery the markets are and how close this election, this referendum is going to be, and the market will move on individual results.
I mean, we see here, this is the pound against the euro. You can see a similar sort of fall, dropping 2-3 percentage points initially. That is a really very significant move. I mean, this is the thing, isn't it, Joe? Than anything now that goes against the narrative of a Remain victory is going to cause quite significant chaos as people try to presumably close their positions.
Yeah, the market firmly priced in a Remain victory, and if we see anything that shows the Leave is gaining traction and could possibly win, we are going to see more moves like this.
Explain this to us. On what grounds was the market assuming that there would be a Remain victory? Because they had no greater insight than us on the street.
No, I think that they were betting on the fact that the people who were undecided would be risk averse and would back Remain on the day. But it looks like from that Sunderland victory, this could be wrong, and the market's made a massive mispricing of the assets.
OK. Well, look, I mean, the banks, all sorts of institutions, pension funds in the city are all watching what happens next. You must have modelled the sorts of outcomes, what sort of market reaction we might get. Worst case scenario, take us to that one. What have you modelled in terms of a lead?
So I think worst case, we are going to see big moves. We are going to see 40% moves in sterling. We're going to see 20% moves potentially in the FTSE and the UK stock market, and big moves in gold. So I think we have modelled and are planning for significant moves, and hopefully it will be the worst case scenario, but we've just seen this move and it could happen.
A 40% move in sterling in a single day?
Yeah, absolutely, and we're modelling a straight line move, and you've seen the market is really concerned at the moment, and this is such a close call that if we do vote out and that it's going to gain traction, we are going to see moves of that sort of significance.
OK. Well, I mean, the fact is, it is still very early in the day, and we could see the pound bouncing around on numerous results to come. The Bank of England, of course, is watching this. It will clearly take a fairly dim view if it perceives any sense of disorderly panic. That's when the Bank of England is likely to intervene. But early days, a very significant move on the pound, though.
Well, Joel, thank you very much. And that is the view of the city tonight. It is hardly empty offices, as you can see. An awful lot of people at work sweating the outcome of this. And let's be blunt about it. That result from Sunderland, and indeed the result from Newcastle before it, has electrified this night. If we went on air with the mood coming out of the Leave camp suggesting that perhaps they'd lost and were even thinking about conceding that they'd lost, well, forget it. That isn't where we are 2 hours on. John McDonnell, the Shadow Chancellor, is here. John, I mean, this is, you know, one might say your area, Sunderland. How do you read what's happened there, and how typical do you think it might turn out to be for the rest of the country, and indeed particularly for what one might traditionally call Labour areas?
I think it's going to be incredibly close. I've been touring around meetings all around the country, and up north there's been clearly a reaction against the state of the economy, grievances. People are cheesed off, you know, their wages have been frozen. They've identified the issue of migration as one of the issues, politicians not listening to them. So I think it's almost like a by-election protest vote to a certain extent in some areas. In other areas, again, individual grievances have been raised, and I think that's mobilised people to come out. I still think it'll be extremely close. I've always said that. I'm hoping it'll still be Remain, and I think it may well be, but it is going to be tight.
When you say it may well be, what do you base that on? And I kind of, in a way, I suppose I'm asking for an analytical assessment. We've seen Sunderland, we've seen Newcastle a bit different, but we expected it to be more Remain than it was. Clearly, Newcastle and Sunderland are not the same place. They have different issues and different demographics. Looking around some of the other Labour areas you've been, can you just draw me a picture of how representative you think Sunderland might be, if you can?
I think it is representative, but if you look at what's happening in the big cities in particular, where there is a solid Labour vote as well, more Remain than it is against Leave. And it depends on the individual turnouts within those particular areas, whether or not that will carry the Remain over the victory line. But I think, I've always said all the way along, I think it's going to be close.
But Newcastle, you would have expected a slightly better, bigger turnout, a more enthusiastic...
I think there'll be differences in individual cities right the way across the country. And we saw that actually in some of the local government elections as well, unpredicted results. So I think there's going to be some idiosyncratic results that we'll see right the way across the country itself.
Are you regretting that you and your leader didn't campaign a little bit more enthusiastically, dare I say, for Remain?
Well, I think...
you were lukewarm, if I can put it like that.
We were straight with people, and we had to be straight with people about... I didn't vote to go in the common market. I've been Eurosceptic, but I took the pragmatic view it's better to remain within. And I think people wanted honesty in this. And what people got turned off by and got quite angry on the doorstep about was both sides using exaggerations of Project Fear. And when Jeremy went on the TV and said, look, these are my feelings about the EU, I want to stay in, but I'm critical and I want reform. I think that's where most of the British people are at the moment. And I think that's why Remain may just win it on the basis of that pragmatic approach.
Well, be blunt, be honest, be straightforward with people. We're now at the point where no campaigning makes any difference. We're at the point where where the decision has been made. How bad or not do you think it will be for all those people, perhaps in Sunderland and elsewhere, who voted out thinking that their economic lives would be better? How realistic do you think that hope was?
I think we've got to respect people's views on both sides of the equation.
I'm not saying we don't, but I'm just saying, what will it really be like if we've left?
Well, that means we have to be honest with people, respect their views, be honest with people, and if it is out, there will be a market reaction. The Chancellor needs to stand ready to intervene if necessary.
By doing what?
Well, support the pound. It might well be the Bank of England buying assets, that sort of thing, to protect our longer-term interests, particularly pensions, investments, etc. So the Chancellor needs to stand ready to do that. My own view is that some of the claims about recession were exaggerated in the campaign, and that's why I got quite annoyed about Project Fear on both sides. But it will have repercussions. Whatever those repercussions are, whatever the decision is, we've got to work it out. We've got to try and get a strategy, not just where we tackle the economic problems, but we make sure that people are not, well, they share in the prosperity more than they are now. Because a lot of people who are voting for out are just angry that they haven't shared in what they've been told is now a growing economy.
One of the things that you know is that we're still borrowing quite a lot of money as a nation. We're piling up debt at quite a reasonable rate. There's been a suggestion that, of course, one of the immediate impacts is we will have to pay more to borrow money. The Chancellor has indicated that he will have an emergency budget if indeed we voted to leave. You think that's reasonable?
I don't think it was reasonable if it's an emergency budget that increases the taxes on middle and low earners or introduces new austerity measures. The reason people are angry at the moment on the doorstep, on whatever side they're on, is because they don't think they've been treated fairly. They see major corporations walking away, tax evasion, tax avoidance. They don't see the rich people in this country paying their way as well. There's a real sort of depth of concern out there, whichever way people have voted today, that we've got, as politicians, we've got to wake up to and start listening to.
OK. John, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Well, this is a good moment. We're talking about the economy. We're talking about the impact. Let's be honest, the night has suddenly shifted tone. I don't think we expect... OK, that's the understatement of the evening so far. I can see Stephanie grinning at my understatement. Stephanie Flanders again from JP Morgan, Theo Pafitis, you will all recognise, entrepreneur, and Ruth Lee, pro-Leave economist, I think it's fair to say, formerly ITN economics editor many years ago when I was a trainee. Stephanie, let's come back to you. You saw Sunderland. Did it surprise you, and what do you make of the market reaction so far?
We saw that gratifyingly exciting chart showing the pound going down. You want charts to show you one clear direction.
Yeah, well, there's certainly not much doubt which way it's going. Yeah.
Look, I think I said earlier to you, I thought we'd had this actually strange serenity in the markets, a kind of calm feeling of confidence that we were marching towards a Remain victory, even if there was an understanding it might be a close one. Any sense that that's not going to happen? You know, as I said, the last week's rally has kind of set us up for a much greater volatility tomorrow. I'm not sure I'd share some of the larger numbers that were being mentioned in that previous point
40%,
about 40%. I think that would be a lot more than we would expect. But just thinking in terms of the immediate impact on the pound, we're going to have a dramatic impact on the pound. Remember, that will have a direct impact on inflation. So we would then be expecting inflation to be up in the 3s or 4s in the next 18 months. Almost entirely as a result of that change in the pound, because you remember everything from outside, all of those imports, going to cost more in pound terms. You'll have the immediate hit to the economy, which may not push the economy into recession, but we're certainly, again, we were expecting the uncertainty to mean maybe at least a 1 percentage point off growth, which was already not very high. So there's quite a big economic impact to consider. And I think a lot of investors will also, if they take a longer-term view, they'll be wondering, how is this coalition going to actually have a coherent economic policy when half of them want to be more open, more in favour of globalisation, get rid of all those regulations, and the other half want to close the economy, have less immigration? Somehow, you know, many of those voters in Sunderland maybe actually want less global economy, not more global economy. OK, well, I'll pick up on some of that in a minute, but maybe I can, Theo, perhaps you first and then Ruth. You've argued that Brexit was nothing to worry about economically, or at least not in the medium to long term. Are you, now that we might possibly, or at least there's a reasonable chance we're heading in this direction, are you sitting a little more nervously on your chair?
I'm nervously. In fact, I'm going to have to do a lot more work because there's definitely going to be a shock. Obviously, if we remain, life will be a lot easier, but there's going to be a shock. But I am one that believes that you can't keep kicking the can down the road, and you've got to deal with things. And this has been very much kicking the can down the road. But the whole issue here, these results are totally and utterly predictable, because this whole campaign started with people frightening people and furthermore insulting their intelligence, because the Prime Minister decided, for whatever reason, which is never really explained, to call a referendum on this. And if things were going to be this disastrous, or as disastrous as he was claiming, and at the end, actually, in fact, George Osborne even decided he's going to do a scorched earth policy with a disastrous budget if we dared vote against his wishes, then why were we having a referendum? Because his job is to keep the country out of harm's way. So nobody actually believed the Prime Minister. And in fact, there was a survey done, and it was a YouGov survey, that showed that of all the players in this referendum, the Prime Minister was the least trusted, even behind Nigel Farage. So all the scare tactics actually got the reaction you got in Sunderland.
Ruth, what do you make of what tomorrow is going to be like on the markets, indeed beyond then? Now we're at the point where it looks like a possibility. What's the realistic prospect for us?
Obviously, there's going to be a lot of uncertainty in the markets. That's accepted. And as we've said, the markets this week had decided there was going to be a Remain vote. I mean, you said that. And now, of course, there's a possibility there will be a Leave. You're going to get the pound falling, the FTSE falling. We know that. But if the pound really does look as though it's crashing, the bank will intervene. I think Joel mentioned mentioned that. And no doubt the ECB will intervene as well. They'll want stability in the markets. And so I don't see that looking out 2, 3, 4 weeks, the pound will be that much lower than it is today. And I don't really share Stephanie's concerns about this rocketing inflation up to 3 or 4%. And really, I think once the sort of the dust has settled, then the government will probably coalesce and start seriously thinking about what sort of relationship, what sort of negotiations they're going to have with the European Union. And then we'll still be in the EU. Nothing will have changed. Trade will go on very much as it is doing at the moment. And then in 2 or 3 years' time, when we get to Brexit, then it'll be a matter of having a decent trade relationship with the EU. I think the head of the German CBI made that perfectly clear yesterday. He wants a decent trade relationship with us. They have a lot to lose if there isn't one in terms of their industry and their jobs. So given that reasonable trade relationship with the EU, trade will continue. I really don't get this sort of Armageddon-type scenario on the economy. And once we're out, of course, we've got advantages.
Okay. Well, we've had a couple of quite electrifying results in the last 45 minutes, so let's just take a look at how those are playing on social media with Nina.
Thank you, Tom. Yes, Rob Overs, we saw 3 big spikes in conversations so far this evening. One of them, of course, as you might expect, was after that big result from Sunderland.
Yes, we've seen the Newcastle result and the Sunderland result generate big spikes in conversation as people react to that. But definitely the big one so far of the night was Nigel Farage allegedly conceding for the first time that the Leave campaign had lost.
Did he or didn't he? We don't know, but we do know he's been big news on Twitter from 10 o'clock this evening.
Yeah, so from straight away, Kevin Schofield of Politics Home tweeted, Nigel Farage, it looks like Remain will edge it. Boom. That was the big moment. When we saw that on Twitter, 5,400 tweets per minute were sent.
OK, that's a big number, but give me the context. What does that compare to in terms of another big moment, like, for example, the Euros, one of the home nations playing a key match?
Well, one big political comparison is the independence referendum in Scotland in 2014. When the official announcement came out, when they actually decided what the result was going to be, we had just under 5,400 tweets per minute. So this is just a rumour, and we're already getting 5,400 tweets per minute happening, so we can see that there's a lot more interest.
Way before the result has been called. Rob, for now, thank you. OK, well, Facebook has also been following the whole campaign. You know, when we talk about polls, we're discussing thousands of people's opinions and thoughts on issues and personalities. When we're talking about online, we're talking about millions of conversations. I'm joined by Theo Lomas from Facebook. What's the big issue that everyone's talking about on Facebook right now? Is it the Sunderland result?
Well, to give you some context, Nina, there's actually been 76 million interactions on Facebook since the 5th of March up until Wednesday. And we've seen a huge spike in conversation after the result.
OK, that's another big number. Can you put that into context? If we take you back to a year ago to the general election, how popular was that in terms of people talking about it?
Well, in terms of the general election, what we saw was 78 million interactions, so a huge number. But what's quite interesting is to actually look at the topics that have been discussed in the last hour on Facebook. Across the campaign, the economy has been the most discussed topic on Facebook. But interestingly, in the last hour, that's switched to immigration.
OK, and in terms of economy, we can see on this map, talk us through the colours. This is where it was talked about most.
This is where that issue is being talked about most across the UK. And as you can see, it's actually quite consistent right across the UK. If we contrast that actually with the overall conversation, you can see that actually the bulk of the conversation has been happening in England and Wales and less in Scotland and Northern Ireland.
Which we might expect in terms of Scotland presuming to go Remain rather than Leave.
Potentially, yes.
OK, Theo Lomas, for now, thank you very much. And we will wait and see whether the economy is the big issue of this referendum campaign a little later on.
Nina, thank you. It is important to remember that this is a series of local contests. What matters in each count area is not just which side won, but how many votes they banked along the way. It is that rare British electoral event where you can actually say that every vote counts and mean it. And understanding why a particular place has voted in a particular way will help us to predict the final result tonight. The country is divided into 382 counts. Tonight, once a result is declared, each location will be coloured blue for Remain. red for Leave. But the depth of the colour will change according to the majority. Strong blue mean a heavy majority for Remain, strong red a big majority for Leave. No matter how strong the feeling in any area, though, it is a combination of both that and the size of the electorate which will determine how big an effect it has had on the overall result. Look at Birmingham, for example. It's a huge count with an electorate of around 700,000 eligible voters. Compare that to the smallest count, the Isles of Scilly, where we have just 1,700 eligible voters, and that'll obviously have less impact on the result overall. So let's add an imaginary result. The height of each bar at each count will illustrate the size of the majority achieved by the winning side. So big towers with solid colours are places where a combination of strong feeling and a lot of voters have combined to contribute heavily to one side. Therefore, smaller towers with weaker colours show that a counting area has seen a closer and a smaller vote, effectively having less of an effect on the final result. Throughout the night, we'll be using this map to identify the most interesting places to explore, but it'll also help us understand which parts of the country have responded to each of the campaigns. So that's how our map will help us understand what is happening tonight. But we've also divided the counts into interesting groupings. Well, when I say we, I mean, Jane, I mean you. You have divided. Please, could you talk us through what and how and why?
OK, Tom, thank you. So here is the map. What we're seeing here is lots of grey areas because on that map on the left-hand side, we've got lots and lots of counts to go. It is the beginning of a long night, as you've said. On the right-hand side, what we've got there is lots of bars. Now, these bars are ordered from those areas on the top left-hand side that we think are most likely to vote Remain tonight to those areas on the bottom right-hand side that we think are most likely to vote Leave. And, of course, we're going to be poring over those results. So see Sunderland there. Dark red. We actually expected the dark red to be on the right-hand side of this list. And that was why we all said Sunderland was such a surprise. Look at Newcastle. You can't see it's Newcastle, but the light blue there is Newcastle voting for Remain, but not as strongly as we anticipated. And at the top, we've got Gibraltar, we've got Orkney, and then Clackmannanshire. So what we're expecting is that dark blue on the left and the dark red on the right. And what that's going to tell us is who's likely to win. Is the blue side edging over into the red and that battleground in the middle. So let's look at some imaginary data. Let's fill up the map. So this isn't exactly what we're going to see tonight. We don't know yet, but this might be the kind of thing. So see that Remain vote over there on the red side. That would be giving us an indication, perhaps, that it's Remain's night. And see that, pink area at the top there on the blue and the left-hand side, that would be giving us an indication that Leave is doing better in Remain areas, as indeed, very, very early days, but we've already seen some really interesting patterns. That area in the middle, really the battleground that we're going to be focusing on. But not just the national picture that can tell us the really interesting story. We're also going to look at areas of the country. For example, Scotland. Scotland's where we really expect to see a stronger Remain vote. So we'd expect those bars to be blue, to be darker blue, and quite possibly to be larger, making a bigger contribution to the overall result. And as you said, we're looking at groupings. For example, there's some absolutely fascinating groupings, such as those areas where there are fewest passport holders. And these are those areas that list on the right-hand side. We think that those areas with fewest passports are more likely to support Leave tonight. So we'll be expecting those areas to go red or to go pink. If Remain starts doing well in some of these areas, then it could be a better night for Remain. Contrast that with those areas where there are the most graduates. We know that graduates are far more likely to vote for Remain than vote for Leave. These are the areas with the highest proportions of graduates in the country. We're expecting those areas to turn blue. If they don't do that, if Leave starts edging its way into those areas, then it could be Leave's night. And then finally, for now, this very interesting question of where UKIP has done very well in recent elections. So these are the areas where UKIP's share was higher. You see Sunderland there, where we have that result. That's why we expected Sunderland to vote Leave, one of the reasons. We didn't expect it to be so strong for Leave. So these are the areas where UKIP has done very well. Now, if UKIP and Vote Leave can't motivate and mobilise those Eurosceptic areas of the country to vote Leave tonight, then it could be good news for Remain. So this is all going to tell us, most importantly, going to give us all a great insight and indication throughout the night to who is going to win and why.
OK, we'll be back to these graphs, perhaps many times in the course of the night, Jane. Thank you very much indeed. Well, we said at the start of the evening we'll be trying to get out to work out what you all thought of what was happening. As we've said a couple of times in the last hour, we've had at least a couple of electrifying results, which suggests we're going to have a long and fascinating night ahead. Rachel is at Manchester Airport to get some reaction. Rachel, over to you.
Yeah, and imagine being up in the air while all this is going on. We've had flights coming in from Portugal, Spain, Tel Aviv, passengers getting off, desperate to find out exactly how things are going. It's a reminder, isn't it, being here in an airport, of how much movement there is between here, the UK and Europe, even further beyond. The opportunities that gives, but also the challenges. And what we're seeing here in the north, which is so interesting, I think, is just how many people who are traditionally Labour voters have been telling us throughout the afternoon that despite what their leaders were telling them to do, they decided to vote out. A bit of an identity crisis, perhaps. Three gentlemen here to help get to the bottom of this. If you can ignore the announcements as best you can. I have John Tongue, who's a professor of politics at Liverpool University, Peter Spencer, a betting expert from Betfred, and also Sir Peter Fahey, who was formerly Chief Constable of Manchester. Now, if I can start with you, Peter Spencer, just a little while ago, no more than 2 hours, you were telling us you were sure this would be Remain. Having seen some of the results come in, particularly from the North East, are you changing your mind on that?
No, I still think it'll be a Remain vote, maybe not quite the margin that we predicted. The Sunderland vote was a landslide, basically. It gave great hope to the Leave campaign. Newcastle closer than we thought, but we may be starting to see a great north-south divide here. London will surely go Remain, and Scotland, we're hearing rumours there's a low turnout because there's a fatigue up there about voting, and so that will be against the Remain people as well, because Scotland was going to be Remain.
And Sir Peter Fahey, if I can ask you, you're steeped in the ways of people of Manchester. What do you think is happening where, right in the Labour heartlands here, people are still deciding, in many cases, to vote Leave?
Well, I think there's a greater degree of alienation. There's a greater impact from the loss of traditional manufacturing. I think a lot of areas in the north have not been comfortable with some of the levels of immigration, feeling that asylum seekers, for instance, have been disproportionately placed into the north. A feeling that Westminster is very divorced from the north. There's not been a fair sharing out of spending. So I think there's a range of issues there that have transferred possibly into a protest vote in this referendum.
And Professor John Tongue, if I can ask you, going back to what Peter was saying about the fact that we're seeing areas of Scotland, for example, saying Remain, and then a Leave vote looking to be very strong in some parts of the North East and the North generally. What kind of challenges does that present to us in the future and our British identity?
Well, it's a potentially disastrous result for the United Kingdom, because it appears certain that Scotland will vote to Remain, and it's quite probable on these early results that England will vote to Leave. That's almost certain to trigger a second referendum in terms of Scottish independence. I think the picture in northern cities, though, will be mixed. Yes, it's true, it's a lot of working class voters in the north, and I've spoken to several Labour campaigners who've said it's been a really tough job on the doorstep mobilising Labour voters for Remain. But I do think cities like Liverpool and Manchester may offer different results from Sunderland, which has voted quite emphatically to come out. I think Liverpool and Manchester, you'll get a different result. So, it's too early in the night, really, to make definitive assumptions at this stage.
Yeah, and that is worth underlining, isn't it? Because it will be a good few hours yet till we know what's happened here in the northwest. That verdict expected at around 5 o'clock this morning. But for people who are setting off from here tonight to climes further away, they may well find themselves landing in a Britain whose place in the world may have shifted substantially from when they left.
Rachel, thank you. Now, we've had our first result from Northern Ireland. I think I'd better begin with a little bit of information about this. Northern Ireland as a whole, as a region, is going to announce its result at the end of the evening when all areas have been counted. This is a bit unlike the rest of the UK. That said, we are getting the unofficial count figures from each area as they come to it, which are pretty much as good as the official figures. Clear as mud, that explanation, isn't it? Colin, could you give us the result from Foyle?
Certainly. Remain have won Foyle by 79 points to 21.
Right on the board with Donegal, maybe not that surprising.
No, this is one of the most nationalist areas in the north, obviously emotional and economic ties with the Republic. But it's just worth saying that's slightly above what you might call par for what we were expecting, Remain doing a little better than we might have thought, and turnout rather higher than at the general election, as it is across England, as it is in Wales, but in Scotland turnout is down, funnily enough, on not simply the Scottish independence referendum, but on last year's general election as well. And we're now calculating that turnout across the country is going to be about 72%, which will be the highest, if it is 72%, the highest since the 1992 general election, when, of course, Michael Heseltine famously said the Conservatives had polled more votes at that election than any political party had in the history of electoral politics in this country, and that record still stands.
Allegra, do you read into what we've been on a bit of a seesaw or a zigzag?
Way too early.
Yeah.
It's 6 out of 300. But interestingly, that prediction for turnout in Scotland, we'd been talking before about possible referendum and voting fatigue with the Scots, and given Remain need the Scots to come out, the Scots in London and Northern Ireland, they need people to feel like they want to vote.
One thing I want, partly because I've got Chris Crayling here, perhaps we can see, and I'm just about to come to him from the Leave campaign. One of the things, though, I wanted to ask you, for your perspective, which maybe I can put to him, is we know, as we've said a couple of times this evening, we know if we voted Leave, we know what we voted against. It's not absolutely clear what we voted for. I mean, you might say in principle it is, but how does the Prime Minister or whoever's in charge, given that the House of Commons is a sovereign body and we know it's very Europhile, how does that work, do you think? How does that play out? How does the negotiator, the Prime Minister, whoever it is, know what he or she is negotiating?
Incredibly difficult, with incredible difficulty. I think Chris Grayling will probably set out for you the steps that Vote Leave did actually put out about 2 weeks ago about what they wanted to happen next, that they didn't want the PM to trigger Article 50 immediately. That's that 2-year process. Actually, I spoke to Boris Johnson about this the other day. He doesn't expect that the Prime Minister would trigger it, that he'd stay in place, he'd spend some time. The problem would be that other European nations would want somebody else to negotiate with who they thought was going to hang around. So even if the Tory party, we've seen this evening, they've put out this letter saying, come what may, Remain or Leave, we want David Cameron to stay. The problem is, elsewhere around Europe, they may need some more clarity about who they're going to be dealing with.
OK, we've got a result from the Isle of Scilly, which Remain has won. I don't think that's going to surprise anyone. It's generally considered to be very much in favour of Remain. Perhaps a little bit surprising they didn't vote more in favour of Remain, but, you know, it's such a small electorate that perhaps its impact on the result. Either way, no offence to the lovely people of the Isles of Scilly, it's a great place, but I'm not sure it's going to have a huge impact on the result. Chris, well, maybe you could pick up on what Allegra was saying there. How do you think... Let's suppose you've won, and certainly Sunderland and Newcastle suggest it's all to play for. What happens... I mean, does the Prime Minister realistically stay for more than a few months? Is that honestly plausible?
Oh, I mean, I think it's very important that he does. The one thing we do not need to do, if we have voted to leave the European Union tonight, is for the Prime Minister to go and for us to be plunged into a Conservative leadership contest. My view is that what we should do is pause. There will be debates, discussions, statements in the House of Commons. The Prime Minister will need to assemble a negotiating team. He will, in my view, need to have informal conversations with his European counterparts before we do anything formally. We need to discuss with them exactly how we're going to go through the process before we ever get to the point of triggering the formal process. That can be a matter of weeks, possibly even months away before we do that. We need to get this right. We need to do it very carefully. And I think having a change of leadership in the middle of that would be exactly the wrong thing to do.
You know as well as I do that referendums are rather imprecise tools. And you know, you might argue this is effectively the first we've ever had. We had the 1975 one, then we had the AV one, which you know, not to be rude, but it didn't exactly catch anything alight, and it wasn't going to change. It wasn't an existential question. Well, this is an existential question. We can all agree on that. And yet you've got an overwhelmingly pro-European, Europhile, you might even say, House of Commons taken in majority terms. So how do you, as you know, the people who've won this, if you have won, how do you establish, we don't want the EU, but what do we want? Do we want to be in the economic area, a la Norway? How do you set what it is that the people actually want?
Look, I mean, I think you can draw some pretty clear views from the campaign. If we end up tonight seeing that the country has voted to leave, overwhelmingly I see 3 things that the country has asked for. Firstly, it wants to carry on trading on a free trade basis with the European Union. Well, that we know is what the European Union also wants. We heard that from the German equivalent of the CBI only in the last 24 hours. They want limits, or the ability to set limits on the number of people who come and live and work here. and they want the country to be able to take back control over key decisions like forging free trade agreements around the world. So I think there are some pretty clear messages that have come out of the campaign. Parliament will undoubtedly have a view on the detail, but I don't think it would be even remotely realistic for members of Parliament to turn around and say to the public, you can't have some of the things that you have asked for.
You would probably agree with me that the one thing that everyone watching this will consider to be the message to have come out loud and clear from the people of this country, if Leave has won, is that they want to control immigration.
Undoubtedly the case.
And
yes.
if in the end of the day, the EU comes back after due consideration and says, fine, but you can't be in the single market, how do you establish whether that's a deal the British public actually did want?
Well, what the single market element requires, in my view, is simply to have a trading arrangement where there are no tariffs and where we protect our services sector. Now, the reality is that we are the biggest customer for most European Union countries. We buy far more from them than they do from us. We are, for example, buyers of 20% of the German car market. The German car companies produce 1 in 5 of their cars, sell 1 in 5 of their cars in the United Kingdom.
Okay.
They're not going to want to lose that business.
Okay.
And so I think we can do a sensible deal that keeps us trading freely, enables us to do what the British public want, and also restricts immigration.
OK, Chris, thank you very much indeed for coming in to join us. Let's go to our political editor, Robert Peston, who is with Nigel Farage at the Leave.eu party.
I am, Tom. Yes, I'm here at the Leave party at the top of a tower in Millbank opposite the Thames. Nigel Farage, you're looking rather buoyant. How do you read it?
It's going to be close. Who wins this particular battle, I don't know. What I do know is the Eurosceptics are going to win this war because the genie's out of the bottle. There is no way. Anyone that voted Leave today, whether we win or lose, is never going to change their minds because what we've got next week is the beginning of Turkish accession negotiations. But the most remarkable thing is not what's happened in British politics over the last couple of months, it's what's happened in European politics. Now we're seeing opinion polls in the Netherlands, in Denmark, even in Italy, where 50% of the population in those countries support leaving the European Union. The project is dead. This British referendum has changed the landscape forever.
Now, the win for Remain in Newcastle was less than they expected.
Yes.
In Sunderland, your win was significantly bigger than many people expected. You won Swindon. You're not yet calling the referendum result, though.
No, I'm not. I mean, I still think when we get the big London results through, if I was the betting man, I would say that probably Remain might nick it by a fraction, but who's to say? Who's to say? But, win or lose this battle tonight, we're going to win this overall. The European Union's bad for Britain and very bad for the Labour Party because that's what Sunderland showed us tonight. This disconnect now that exists in British politics between what happens here in SW1 and the rest of the country is massive.
If you were to win the referendum, and I know you don't want to call it yet, what is the future of UKIP in that situation? I mean, in a sense, you've been seen as a single-issue party. What happens to your party in those circumstances?
If we win this referendum tonight, what has to happen is the British government has to carry out the wishes of the people. And it'll be UKIP, and UKIP alone, there, posing an electoral threat to make sure that it actually happens. And I say that because the Danes rejected Maastricht, forced to vote again. The Irish twice rejected treaties, forced to vote again. And the French and the Dutch rejected the EU constitution and got it brought in via the back door. So winning tonight's great. If we get the try tonight, that's wonderful, but we need to convert it as well.
Now, earlier tonight, you complained about the extension of the registration period.
I didn't complain. What I said was that the government managed to get an extra 2 million people registered. Because the website crashed, they extended it. The government did their job and did it very well. And maybe those extra 2 million people at the end of the day will make the difference.
If you were to lose by, let's say, 2 million or less, would you mount a legal challenge?
No, I don't think legal challenges are the way forward. I mean, after all, that would presuppose the independence of our judiciary, wouldn't it? Look, whatever happens, there is not one person who's voted Leave today who is ever going to change their minds.
Nigel Farage, I guess we'll be talking again in coming hours. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Robert, thank you very much indeed. Colin, there's a couple more results in, this time from Tory areas. Maybe you could talk us through them.
Yes, both from the south of England, Tom, which I think we've been waiting for. In Swindon, down there on the M4 corridor, lots of new industry, skilled workers. Leavers won quite handily, 45 to 55. Perhaps not quite surprised by that, as you might think, because of the balance of the parties there, a reasonably strong Conservative area, but also with Labour as the second party. And we've already seen tonight Labour may be having problems getting their voters to vote Remain. And then secondly, from Broxbourne in Hertfordshire, in half commuting territory, Leavers won by an extraordinary 2-1. But again, very much in line with our model. So I'm afraid all I can bring you in terms of the overall news, as opposed to the detailed results, is that we are looking at that very long night, because these results are right in line with what we would think before we began as a 50-50 outcome.
It's going to be very close if you were looking to go to bed early. I'm really sorry, it doesn't look like that kind of night, but please do stay with us. Well, for revellers at Glastonbury, it also looks like it's going to be a long night. Nina is with them.
Hello there, Tom. Well, just take a look at that. 1.4 square miles, 175,000 people, most of them young, and most of them then likely to vote Remain. The big question here, though, is how many of them would exercise their rights. There had been fears that there would be very low turnout amongst the young. The general election, 58%. These people could well be the deciding factor in the EU referendum, of course. Would they be in such a hurry to get here to Glastonbury, as has been claimed, that they simply wouldn't even bother to register for a postal vote or vote themselves? Well, I have to say, and I've spoken to an awful lot of people as I've wandered through those soggy, muddy tents, that everyone I have spoken to has voted, made arrangements to vote, and is very, very engaged with this whole political process. You voted out. Tell me why.
I'm a dairy farmer, so I think for me it would just be better to get rid of it. Just hopefully it'll be better for out.
In. Out.
Why did you vote out?
Just because I thought, as it stands being in, nothing's going great, so I thought, why not have a change?
And yourself?
I think going out could be a disaster. We don't know what it's going to be like, so I thought to stay as we are.
You've just arrived. Did you vote before you came?
We did. We voted this morning.
So you voted in person, not a postal vote?
Yeah. Deliberately stayed in London so that we could.
And can I ask you how you voted?
To Remain.
You know, the organisers here at Glastonbury did make an appeal, make a bid to have a polling station right here on the festival site, because there were so many concerns that all of these young voters would simply be here to party and would not be exercising the vote. From what we can see, that has not been a problem. And I have to say that by 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, and most of the people out here, I can tell you, will not be going to sleep. But by 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, when the first act hits the pyramid stage behind me, everyone here, all these young voters, should have a pretty good idea about how their future is going to look.
Nina, down there in the dark and in the mud, thank you very much indeed. Now, we are waiting, I have to say, for a result from Kettering. You can probably see that, rather unlike a general election, you don't have quite the excitement and lots of people and everyone coming up on stage and the personalities. But that said, it's turning out to be a somewhat electrifying night so far, with the results we do have suggesting it may be very, very close indeed. Well, whilst we're waiting for Kettering, let's go over to Nina Hussain for a sense of how the news that we do have has played out on social media.
Yes, Tom, and let's go back to that Glastonbury theme, actually. And Theo, you gave me a little bit of insight about a battle of the bands on Facebook over the EU referendum.
Yes, so we did some analysis of the Vote Leave and Stronger In pages to see who those people, the people who like those pages, what are their favourite bands. And what's really interesting is with the Vote Leave page, it was Queen, and with the Stronger In campaign, it was Muse, who I think are playing at Glastonbury.
And I think neither of us should make any comments about those two bands in that context.
No.
If we look at the overall campaign, I think journalists have very strong opinions about which were the big moments of the campaign. But in terms of the people who use Facebook, what were they talking about most?
So the millions of people who've been discussing the referendum, we actually have a graph which will illustrate where those peaks and troughs happen, where people have been talking about it.
OK, so this is from the beginning of the campaign, March, and obviously, as we've been saying throughout the programme, it really peaked towards the end.
OK, Nina, I'm very sorry to have to interrupt you there, because, as I said, we were waiting for the result at Kettering, and we think we're about to get it. It's pretty critical, so let's go and hear what's happening.
And I'm being authorised to do so by the regional counter. I hereby give notice that I certify the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 53,940. The number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 21,030. The number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 32,877. That being 39% of the valid votes for Remain and 61% of the valid votes for Leave. The number of ballot papers rejected was 33. Thank you.
So that, Colin, did you... sorry, it's trying to pick up exactly what was said there. Did you get that?
I did. 39% for Remain, 61% for Leave.
Yeah.
Once again, I'm afraid, spot on and consistent with a 50-50 result overall. And not surprising in Kettering, really, because, of course, Philip Hollowbone, the local MP, was one of those guys in the House of Commons with the green and black striped ties, making David Cameron's life a misery from the backbenches, and he's pretty well known.
Not the world's jazziest ties, it's fair to say, but you know what I mean.
Him and Mrs Bone. It's always
Hollowbone, and Mrs Bone next door in Wellingborough will see the same result.
OK, this is rather fascinating, because basically what you're suggesting is that we're on the 50-50 line from what you've heard so far. Is that right?
We're on the 50-50 line. Of course, we haven't yet heard from big places in Scotland, although the turnout in Glasgow seems to be quite low, which, again, will rather depress Remainers, I think. London's going to be very important. Yeah, London's going to be very important.
Let's go to Dan Rivers, who's in Kettering. Dan, you may or may not have heard Colin there suggesting that we're in for a very tight night. This looks right on the 50-50 line, what we've heard from so far. What have you picked up there in the course of the evening about the general mood in Kettering?
Well, I think this is not a surprise, first of all, that this is, core Leave territory, if I can put it like that. You mentioned the local MP, Philip Hollowbone, who they've been kind of flirting with UKIP at one point, and certainly a very vociferous outer, if I can put it like that. So not a surprise, but look, before this result came in, we were perhaps looking with people here talking about maybe 65% to Leave, so not quite as high perhaps as we're expecting. I don't know if we've got time to have a quick chat to Andy Sawford, who's the Stronger In spokesman in this region, and this is the first result in this region. Not as high as you were predicting. What do you make of this result?
Well, I think this is a better result for the In campaign than I would have expected. Leave was saying this was the 9th best area for them in the whole country, and clearly that's not working out for them.
OK. Well, we'll have to wait and see. Clearly we're going to get some reaction later on from the Leave campaign here as well. But this is also a regional count here, so we will be monitoring the regional picture here, and a lot of this area is really expected to be very strongly in support of Leave.
Dan, thank you very much indeed. Now, I very rudely interrupted Nina. Sorry about that. Nina, maybe I can come back to you.
Oh, Tom, it was Kettering. I'll let you off on this occasion. Theo, let's pick up where we left off. We were talking about the spikes in conversation over the campaign, and you were about to reveal what this big spike was.
So this spike here is the moment of the boat flotilla on the Thames, and we've actually got a video from the ITV Facebook page which shows that video.
Surreal moment, wasn't it?
Very surreal.
And in terms of when you see moments like this getting real kind of generating lots of conversations on Facebook, we don't know, do we, whether they're positive or negative?
No, we don't at all. Over 1 million views on this and over 9,000 shares. We have no idea whether that was a positive sentiment or a negative sentiment.
Take me back to the big graph and this big spike. Now, this was one of those, we've seen a few of these, haven't we, celebrity interventions in this campaign.
It was indeed. This was the moment that David Cameron, and I'll bring up the post, came out in support of the Remain campaign.
David Beckham, because we knew David Cameron was supporting Remain, but
Very good point.
David Beckham, yeah. And again, in terms of this was shared by lots of people, very popular. But did people like it or did they not like it? You have got some information about that.
We do. We've seen over 250,000 reactions and likes on this. And of those, only 202 of those were angry faces.
OK, so in terms of on Facebook, at least, people weren't put off by his intervention. I remember a time when you didn't share what you voted, and it seems to be in this campaign everybody has done. Also, they shared lots of things, you know, not the official campaigns, but individuals really trying to influence people on Facebook, their peers, their friends, etc. So take me through the most popular post in terms of a very specific age group.
Before I do that, I'm going to just show you the most popular post on the 18 to 34-year-old category.
Yep.
And that was... Sorry, this is the 55-plus category. So this is the most popular video with the older generation. And what we've actually seen is this was also the most popular video during that period from the 5th of March amongst men.
And if you contrast that with the most popular for the younger people...
Yep. If we contrast that with the younger, it's just like you're saying, it's a grassroots message that came from Calvin Morris, a Facebook user, who put up a post highlighting people who supported the Remain campaign and people who supported the Leave campaign. This has been shared over 250,000 times.
And a lot of people anecdotally were saying that was key in their decision-making. Theo, thank you. Just before I hand back, as you can see, Neil Kinnock, no less, is doing a Facebook Live as we speak, taking your questions. So if you've got anything you want to ask Neil on this big issue, this big decision, there he is. Tom.
OK, Nina, thank you very much. Now, Julie is with a man who has run a campaign or two and knows a thing or two about it. Julie, over to you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, yes. You join me at the heart of the Remain party. A lot of people coming, going throughout the evening. One man who's been here for most of the evening, we've been chatting to him on and off, is Lord Ashdown, Paddy Ashdown, of course, Lib Dem Brandy. I'm just going to see if I can come in and grab him and see if we can send you over to our... At last, we get to speak to you.
Good to see you.
You've switched drinks, I see. OK, so this room has been falling pretty silent at regular intervals in the last 40 minutes, not least with Sunderland, Swindon, Roxbourne, we're just hearing Kettering too. What do you make of where we're at tonight?
Let me ask you a question. Have you bought the sleeping bag?
We've all got sleeping bags.
Because it's going to be a long night. Listen, they'll be up and down. You see the market. Inevitably, some places are going to come in better, some cases worse. I'm sorry, Julie, you've asked me this question before, and I have to give you the same answer. I don't think you can tell. This is going to be very, very tight. I suspect it's going to be quite a long time before we get a result. Maybe 2 or 3 o'clock when some of the really big figures come in, we'll know a bit better. If you want me to draw some conclusions, I think I'd say something like white blue-collar workers are a big factor in this. I think there'll be a north-south divide. I think that probably London will be the key point at which it tips. If it's going to tip, we'll know from that. But to be honest, Julie, at this stage, we're all guessing.
But that points to some pretty fundamental divisions potentially.
Well, we know that. I mean, if you're saying is the nation divided on this issue, I don't think you have to be a news reporter to understand that.
Clearly. But I suppose if you are looking ahead, whether it's a few days' time or, you know, we're talking about the political
landscape.
Want to look
ahead. Here's the single point. You know, those who've asked for this, and I was the first leader ever to ask for a referendum way back in, 89, 90, have said so because they believe it to be an act of democracy. I will forgive no one who does not accept the sovereign voice of the British people once it is spoken, whether it's by 1% or 20%. Once they've taken, it is our duty as those who serve the public to make the best use and to make sure that our country does the best it can with the decision the people have given us. I've heard Mr Farage say tonight, you know, we're coming back even if we lose. Excuse me, he's the person who complained about lack of democracy in Europe. If he will not accept the sovereign voice of the British people when they vote, whatever they say, then I think he does not have the national interest at heart, he has his own interest at heart. So, for all of us, in, out, halfway, I don't mind. When the British people have spoken, you do what they suggest.
But
they command.
They command it. But if that is a division along the lines that, you know, if we look at Swindon, we knew that was going to be tight in Swindon. But you have to acknowledge that there may be, you know, half the electorate broken-hearted, furious about what...
Either way.
And how do you accommodate?
Well, what you do is you put the national interest first. I mean, either you believe in democracy or you don't. When democracy speaks, we obey. All of us do. And then if you put your nation first, then you make the best use of it as you can, the decision you've got. If you're disappointed one way, you still apply yourself to making sure that the British people's decision is followed, is obeyed, and we do the best in the national interest with that decision. Any people who retreat into we're coming back for a second run, they don't believe in democracy. Anybody who says, well, I'm disappointed, I'm never going to fight against this, that is, I think, an abnegation of the very thing we stand for. You cannot run a democratic system unless people accept the democratic judgment and then put the national interest first.
A long night ahead, Lord Ashdown.
Pull out the sleeping bag is my advice. It'll be a long time.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks, Tom.
Julie, thank you. Got my sleeping bag here under the desk. Thought I might need it, and I will, as it turns out now. It's about 1:15. Let's just take a look at where we are and bring up the state of play graphic around the country. You can see there, turnout 69.2%. We've had 11 of 382 counts. That's just changed, and we have, at this stage, Leave ahead by 9,808. You can see on the right there the predicted winning post, which both sides, or one side, will have to get to first. As we've said, with 11 out of 382 counts declared, it's perhaps hard to make too many assumptions, but at the same time, we've had a few results that are surprising, and certainly Sunderland has made it look like a very interesting night indeed. Perhaps because of that, sterling has plunged against major currencies in response to what we've heard so far, falling low against the dollar. It is, well, that's the graph. You can see it's a pretty steep fall too. It is, of course, too early to call, but Nigel Farage told Robert Peston that no matter what the result, Leave had won the war.
The most remarkable thing is not what's happened in British politics over the last couple of months, it's what's happened in European politics. Now we're seeing opinion polls in the Netherlands, in Denmark, even in Italy, where 50% of the population in those countries support leaving the European Union. The project is dead. This British referendum has changed the landscape forever.
And Shadow Chancellor and Remain campaigner John McDonnell said he had been honest with the voters about his EU reservations.
We had to be straight with people about... I didn't vote to go in the common market. I've been Eurosceptic, but I took the pragmatic view it's better to remain within. And when Jeremy went on the TV and said, look, these are my feelings about the EU, I want to stay in, but I'm critical and I want reform, I think that's where most of the British people are at the moment.
Stay with us, because coming up we'll be crossing live to Sydney in just a moment for reactions as the markets open there. And we'll be speaking to Energy Secretary and Remain campaigner Amber Rudd. Just how concerned is she by results so far? Colin, maybe I can come back to you for a second here. You've suggested that so far we're 50-50 in terms of there's nothing that has happened that's led you to believe that one side or other is breaking away. What will you be looking at in the next hour or two to give you a clear indication one way or another that that is beginning to change, if it indeed it is beginning to change?
What we need to see is results from different kinds of regions. So far, the results we've had in have been concentrated in Scotland and in the northeast of England. I think we need to see how the industrial areas of the northwest are going to behave. I think there's an assumption that perhaps places like Manchester and Liverpool will be far more for Remain than Newcastle and Sunderland, but that is to be seen. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, there is London, where we've had some reports of both high turnouts and high support for Remain in the capital. And because this is a national vote, as we've said before, because everybody's vote is counted only once, it's the turnout in those areas and how they sort of go to build that block towards the winning post that matters. OK, brilliant. Well, let's, I guess we will have to wait and see whether London turns out in the way that we think it perhaps has. This is a great moment to bring back in Jane, because one of the factors, Jane, that has been true and clear all the way through this campaign is that an awful lot of people haven't made up their minds. You, of course, have been looking at the voters in your survey to try and assess what is in their minds.
Exactly,
What did you find?
So we asked all those 30,000 people in our survey, what matters most to you when deciding how to vote in this EU referendum? To that question, we got over 10,000 different answers, and we've coded them up for ITV, and we've turned them into word clouds. With word clouds, lots of mentions creates big words, few mentions creates small words. So we can see exactly what was driving different kinds of voters. So we're going to look at Leave voters first and see what their major concerns were in answer to that question. And here we have loud and clear immigration. Now, I should say, Tom, that it's more common when we're asking these kinds of questions to see a scattering of issues. It's not as common just to see that one overriding concern. And we asked this question before the campaign, not just, this isn't just a response to what the campaigns were talking about. You see sovereignty there and also control, all those issues around sovereignty and borders. Now, let's have a look at Remain voters and see if they were mentioning immigration at all. Well, you can just about see that some were. There's a little mention there of immigration, but loud and clear, it's the economy. And again, that's a surprise to us. Not that Remain voters cared about the economy, but that is just almost the only thing, but almost the only thing in relation to all of those other concerns. So the big question is, what about those undecided voters? Can the concerns that they had tell us which way they're going to go? If it's immigration, perhaps they'll go to Leave. If it's the economy, perhaps they'll go to Remain. And the answer to that question is that those undecided voters were pretty much split down the middle. We also see them mentioning words like facts and the future and information. We got that sense, didn't we, during the campaign, that people really wanted facts rather than all of the kind of spin that they were getting. But economy and immigration, so to the degree that this tells us how those undecided voters were going to vote, it really suggests that neither side has it. So we're sort of in that 50-50 territory all over again.
No wonder we are at 50-50. OK, Jane, thank you very much indeed. Much more to come as the evening goes on. Well, this is a great moment to bring... I mean, I guess there are lots of questions there about what was concerning people. A great moment to bring in my panel, Joan Bakewell. Many of you will know, of course, Trevor Mitchell, a journalist, and I think it's fair to say Leave campaigner. Not always happy with the company you were keeping. I think you said at some points in the Leave campaign. Leave voter. And Kenny Amalfidon, who has campaigned, I think it's fair to say, for young people to get registered and get out to vote. Do you think you succeeded?
Yeah, of course, a lot of young people are registered to vote. When you look at the figures recently, you see that, in fact, actually 1.3 million from the referendum till now. I think that's a lot of young people who've actually registered. In terms of voting-wise, we saw the Glastonbury stuff. A lot of them did register for their postal vote, and I'm sure that they will want to have their say in this big decision.
There's a suggestion, a very rude suggestion about young people. They're great at letting their views be known on social media, not always so good at turning out to actually vote. Are you confident that this is one of those occasions where they were convinced it mattered enough to change that?
Yeah, of course, because this was really, for once, they actually had an election or a referendum where every vote counts, so they know that. And this is different. This is not about safe seats. This actually is what I care about and what I want to say. So it's totally different for the first time ever in my generation.
Would you agree with that? I mean, do you think that, is your sense that people, particularly young people, will have turned out in big numbers?
I do. I tell you what I found really interesting this week is I've been talking to lots of older people in my communities, people kind of my age, and asking them if they've been engaging with the young people in their community to get them out there to vote. And everyone has told me they've really been talking to the young people and people are really registering. I did a radio programme locally with a group of really enterprising young people, and what they were trying to do was to produce a podcast for young people. And one of the issues had been that young people had been very confused about the visible debate, which looked like a lot of men in suits fighting each other. And they were saying to me, the young people I work with, that some people thought that actually it was like a gang. One was red and one was blue. And actually, I think once people kind of galvanised so that young people understood what the issues were, they were more than willing to vote because they understand that this is a vote of a lifetime and it can really change this country. And actually the vote is for them because it is about the next generation.
Joan, I want to ask you in a minute about whether you worry that this is going to end up being a young against old situation in this. But before we do that, we just heard that South Tyneside has come back for Leave, you know, another, what one might say, a typical Labour area in the northeast. Are you worried? You're not terribly complimentary about your leader, Jeremy Corbyn, on occasions. Are you worried that Labour really hasn't done enough here to bring home its vote?
We've taken in most of our information about the whole referendum from newspapers and television. Now, they both enjoyed the story of the competition in the Tory party, Cameron versus Boris. That's been the story, a headline grabber. And I think the coverage of the Labour Party's contribution has suffered because of that, because it's a much more glamorous story. Blue-on-blue stories excites people. Throw in Nigel Farage as well, and you've stolen all the headlines. And Labour has suffered in the media because of that, both on newspapers and in broadcasting.
But you've been very rude about the Labour leader, haven't you? Well, you called him a child at one point. Do you think he's failed in this?
Everyone's a child when you're my age.
Well, let's not go there. Do you feel he's failed, honestly, in this?
No,
I mean, certainly if you've lost.
I don't think he's failed by his own lights, which is to tell the truth as he sees it, and that's what he's doing. There hasn't been any sexy rows that would make headlines. He's been consistent, and so have his supporters, and I think that has been true of the Labour Party right through. It certainly has been of the Labour Party in the Lords supporting Remain. So I think that it's consistently successful.
Can I just ask you lastly, though, do you worry that in the end this is going to turn out young against old?
Well, I'm very worried it's going to turn out into North against South. I think that's extremely alarming, because I think we could be a divided country, and that would be terrible. Now, I can understand why it's arisen, because the North has suffered so much economically to the benefit of the South. The South has flourished, the flourishing has gone on in the South, and the North feels neglected, and the North quite rightly feels neglected, but not because of the European community, but because of government policy. The industry has declined, their resources have been withdrawn, their local government has been cut. So the North is feeling rightfully sore and resentful. And the referendum gives us something onto which they can latch and attach that blame, and that has been played on. Now, that doesn't sell so well in the South, because the South is more affluent and more confident, and therefore more confident in the spread of political institutions we have, of which Europe is a major part.
Can I add? I think it's interesting with the South, because with the Broxpool vote, that's in the South. So we need to be...
Well, I was just going to ask you, we've got the Dundee result, which is Remain victory, but only on a turnout of 63%, which suggests perhaps that there's a little bit of referendum fatigue or lack of enthusiasm for this referendum in Scotland. And again, it doesn't break us away from where we seem to be, which is 50-50. But do you either of you worry that this is going to turn out as a young against old situation generally?
I don't think so at all. Young people, my generation, were voting for ourselves, and we're all independently minded. This whole, because you're young, more likely to vote Remain. I don't think that's really true. I've met a lot of young people who are Leave. It's really just about what they care about, and they've all got their reasons for which way they want to vote. This has got nothing to do with, we need to stop this young and old divide. It was intergenerational.
I quite agree about that. I mean, this is a marvellous rite of passage for young people who haven't engaged in politics before, but have been brought into it by people like you, who have been suddenly saying there's a political issue here in which we have a part, a major stake, because it's our lives that lie ahead and will be governed by it. So I don't think there's a war ahead. I think young people are coming forward now and joining the older generation, of course, who've always voted.
We may have some very interesting times ahead, whichever way it goes. Let's go to Plymouth and Chris Choi.
Because of the long-standing problems the fishing industry has had with Europe, this is seen as something of a stronghold for the Leave campaign. And as we've watched results coming in via a studio monitor lodged in the crab pots here, well, the sentiment of the Leavers has gone up and down. Joining me, 5 guests. Nick Harvey, a local fishmonger. You just had a shot in the arm in that we've had the Swindon result in, voting for Leave, 54%. Do you think that is a signal that the South West will go Leave tonight?
Yeah, we're going to follow suit with that. Absolutely, definitely. It's the fairest thing. I think the people who've been a bit undecided have crossed in the right box at the right moment.
I'll tell you what, one of the most memorable little tweets of this campaign came today from Jacob Rees-Mogg MP, who said, "Trust the fishmonger, not the scaremonger." Do you think in this entire national battle, this story about the fishing industry has had some kind of traction, even if only sentimental?
Chris, scaremongers don't know what's going on. Fishmongers do. That's why people ask the fishmonger.
Bit of a problem, Nick. with sound on you. Let's come to Terry Portman. Terry, you are a marine consultant, so working within the fishing industry broadly, but you want to remain. And that shows perhaps that Leave might not have the grip they think down here. Why do you, despite all the problems with this industry, think we should stick with the EU?
I think the Southwest is sceptical of Europe, so I think there's no doubt that Leave will win in the Southwest. But for me, I don't trust our government and our fisheries ministers to deliver a better deal for UK fishermen than they're currently getting.
OK. You're sitting next to Cheryl Murray here, MP for South East Cornwall. Cheryl, we've heard some kind of conflicting stuff tonight. We saw Nigel Farage there. It didn't seem to strike a tone of optimism. You've been out and about today here in the Southwest. What signals have you been getting? You of course, are a Leave campaigner.
Well, I've been knocking on doors in my constituency, three different estates in South East Cornwall, in Liskeard. Our returns, and it was only a very small picture, I have to say. We found about 80 or 90 people in on each estate.
Cheryl, let me just stop you there. Sorry, we're having a few problems with sound. We're expecting many more interesting results here. This seen very much as a litmus test for the Leave campaign, so do join us here on the Quayside later for more reaction. With that, back to you in the studio.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. Sorry about the sound there. These things happen. Allegra, maybe let's come to you to have a state of play for where we are. We've just had Hartlepool, haven't we? So
yes, but that's not surprising. I think,
no,
even though Lord Mandelson was once its MP, we thought it would go Leave, and it's gone pretty heavily Leave. But the trying to pick out some patterns, looking at Swindon, looking at Sunderland. If you think about Sunderland, it had the huge Nissan factory, and it was very clear about what it thought. It thought Britain shouldn't vote to leave the EU, and Swindon, a lot of people around there make their money from car plants too. And yet those people still were not persuaded by these warnings about the economy. That is what's so interesting.
Well, it's hard to read, as we've said, we're at the stage in the evening where it's hard to draw out too many patterns. Colin was just making the point that actually it's quite interesting that where communities seem to have spoken so far, they've spoken with a fairly clear and distinct voice, almost as if they're all talking to each other before they went to the polls.
This is sort of
Imagine that in a local community.
Groupthink within an area. But except an interesting result, you thought Dundee was quite interesting, because even in Dundee, it's Remain vote, but Leave gets 26,000 up there, nearly 27 actually. So there's quite a lot of pockets in places you wouldn't expect.
Colin, what do you make of the turnout in Scotland, such as we've seen? Is that referendum fatigue, or bit fed up of being spoken to by politicians from London, or kind of think, well, it wouldn't be a disaster if we left because we'd have another referendum and then we'd leave the UK?
All three.
Yes, all three. Maybe this is an indication of this isn't that much to do with us anymore, though of course it is. It's all been framed in Westminster terms. I think the blue-on-blue battles have probably been very off-putting for the people in Scotland, and I guess haven't received really much coverage either, because they're not terribly relevant to a nation where there's only one Conservative member of Parliament. That would be my thinking, and it just doesn't look very hopeful for Remain in terms of building, because I keep coming back to this point, every vote counts. And so in Dundee, if instead of 63% of people turning out, 75% of people turned out, then how many more votes would that have been to put into the Remain column?
OK, well, let's go to our political editor, Robert Peston, who has made his way to Abingdon Green and has there Yvette Cooper and Rupert Harrison, who used to work for George Osborne, I believe. I mean, I know
that's right.
I believe that.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. I'm here with the former Minister, senior member of the Labour Party, Yvette Cooper, Rupert Harrison, used to be referred to as the Deputy Chancellor, very close to George Osborne, used to work for him. Yvette Cooper, there was a sense in the Remain camp over the last 24 hours that momentum was with Remain, but actually early results do not, I think, show a very clear margin for your side of the argument. How do you think things will go through the night? Do you think you will emerge victorious?
Well, I've always thought it was going to be very close, and I don't think the results that we've had so far should be that much of a surprise if it's going to be close. And there's a lot we still don't know. I don't think anybody has the full information on where this is heading. But I think it does show really the pattern of a divided country, and that is going to be a challenge for us, whatever the result is, and a real task to pull the country back together again. We've got particularly divisions between the cities and the towns. We knew that the Tory shires were more likely to be voting to leave, but the cities more likely to be voting remain. We've also known for some time that industrial towns and coalfield communities were more likely to be voting to leave as well. And I think recognising the divisions and the genuine concerns of people who are voting out because they are feeling angry about the lack of economic opportunities, feeling worried about immigration, those sorts of concerns that I think the government has not listened to and has not responded to, and all parties need to respond to as well.
We'll come back to this issue of division in parties in the country in a second, but Rupert Harrison, the city was betting overwhelmingly that this would be a Remain victory. If we just see what happened to Sterling over the past few days, do you think the city has got it wrong?
I think it's important to say it's not just the city. I think it's hard to overemphasise the fact that the whole world is watching this. I mean, there are people in trading rooms in America, in Asia, trading sterling right now in Asian markets, seeing these enormous moves. And the city has fluctuated with the polls. So we saw a few days ago, last week, when people were thinking it was heading towards a Brexit, we saw sterling down towards 140, very, very volatile markets. We've seen a very big resurgence in the last few days. And it's right earlier on this evening, I think from some of the exit polls and some of the general opinion poll direction, we saw quite a lot of optimism. Let's come back to nervousness.
What's your own view? You're both close, you work in the city, but you're very close to the government. Where do you think we are?
I think I know as much as you, Robert. We are looking at some very, very close results coming in. I mean, as I understand it, a lot of these results, for example, that Swindon result, pretty much bang on what the Remain camp's model of a break-even result is. So
Swindon would imply more or less one vote in it, 50-50.
So I think these big London results and some of these Scottish results are going to be very important.
If it is, just a matter of a few votes, what does that mean?
Well, it is going to be a challenge, and I think the problem is I think David Cameron did launch this referendum without a proper plan for this debate right across the country.
The argument will just rage on, though, won't it, if it's as close as it may now turn out to be?
Yeah, I mean, look, if you have a Leave result, then I think that is going to be very difficult for the country. Obviously, we've got the challenges in the markets with investors pulling out, and there's going to need to be some really steady hands to hold the country together and to steer through what would, I think, be a very difficult course. If we vote to remain, which I strongly hope that we do, I think that will be far better in our interests of our jobs and our future. But if that happens, this also cannot be about business as usual. There has to be an understanding and a recognition of the concerns, particularly in the industrial towns and the coalfields, which I think have not been heard, particularly by the government, where there's going to have to be a lot of reform as a result there as well.
Rupert, just finally, if there is a Leave vote tomorrow, you work for the world's biggest fund manager. What will be the impact on the pound? What will be the impact on share prices?
Well, at BlackRock, people are watching this very closely. I think that these fluctuations in the pound we're seeing tonight are just an inkling of what we will get tomorrow if we see a Brexit. So the
pound would collapse tomorrow?
I think we see a very big fall in the pound. I think we're going to see enormous volatility in stock markets. And I think that for people watching, that might sound a bit abstract, but that is, I think, an expression of the deep uncertainty that is going to face businesses all around the country, and indeed in the whole of Europe. How can they invest when they don't know what is going to happen next, what their trading relationships are going to be? We've had a lot of predictions during the campaign. The economics profession amazingly united, saying this will be a negative shot for the British economy, and I think we're seeing indications of that in these market moves tonight.
Yvette Cooper, Rupert Harrison, many thanks, and back to you in the studio.
Robert, thank you. Well, one thing is for sure, Rupert Harrison's former boss, George Osborne, and David Cameron, the Prime Minister, did not expect that at sort of something like 20-2 on this morning that we would be at nearly 50-50, which is really where we are. That is not where they expected to be in this referendum, and it's an indication of how close and how interesting this night is going to be. We have had another result from Scotland. from East Ayrshire, a Remain victory, but again, a relatively low turnout. So it's turning into a bit of a theme in Scotland. Remain is winning, but on perhaps a lower turnout than we expected. And as you've heard from a number of people this evening, that could be critical. In places like Scotland, particularly in London, if Remain doesn't turn out the numbers, then that could have an impact. Colin, I can see you're trying to get in here.
Yeah, you were talking about Scotland, Tom, but just across the Irish Sea there's Northern Ireland, and we've had some interesting results from there. You said that they've been counted by constituencies, 18 constituencies. We're getting informal declarations. We've now had 2 results from, if you like, each of the communities. Right. 2 strongly nationalist areas, Foyle and West Tyrone, have voted heavily for Remain. On the other hand, 2 unionist areas, Lagan Valley and North Antrim, of course, are forever associated with Ian Paisley, and now, of course, his son, Ian Paisley Jr. In both those cases, they've voted for Leave. So we've got not only the Remain-Leave gap, but there's also seems to be a sort of a nationalist unionist gap building in Northern Ireland as well.
Well, this is a good moment to go and hear what Mark Mallett has got to say in Northern Ireland. Mark, what do you make of what you're hearing so far this evening?
Well, just interestingly, Tom, picking up on what Colin was saying there, looking at the turnout figures that we're getting through, we talked earlier in the programme about voter apathy and how the Northern Ireland electorate had possibly become politically weary over the last several months, given that there was an Assembly election at the start of May. But the turnout figures, we're looking at the mid-60s here, which is about 10 percentage points over and above the Assembly election turnout. So that's quite interesting. And also West Belfast, an area of West Belfast, of which is a very strong nationalist area, we're seeing turnout there dropping well below the 50, or just a few percentage points below the 50% mark, 48.85%. Now, I was speaking to a unionist MP just a short while ago, and he is a member of the Remain camp, but he had expressed a concern that the DUP, who of course have been campaigning for Northern Ireland to leave the European Union, he was saying that there was a suggestion that they really had mobilised their voters today and got them out to the polling booths, and his concern was that the nationalist side had failed to do that. I think that if we take on board what he's saying there, looking at that turnout results specifically for West Belfast, that really would suggest that he's bang on with that prediction.
Mark, thank you very much. Well, there you have perhaps a little bit of an emerging story from Northern Ireland. Remain not turning out the vote. We wonder if that's the story in Scotland. Let's go to Wales and Adrian Masters. What do you think? I don't know whether you heard Mark there and you've heard our discussion about Scotland. What's the picture in Wales, do you think?
The picture is a surprising one, and along the lines that I was telling you earlier on in the programme, Tom, and that is that Wales looks on course to vote Leave as a nation. One source has told me that out of the 22 local authorities, it looks like only 4 of those areas in Wales might have voted Remain, including here, Cardiff. We won't get a result here till about 3 or 4 o'clock, by the way. But a couple of interesting responses, virtual concessions, if you like, from political leaders on the Remain side here in Wales. A Labour source has just said, has conceded that Leave is picking up votes in post-industrial areas across the UK, including the South Wales valleys. This is interesting. They're blaming it on the timing of the election, so close to the National Assembly elections, which were in May. We always said the timing of the referendum was wrong. Holding it so close to last month's Assembly elections would impact on the results in Wales. That's Labour's view. Plaid Cymru, on the other hand, Plaid's leader Leanne Wood says the results on a knife's edge. She says that if Wales votes to leave, which could happen, she acknowledges, she blames the political elite in Wales for letting the people of Wales down. And on that score, austerity, not immigration, is what she says is to blame. So, very interesting setup here in Wales. We were told an awful lot over the years that Wales was pro-EU. These results seem to show that before they've even come in, seem to suggest that that's not the case. I talked earlier on about a grumpy Wales. It's going to get grumpier in the months to come, Tom.
Adrian, OK, thank you very much indeed. Well, we're still early days. We haven't had that many results, but a bit of a creeping picture emerging, one might say. Not sure that's English at this stage in the evening, but you know what I mean. There's a sense that things are moving in a certain direction. Let's come to Jane to see what we should perhaps I'd better say, read into that?
So what is very interesting tonight so far, Tom, we've been talking about different pockets of the country and Scotland and England. Let's just take a look at this map. There's a story that's emerging. If we look here, we've got the national picture here, and you'll see those areas of red that we thought would go red, perhaps not as red as they did in Sunderland and South Tyneside, where we have large Leave support there. But those areas on the blue, on the blue Remain side, we always thought we're going to go blue. Now, let's just focus in on Scotland and look at turnout. What we see there, we've got that turnout figure there at the top. You can see turnout in Scotland is 64.6. So that's pretty good by general election standards, not good for Scottish referendum standards. Now, just focus on that number and let's compare that to England. What we see now is turnout in England is much higher, around 70%. And we've got places like Kettering on the map there. If we just take a look at Kettering, Kettering's turnout was 76 down the bottom there, 76.4%. So the story that it's looking like tonight is one of the reasons it looks like perhaps Leave is a lot closer than perhaps some people were saying at the beginning of the programme, is because the Scots aren't voting in such high numbers as we anticipated that they might. So the Remain votes in Scotland aren't as big, because remember, every single vote counts. Yeah. The Leave votes are turning out in greater number. Now, the crux of this is that those Leave votes, while some were more strong than we anticipated, there's plenty of areas in England that we still think will vote Remain. If the turnouts are very high, for example, in London, then that could shift the balance back to Remain. So the puzzle is, the sort of interesting question is, why is turnout down in Scotland? We expected those bars to be that much higher, perhaps even driving the result for the rest of the UK. I think some wondered if that would happen. In fact, it's lower, so it's looking like Leave is edging ahead because the turnout in Leave areas so far is that much higher. We just don't know if that's going to be the picture as the night goes on. It could still go back to Remain.
OK. I guess it all comes down to London and the South East. Now, countries around the world are, of course, watching this referendum very closely indeed. Australia is among the first to wake up to the results. Here's how Channel 7 is covering it.
The first votes are now being counted to determine if Britain will leave the European Union. 7 News Europe Bureau Chief Hugh Whitfield is in London.
British Prime Minister David Cameron up early, eager to cast his vote for the European referendum, but it's not up to just him to decide if there'll be a Brexit.
Well, that's the news as it's breaking in Sydney, breaking similarly in Hong Kong and in China. Well, I was going to go to Washington and speak to Robert Moore, but let's leave that for a moment and go to Basildon. A critical count.
Act of 2015, and having been authorised to do so by the regional counting officer, I hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 98,062. The total number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 30,748. The total number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 67,251. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 63.
OK, well, there we have it. Basildon, out there in the east, a critical bellwether seat in elections, often seen to be one of those seats that determines elections, split between Tory and Labour. We're in a very different kind of night tonight. We always expected Basildon to go for Leave. Colin, do you read anything into the size of the Leave majority or not too much at this stage?
No, this is a pattern that we're now beginning to see, is that almost in every case, although we're not necessarily surprised by the direction of the result, the margin for Leave is bigger than we might have been expecting. And in those cases where Remain has won, and another result is coming from Scotland and Renfrewshire, for example, the margin for Remain is less than we've expected. So this is at still early stage. We still haven't heard from a great part of the country, but it's looking much better for Leave than it was at 10 o'clock, that's for sure.
And we've just heard Stockton on Tees has gone and Merthyr Tydfil have gone for leave as well. Again, you probably would have expected those on the pattern of the evening so far.
No, and again, with higher margins than might have been expected, especially perhaps in Stockton, 62%. Stockton's quite a variable place. It's industrial northeast, but it also has residential areas and a Conservative MP in the south of Stockton, albeit a Leave Conservative MP, James Wharton. Merthyr Tydfil, the first result I think we've had in from Wales, if I'm right. Valley's constituency, exactly the kind of people that Adrian Masters was talking about, feeling left behind, feeling that the post-industrial landscape is doing them no favours, the steel problems in Wales. It was always likely that the issues that would arise in the campaign, whether it's about immigration or about the economy or whatever, would play more to Leave's hands, and that Remain needed the risk factor. And it looks at the moment as if people haven't paid all that much attention to the risk factor.
We've got a result in from Midlothian and Renfrewshire, both kind of turnouts, sort of high 60s. I mean, a decent enough turnout, but not necessarily, both gone to Remain, but not necessarily turning out the numbers. I mean, Allegra,
still with that Midlothian one you're talking about, they're still getting 17,000 for Leave. As Colin keeps saying, you just need to be totting up to get past that middle point. Every single vote counts.
Are we going to get to the point where only a very high turnout for Remain in London is going to really twist this back the other way?
Well, yes, London has to come through for Remain, and that's what they are saying in the Remain camp this evening. But then think about that. If we have a result where London has delivered it for Remain, that is a particularly sticky situation by tea time tomorrow. But you can tell a lot by who is firing shots at each other. And tonight it looks like the Labour side is firing shots at each other. Chris Bryant's been caught at the stronger in party. Maybe you can ask Julie about it, saying, I won't use the rude term he uses.
Let's not,
even though it's way
morning.
past whatever bullshit. But basically saying he'd like to go and punch Ed Miliband. The recriminations are starting around why the Labour Party is in the state it's in at the moment. But one thing I would say is I'm looking at how many votes are in, Colin? It's 1.4 million out of 33 million.
Yeah, we've got a long way to go. Now, sorry.
No. Also, this, the Wales result. We were expecting, I think, tonight that Scotland was going to vote Remain, London was going to vote Remain, Northern Ireland probably vote Remain, Wales more likely to vote Remain than England. If the Merthyr Tydfil is indicative, and we're also hearing Leanne Wood, clearly the leader of Plaid in Wales, is expecting a disappointing, from her point of view, result as well. That would leave it looking very much on a knife edge. And as Allegra was saying, it was from any Remain victory would owe itself to London and Scotland.
OK, we're going to... we're just waiting for the City of London result, which is probably not going to tell us very much because it's a relatively small electorate, but it will be a symbolic Remain win in London. I almost got to Robert Moore a short while ago in our trip round the world to discuss world reaction. Robert, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. The Americans are no doubt watching with a great deal of anxiety the Leave vote creeping up here. What's your sense of what the American reaction's likely to be?
I think that's exactly the formula, Tom. The closer this gets to Brexit, I think the greater the anxiety here, particularly in the White House, the State Department, at the Pentagon. Look, there are a lot of factors at play here for the United States. There is economics, there's politics, there's national security. There's real concern about what will happen when Wall Street opens in the morning. The last thing this White House wants is kind of a major economic shock. There's the politics of this. You know, Washington wants a very pro-American voice at the heart of Europe, so that would be endangered by Brexit. And then there's concern at the State Department and over at the Pentagon that other countries might follow suit. Maybe Scotland would seek independence and to be part of the EU, and that would endanger the Royal Navy submarine base at Faslane that has obviously a lot of Pentagon people worried. So there is concern on multiple fronts. It's fair to say, I think, that the entire political and economic establishment favours Britain remaining as part of the EU, with one exception. Donald Trump is the one kind of political player here who appears to favour Britain leaving the European Union altogether.
Robert, in all honesty, do you think... I mean, we talk about, in the media, we talk about the special relationship a lot, perhaps too much. Nevertheless, you know, you think of all the many links in the intelligence world, in the foreign service departments. There are huge degrees of links between America and the United Kingdom. It's clear from everything you've said, from everything we've heard, that the Americans will be very irritated with us if we do leave. Does it go beyond irritation? Is that a proper step change in the relationship, in your view?
Yeah, I think it actually would. I think it's more than irritation. I think it's more than anxiety. I think it would produce potentially a fundamental change in the relationship. Look, Britain's an important sort of cultural, economic, political player here in its own right. That is true, of course. But we're also seen from Washington's perspective, particularly from this White House's perspective, part of kind of an attempt to try and stabilise Europe and to have some sort of military, muscular policy in Brussels. That's important if you're trying to confront kind of a resurgent Russia, for example. So I think on multiple fronts, the United States would see this as a really a source of more than grave anxiety. It would lead to a recalibration of the transatlantic relationship. I don't think that's overstating it. It's not to suggest that kind of intimate cultural and personal ties based on language and tradition would evaporate. They wouldn't. But I think it does mean that the US would be seriously rethinking whether its priority is in London or whether perhaps it will move now to Berlin, Paris, capitals like that instead. So I think it would be a significant moment, a moment of reevaluation of the value of the UK-US relationship.
Robert, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's go to James Mates in Brussels. James, I don't know if you could hear the conversation I was just having with Robert there, but we're at sort of the point in the evening where, we've clearly got to take very seriously the possibility that Leave is going to come out on top here. What do you think? We've talked so often over the past months about what the reaction of Angela Merkel or François Hollande really would be if we woke up to that world. What is your sense now in the middle of the night about the reality of what that would be?
If they do wake up tomorrow morning and find that we are voting to leave, it'll be a profound shock. I mean, they went to bed, they saw the polls, they saw the momentum, same as everybody else, and will have expected that, OK, this was a close call, but, we've got away with it and must think about what's going to happen. Well, if they wake up tomorrow morning, all bets are going to be off. It's going to be the most profound shock, I think, that this city of Brussels and all the institutions that make up the European Union, and indeed that the major capitals, Berlin, Paris, Rome, will have faced. And that's coming on top of the existing crises of the Eurozone and of migration. I'm joined here by Jackie Davis, who's a long-time resident of Brussels and commentator on EU affairs. What do you think the first reaction is going to be if people come into these offices in the morning and the news is Brexit?
Utter dismay. I mean, I think a lot of people actually are, like many people in the UK, staying up all night and watching, because although those polls were looking more positive, as you said earlier, there was a sense that this was going to be a close-run thing. I think what we have to understand is there will not only be dismay, utter dismay, to lose a country of the size and importance of the UK, but also a real fear about what this means for the European Union as a whole. There are people here talking, and they do not exaggerate, about this being the beginning of the end, that there could be a domino effect with referenda in other countries, and that not tomorrow, not in the next 2 or 3 years, but this could just start a tide that is impossible to stop.
So what do they do?
Well, the first thing I think they will do is they will try to stay calm. They will try to say, we are dismayed, we are saddened to see the people of Britain have taken this decision. We know that there is unhappiness with the EU. We acknowledge that. I think then what they'll probably do is not try to do anything immediate. They will say, we wait to hear what the British Prime Minister has to say when he comes to the summit next week, and what he tells us he wants to do, how he plans to proceed. And in the meantime, they will be meeting and trying to work out. Their dilemma is the following. Do they try to say, OK, it's a UK problem. The rest of us, the 27 of the rest of us, we're fine, basically. Maybe we even need something to show how unified we are, some great new initiative, some great new integration project. Many others here saying that would be crazy, that this would be a wake-up call about the problem in other member states. And the last thing people would want to see is people here in Brussels, around national capitals, saying, what we need now is more Europe. So I think they'll try and steady the ship.
But they have got this dilemma, haven't they? They need to integrate to make the euro work. They know that. They know they need banking union and possibly, more a transfer union. But on the other hand, they can see that not just the periphery, but big countries as well. Well, people aren't buying this anymore.
No, and that indeed is the problem. I think what they would argue is, look, we need to make our single currency work. We're in it. We will discover, if the British have left the EU by tomorrow morning or have voted to leave, just how complicated it is to unravel membership of a club like this, where everything is so intertwined. To do that on the scale of the Eurozone, a currency, would be enormous. So you're absolutely right. Their argument will be, those are the things we need to do to protect our currency. But others have been talking about, should we have a defence initiative or something else like that? I think the feeling here will be they will have to tell the rest of Europe, we are listening, we get the message. Quite what they do in the long run, no one knows.
Well, Jackie Davis, thank you so much for that. You're with us for the next few hours. If it looks like we are moving towards Brexit, obviously we'll come back and there's a lot more to talk about like that. But for the time being, Tom, back to you.
James, thank you very much indeed. And just to be clear, when we came on air this evening, I think most people felt that most of the polls that suggest Remain would probably come home. Where are we now? In the middle of the night? Well, we are clearly in the position where Leave could win. It's as blunt as that. And not that they will win, but they could. Let's go to Robert Peston, who is at Abingdon Green, just outside Westminster, and has Kate Hoey, Labour MP, and Ben Wallace from the Tories with him, I believe.
Hello, Tom. Yep, I've got Ben Wallace, the Northern Ireland Minister, very much on the Remain side, but I don't know if it's a paradox or not, a great mate of Boris Johnson, and Kate Hoey, very senior, respected Labour MP, very much campaigning for Leave. At the moment, it is too close to call, most people would say. Let's just talk a little bit about party implications of all of this. What do you think this result, if it is as close as it seems, means for your party, the Labour Party?
Well, I think there's been a lot of talk about what's going to happen to the Conservatives, but I think the big story tonight really is the complete disconnect between Labour voters in our heartlands and the Labour leadership in terms of the shadow cabinet and the view that they've taken on the European Union. So
just to be clear what you're saying here, your conviction is that hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of traditional Labour voters have voted for your side of the argument,
yes,
for Leave, against the wishes of Jeremy Corbyn.
Yes, we've seen this as we went around the country, that Labour supporters were not in tune with what the Labour hierarchy was saying, but also we're not winning back any of those Labour supporters that we've lost to UKIP over the last few years. And, they just haven't listened to the fact that there's so much dissatisfaction out there with the EU, translated into other things as well. And I think Labour is going to have to really look at what it's going to do to get those voters back, because it's not going to be easy.
Now, if in the end the Prime Minister gets a win, it may be by a smallish margin, even if quite a lot of Labour voters have voted against him, it will also be clear, most polls seem to indicate, that a majority of Tory voters will have voted against him, and he will therefore have won on the basis of a coalition, as I say, of largely non-Tories. That is going to put his own position in some peril, isn't it?
No, I don't think so, because, just over a year ago, the nation voted for him to be Prime Minister. He won a mandate. He was the first Prime Minister since, I think, the 1830s to increase the share of vote, increase the number of MPs. He has delivered on his manifesto promises.
But if a majority of Tory supporters have voted against him on this most important issue, people would say, actually, of our age, what mandate does he have left?
Well, I think, first of all, we have to see how the Tory votes fall. I think, remember, he is the Prime Minister of the whole country. He's the Prime Minister of Tory voters and even people who didn't vote for him. And he has to lead the country on the course that he thinks is right. I think he's done very well in that over the last 6 years. And I think he'll continue to do that. So I don't think, that there'll be a sudden schism within the Tory party. The Tory party knows very, very well that come tomorrow morning, our main concern is our rival, Jeremy Corbyn, probably the most left-wing Labour leader we've had for decades, and indeed getting on and doing the job and delivering the result of this referendum, whatever that result may be.
Now, if you win, it'll not only be a humiliation for David Cameron, it'll be a humiliation for Jeremy Corbyn too. Could he survive that humiliation?
Well, I think there are some people in our party who would do anything to get rid of Jeremy Corbyn. I feel sorry for Jeremy because I know that he's been in the same lobby as me on the EU for 27 years. He's then become leader of the party. He's felt he's had to keep the party together. He's been saying all the things about the EU that I've been saying and others on Labour Leave have been saying. The only difference is he's been saying he thinks it can be reformed. So I think there will be pressure now, but I feel in the end that it's going to be more about overall the party, even if Jeremy Corbyn was to go, and I don't think that will happen, the party still has to change its views. And as far as David Cameron's concerned, I think there will be a lot of questions asked about the way he handled this campaign. Even if the vote comes up and they Remain wins narrowly, he's the one who's led all these scare stories that clearly haven't been listened to by the public. It's gone over their heads because it's the first time they've had the opportunity to say, we haven't been listened to, you've called us ignorant, you've called us stupid, and you've called us racist. And absolutely people have fought back about that. They're fed up.
Incredibly briefly, your mate Boris, is he the next leader of the Tory party? And if so, when?
The Prime Minister, David Cameron is the Prime Minister, and we hope he continues for as long as possible, as long as he wants to. I'd like to see him go right to the next election, keep his word. He has delivered on his manifesto promise, he's delivered on election victory, and we would be quite crazy in the Tory party to get rid of the Prime Minister. I hope tonight he's going to deliver a victory on the Remain campaign, and let's get on with the main task, which is making sure we don't let Jeremy Corbyn into Downing Street.
Kate and I think we believe you. We're not 100% sure. So that's it here from the podium just opposite Parliament for now. Back to the studio.
Robert, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's just take a look at the state of play at this point in the morning. Turnout 69.2%, declared counts 33 out of 382. Well, you can see for yourselves, Leave ahead. You might say that doesn't tell us very much, given that we haven't had that many counts, but it's, of course, what we are and aren't reading into the counts that is critical. It looks as if Scotland is coming out for Remain. Well, we expected that, but not in the kind of numbers that perhaps Remain might need to at least be certain of victory. It looks as if Wales may very possibly have voted for Leave. That certainly wasn't what we expected at the start of the evening. And Northern Ireland is itself turning into an interesting picture. Let's just go to Mark Mallet to see what's happening there.
Tom, we've just had the count for the count finalised for the Belfast West constituency. That is the constituency where the turnout was below 50%. I do wonder, maybe Colin could clarify whether that is the lowest turnout percentage that we have had so far declared this evening of 48.85%. It has voted to remain as part of the EU. No surprise there, because it is a strong nationalist constituency in Belfast, and of course one would expect that nationalists who had been campaigning for the electorate to remain as part of the European Union, well, they have done that by quite a convincing majority, 23,000 votes cast to Remain, with 8,000 votes cast to Leave. But of course, just to reiterate the interesting anomaly that is Northern Ireland, of course there are 18 different constituencies here, but it all feeds into that one final declaration, and we are a few hours away from that just yet, Tom.
Mark, thank you very much. Colin, did you pick up what Mark was asking there about turnout in Northern Ireland?
I did, and he's right. It's the first one we've seen that's below 50%. And in fact, from memory, I think there have been almost none in England, Wales and Scotland that are below 60, hardly. But Northern Ireland certainly is not producing very high turnouts, and particularly in nationalist areas. West Belfast, of course, is a big Sinn Féin stronghold at constituency level. And, it's a 3-1 victory for Remain, but sorry to keep reiterating this point, there are crucial Remain votes that haven't been delivered because people simply haven't turned out.
We did have one result in from London, the City of London. I think what I didn't say in that state of play graphic is that until we get the big London results, the Wandsworths and so on, and perhaps the big inner city results elsewhere, it's going to be hard to read in to exactly how the Remain vote is turning out. Did you read anything into the City of London result either way? I mean, it Remain, but you expected it to be...
No, I mean, the City of London, the social housing in the City of London is not simply that a banker's living above the shop, as it were. So it's a more mixed population, I think people might think, but there are only 4,000 electors. Again, it was 3-1 for Remain, much as what we were thinking. But we had some signs that turnout in London may not be quite as much higher than average as it is in the rest of England. And again, if that were true, and it's been pretty rainy today in London, of course, that would also spell bad news for Remain.
I've just been told that the prediction, which may or may not be accurate, is that Wandsworth is 65% Remain. If that were true, what would you read into that? Not enough.
That was no less than Remain would have hoped for, but certainly not above par.
So it doesn't change anything. We're still on 50-50 as far as you're concerned. Well, there we are. It couldn't really be any closer, could it, at this point? I'm joined by Miranda Green, former advisor to Paddy Ashdown, and now a journalist. Suzanne Evans, of course, a passionate campaigner for us to leave the European Union over many years. And Aisha Hazarika, who used to work for Harriet Harman and Ed Miliband and many others, now a columnist and a journalist and an analyst and a comedian. You may need the last bit in the Labour Party in the worlds ahead. What do you make of what you've seen so far? This is probably not where most of the Westminster establishment expected to be at whatever we are, 2:10 in the morning.
Correct. I am having real déjà vu to the night of the general election campaign in 2015, where we all trotted in the establishment thinking, right, it's going this way, but as the night progresses, it looks like it could potentially be going another way. And I think whatever happens tonight, there's going to be a big aftermath of this. I think we have politically a very divided country. And if it is the case that it's a Remain win, but it is held up by Scotland and London, we definitely have a divided country. And that has major consequences for all parties, but particularly the Labour Party.
Suzanne, we're clearly at the point at this time in the night where Leave, you could win. You might win. Perhaps you have one. Yeah, well, it could be that's what everyone wakes up to in the morning. Do you worry a little bit? You know, I don't know how much you've been following the programme, but you've got Robert Moore saying there the Americans are really worried that this is the end of the special relationship up to a point. I mean, clearly the rest of the world does not want us to leave the EU. Let's be clear about that. Are you a little bit worried about what we've led ourselves in for?
The rest of the world is not going to go against the British government line in advance of a major election, a major referendum like this. If we leave, and I think we can, and it's looking very good for us, then the rest of the world, I think, will recognise that the British people have spoken. They recognise democracy, the big countries that we're talking about here. And it's simply not true that all of America wants Britain to stay in the European Union.
All of Washington, perhaps I should have said.
There was a major letter from various congressmen and women actually supporting the British right of the people to determine their own fate, and that they would actually back them if they Brexited. So I think there was quite a biased piece of analysis there. It's simply not the case. And of course, Obama is not going to be president for very much longer anyway. And whoever takes over from him will find themselves in this new world where Britain is going to leave the European Union potentially. And I'm sure they will deal with it.
We could have this slightly odd situation, though, where a lot of people, I don't know if you've heard tonight, but a lot of people talking about, particularly, for example, Labour voters, traditional Labour voters, angry, disillusioned, don't feel Britain is delivering for them, voting to go out. And you've got every economic expert that there is practically in the city lined up saying, don't do this, this is going to be a disaster. So people voting out because they're disgruntled and want to be economically better off and may end up being worse off. Do you accept that?
It was really very interesting, actually, because, of course, one of the things I've really enjoyed about this campaign is campaigning on a cross-party basis. And I was out a couple of days ago with a young Tory activist who was saying, I love this is great. We're in Labour heartland in the London borough of Merton, and I'm getting a fantastic reception on the doorstep. I'm not used to this. Labour supporters are passionate, on the whole, about leaving the European Union. And I think they've been very badly let down by their party leadership. Jeremy Corbyn has always been a Eurosceptic, and he seems to have now gone back on that particular point of view. So
could I just come in just on that?
Lost a connection here.
I think the issues with the Labour Party and the sort of working class disconnection, to be fair, go back way beyond Jeremy Corbyn.
Oh, of course they do.
And to be honest, I think a lot of the acute dissatisfaction with a lot of people in these post-industrial parts of the country have been, there are bigger economic dissatisfactions. They've seen their towns and their cities have the life and the prosperity drained away from them. There is a big north-south prosperity divide. There's also cultural issues as well. But I think people have seen immigration as the lightning conductor for a lot of their dissatisfaction, and then it's the EU. And just to end on my final thing, it's easy to stir up a lot of division and fear about things. Getting a plan to solve it is a lot more difficult.
Well, let's bring in Miranda here. You've called this a conservative psychodrama. One thing you can be absolutely sure about is that when David Cameron decided to have this referendum, this is not where he imagined he was going to be at this point on the night after it. What do you make of what's led to this? If, we're clearly getting a message, whether Leave wins or not in the end tonight, at this point in the evening, let's not doubt what the message is, because it's coming out loud and clear. What do you make is behind, what do you think is behind it?
Quite. I mean, whether Leave sneaks home or whether it's just a very slight victory for David Cameron in his huge gamble, you're quite right. The message is very, very stark. And I agree with Aisha. I think this has been a long time coming. Linton Crosby, David Cameron's great election guru, who won in the general election last year, likes to say, you can't fatten a pig on market day. If Leave wins, this has been a long time coming, and this is about a whole bundle of quite justifiable grievances, actually, that have been building up over time. And I think it's to do with how we do our politics and about people not feeling listened to. I think the great tragedy personally, is that leaving the EU will not solve those problems and will not address those grievances. So if Remain wins, I think it is an urgent task to try and work out why that prosperity is not being shared, why people feel they don't have prospects and they're not sharing in what the South East has.
Well, of course, I disagree. The EU has clearly been the root cause of many of these problems, and you look further afield than our country, you look at youth unemployment across southern Europe, it's absolutely atrocious. It's over 50% in some countries.
If there's an economic shock, it will be the most vulnerable that will...
Well, if there's an economic shock, we're going to be discussing it for a very, very long time, and I suspect if it goes the way it is, we're going to be discussing little else, but I'll probably be stuck in the studio for the next 3 weeks. Maybe that's a good thing, maybe that's a bad thing. No, don't give me an answer on that. Let's go to Damon Green, who is halfway across the English Channel, and I think at this point wondering what welcome awaits him when he gets to France.
Absolutely, very much as you are there. We're halfway between two outcomes. Behind me, 3 hours away, Portsmouth. Ahead of us, 3 hours away, the coast of Normandy. And when the guests on this ferry, who are all now tucked up in their cabins, all fast asleep when they went to bed, it seemed a fairly clear-cut picture. They'd been watching ITV in the lounge here, and they'd seen Nigel Farage made what looked like a speech of concession to all intents and purposes, and they went to bed thinking it would be fairly cut and dried. They'll be waking up in the morning, possibly to a very different picture, and arriving in France, possibly further away than the continent has been in their lifetime. Now, I'm joined by Christophe Mathieu, who is the Chief Executive of Brittany Ferries, which runs this service. As a Frenchman, Christophe, how has the referendum seemed to you?
It seems like a democratic process, and we have to accept that. But as a company, of course, and as a European company, we would very much prefer a Remain than a Brexit.
Because your company has really existed, the wealth and the success of your company has come from Britain's connection with Europe, hasn't it? You were founded to take British people to France and to bring French goods to the UK. Without this relationship, could your company thrive as it has?
No, for sure. I hope we would still exist, and I'm sure there would still be some relationship between the UK and Europe, but for sure this is not the spirit of the company. The company is all about linking the UK with the continent and free trade and free flow of goods and people. So for sure it would be a setback.
In your lifetime as well, the people who travel with you, they have French homes, they have built lives in France. England is closer to France than it's ever been. I mean, could it separate again?
I'm not sure if it would separate, but for sure it would be a stop in a way of living together. And yes, many British people have houses in France. They come and go, and they use our ferry, and they have access to national health in France, and very easily. All of that would change and would make things more complicated, for sure.
Mr. Mathieu, thanks very much indeed. A very unscientific straw poll that I conducted in the bar earlier. It was roughly 3-1 in favour of Remain. Many of the people on board this ferry have built lives in France. They travel very frequently, but very notably, there was very little passion on either side. There was nobody standing up and saying, yes, we demand to be part of Europe. People were happy to vote Remain, but they didn't do it with any great enthusiasm, and I wonder if that's a picture which will be repeated across the country.
Damon, thank you very much indeed. Now, it's just after 2:15 in the morning, and let's be clear about one thing. We are very, very close to the biggest political story of our lifetimes, leaving the EU. We can't say it's going to happen. As Colin has been saying all evening, it's very much on the 50-50 line, but certainly Leave is doing very well. Now, if we have a look at the state of play around the country, we can get some of the detail on that. Turnout 69.1%. The declared counts 41 out of 382. Leave ahead by 146,602. You can see the predicted winning post there. Colin, do you mind just explaining the predicted winning post? Because it's actually not quite as straightforward as it seems.
No, I mean, we know the electorate is 46 million. We think the turnout is about 71, 72%. That means we expect 34 million votes in total to have been cast, and the winning post is quite clearly the first side to get to half that total of votes plus one. So something just around 17 million is the likely winning post. But just to show you how early it still is in the evening, either Remain or Leave have got 15.5 million votes to go. We're still a long way away from that 17 million, however the pattern and direction may look.
You're a long way from bed, sorry about that, but stay with us because coming up we'll be in Hong Kong where the markets there are reacting to the latest results, and I'll talk to David Cameron's former advisor Steve Hilton, of course, is passionately in favour of leaving and insists that his former boss, David Cameron, would also be if he wasn't Prime Minister. Now, I'm told that Wandsworth is imminent. Now, you may recall that we've been saying for a while that we really need to know how these big London boroughs are going to vote. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Join me to the left of the stage, just at the bottom.
OK, we're to the left of the stage of the evening. Let's just... no, OK, we're not ready. For a moment there, we were... on the cusp of getting some sense of how London had voted. The critical question, of course, turnout and Remain majorities. Do they counter the effect elsewhere? Let's go to the city and Joel Hills because there's plenty happening there. Joel, I just apologise in advance if we cut out of you to go to Wandsworth, but what's happening with you?
Well, do you remember, Tom, we started the evening saying that the markets were betting on a Remain vote, and we did say if the narrative went against Remain, we'd probably see quite a strong reaction. I think we're seeing it. There is a way to go. The moment of clarity hasn't yet loomed into view, but some people, I think, have seen enough, and they're moving money around. I think if you look at the top four screens on this terminal here that Joe's sitting at, you'll see the one on the far left here. That's measuring the price of gold. You can see it's up quite sharply. The next screen along measures the pound against the dollar. You can see it's fallen very sharply. And the next screen across sees the pound against the euro. It's fallen less, but the euro has fallen too. Remember the existential crisis that we spoke about earlier in the programme. If Britain leaves the European Union, what does it say about the European project? What sort of market reaction is it going to get? And then the final screen here, and this is really quite startling, this is the prediction for the stock markets currently closed, but the FTSE 100 in London, the FTSE futures are betting that that market is going to open down just over 5%. The market in Germany expected to open down a similar figure. These are very large movements in currencies, and what you're seeing is what I suppose they call in the city a traditional flight to safety. An early sign, not of panic, but of high anxiety.
Joel, can you just give us a picture of what you think tomorrow is going to hold? If Leave has won, if that's what the world wakes up to tomorrow, are we talking crash territory? Where do you think it goes realistically? We don't want to talk the world into it, but just honestly, we've had so many predictions that the results would be dire. Is there any way of assessing just exactly how it's likely to go?
Well, look, there is a consensus that what you're likely to get is a very large, significant fall in the value of the pound. And the logic behind it is pretty uncontroversial, Tom. If Britain decides to leave the European Union, it will lead to a period of intense political and economic uncertainty, and there'll be an element of paralysis. Investors who were thinking of spending money in the UK will hold off their decisions, it's likely. You'll see exporters in Britain thinking, goodness, what happens next? In terms of the terms of trade that I'm I'm going to secure. Imagine this from the point of view of either a British supermarket, which is importing things from the continent and the prices they're going to have to pay. Imagine this from the point of view of a German car manufacturer selling cars into the United Kingdom. The value of the pound, if it falls significantly, will have an enormous impact that will reverberate way beyond a computer screen. I think, Tom, there's no way of knowing quite how the market will react, but certainly the consensus is, we spoke in fact on Monday to David Miles, the former MPC member at the Bank of England. He thought that a falls of 15 to 20% in the value of the pound on the back of a Leave vote were perfectly plausible.
Joel, one thing we haven't talked about this evening, we still go into the markets and borrow a great deal of money on a very regular basis. We're piling up debt still at quite a healthy rate, as you well know. What is likely to be the impact over the next week in what we're paying to borrow that money? And critically, you've seen George Osborne promise an emergency budget. I know this is a sort of political question, maybe quite difficult for you to answer, but is there a pretty clear logic to that in your view?
There's not yet, no, I don't think. And I think what you'll see is the Bank of England and the Treasury are on the sidelines monitoring what happens next. They, I think, will not be inclined to intervene if what you see is simply the market prices changing and settling at new levels. I think what they will be concerned about, Tom, is if they see very sharp lurches, if the bottom falls out of a market, if buyers and sellers retreat and you see prices suddenly moving in very dramatic ways. The Bank of England's on the sidelines, as I say. It has the power to intervene. It has foreign currency reserves it could use to support the pound. It has the power, of course, to raise interest rates if it deems that necessary. But I think you've got to consider two things. If the pound were to fall very significantly against a series of currencies, as a net importer of things, prices in Britain would almost certainly rise in the short term, but also over the long term. You would see holiday currency, the value you get for your pound, change overnight. But over a period, we'd start to notice other prices going up too. But the bank would have to offset that against the impact it's going to have on the economy. Tom, remember, going into this campaign, the economic consensus has been absolutely clear. If Britain was to leave the European Union, the short-term prospects would not look good. That message, I think, has been repeated. Clearly, in terms of the opinion polls, it hasn't seemed to register for whatever reason.
Joel, thank you very much indeed. Well, we've had a few results. Glasgow's gone for Remain, but not with a huge turnout, it has to be said. We've had Lambeth, though, go fairly heavily for Remain. Colin, can you just bring us up to date on what you make? We've said all along, we're waiting for Wandsworth. We've said all along that critical is going to be the turnout for Remain in London. Does that begin to turn the tide? What's your view on Lambeth?
Well, the result in Lambeth is a rather bigger victory for Remain than we might have expected, I think. And Lambeth was perhaps not one of the places which would necessarily be on the Remain strongest of all boroughs in London. Turnout at 67%, also reasonably respectable. So that's the first bit of decent news, I think.
OK, and we're going to Falkirk now, so let's just hear what we get from there.
The number of votes cast in favour of leave the European Union was 34,271. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows: no official mark, none. Both answers voted for, 7. Writing or mark by which the voter could be identified, 2. Unmarked or void for uncertainty, 35. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 44. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
OK, so Falkirk coming back for Remain. Again, no surprise. A kind of, I suppose, a respectable turnout. Colin, what do you think? Does this form into the pattern of Scotland not turning out in quite sufficient numbers, or is it edging up?
It's exactly the Scottish pattern. It turned out 4% down on the general election. And remember, they had Scottish Parliament elections only a few weeks ago, which will have put some people off as well. And then the victory for Remain, fine, but not as big as we might have expected. So, again, better news for the Leave side than the Remain side because of the margin. OK, well, I've got Amber Rudd, the Energy Secretary, sitting here, and I'm just so close to speaking to you. But Wandsworth is declaring, so can we hear that first?
For the Wandsworth voting area, at the referendum held on the 23rd of June 2016, under the European Union Referendum Act 2015, and having been authorised to do so by the Regional Counting Officer, I hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 158,018. The total number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 118,463. The total number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 39,421. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows: no official mark, 0. Both answers voted for, 55.
Well, Remain has won and won big in Wandsworth. And the picture, is this changing the picture nationally, is really the question of the moment. And I'm going to wander over so I can be in the middle of Jane and Colin here as I try to work out what that means. Jane, maybe we can start with you. Well, actually, Colin, can I begin with you? Wandsworth, let's just deal with Wandsworth per se. What do you make of that? Higher than you thought?
Much higher. And isn't this interesting? We talked to the general election of London as another country. Labour did pretty well in London in 2015, not in the rest of the country. Same tonight. Remain are doing very well in London, better than we expected. But can London make up for the deficit which seems to be coming across the rest of the country? Because whilst the Wandsworth returning officer was announcing the result, we had other results come in from places like Burnley, which were clearly in the Leave camp.
OK, well, that's the question. Jane, can you answer it?
So this is the picture so far, Tom. We've had low turnouts in Scotland, so that means that Remain hasn't had the votes that Remain expected to get, or we thought Remain would get. We've also had really high turnouts in Leave areas, much more passion in those areas. But now we've got a couple of results that look like Remain are starting to edge ahead. Now, let's just have a look at some of the groups, and this is going to tell us a story. There are going to be lots of grey areas in these groups. There are many of those groups of people that we expect are more likely to support Remain. Professionals, those areas of the country where there are lots of professionals. Now, look at Oxford and Lambeth and the City of London, very small area, but nevertheless Lambeth and Oxford delivering higher shares for Remain. But look at all those grey areas. There's all those areas that we think are going to vote for Remain that haven't yet declared, and that result for Brentwood was expected. It's a very strong UKIP area. Let's look now at those areas of the country where there's high proportions of graduates. Similar picture. What you've got there is you've got Scilly, East Renfrewshire, the City of London, and you've got those grey areas. There's lots of areas where the graduates we expect to be more likely to vote Remain, still yet to declare. There's going to be a picture emerging in this story, as you're going to tell. Let's look at areas where there are lots of young people.
All stories take time to unfold.
These are the areas of lots of young people. Those areas that have declared for Remain, but there's still lots of areas that we expect to declare for Remain yet to declare. And then let's look at those areas where most people have passports, the higher numbers of people with passports, all around that London area. That's where we're expecting to see Remain do very well, and to do very well with high shares. So if it weren't for the fact that Scotland wasn't turning out in the numbers we expected, if it weren't for the fact that those Leave areas were having high turnouts, we would be looking at a very different picture. But my point is, the picture could very, very certainly change as these other areas start to declare as the night goes on.
Well, I expect we haven't heard from many of the cities. We haven't heard from Bristol. We haven't heard from much of London. We haven't heard from Manchester. We haven't heard from Liverpool. Still an awful lot of the night to go. I am going to go and chat to Amber Rudd in a moment. But first, let's just go and have a quick word with Julie.
Yeah, Tom, welcome back to the Remain party. A busy scene, as you can see, and a couple of big cheers went up with an awful lot of relief in the air within the last few minutes, not least, of course, for Wandsworth, but also for Lambeth too. I was talking to Will Straw, who's a key player in the Stronger In campaign, of course, and also to Nicky Morgan, the Education Secretary we were speaking to earlier. They were saying, Nicky Morgan said to me, she goes, this is getting a bit frisky, were her words, but they were longing for those London results to come through, just as Jane was talking about there, and I know you've been chewing over too. They were focusing intently on those results, and really that is emerging just in the last half an hour as being a really key factor in here, in is how much that turnout and how far London goes in voting for Remain. So that's the story of the party so far. People staring intently at the screens, waiting for the next bit of news to come in, Tom.
Julie, thank you very much indeed. It's getting a bit frisky, Amber. Maybe the quote of the night. It certainly is. It's certainly getting interesting.
I think it was always going to be interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people took false comfort yesterday in those sort of apparently last-minute polls, or indeed the betting markets, which seemed to have decided that it was going to be a Remain win. But most of us thought it was going to go right to the wire, because that's what we were hearing on the doorstep and talking to fellow MPs. We knew it was going to be incredibly close. And, you know, it's clearly going to go right to the edge all night.
Have you been out and about in London today? It looks as if the turnout in London may end up being perhaps the critical factor.
It does. And the weather, I'm afraid, hasn't helped that.
Somebody has tweeted that wouldn't it be an irony if we went out of Europe because of the rain? But anyway, that's probably
and as the
not
climate
the right
change secretary, I don't want to be blamed for that.
Right.
But I was in Hastings today, and there was a lot of enthusiasm. But you know, you, if you're campaigning one way or the other, you end up being surrounded with is the people who support your view.
Yeah.
So you don't always get the best view there. So, but I can hear what's being said around the table here and in other places that we're waiting to see what happens in the big cities.
Let's just ponder for a moment. It's clearly possible that Leave will win. What do you think the next few weeks looks and feels like if Leave have won? What does the Prime Minister do? Does he want to stay? Presumably he would have to for a bit. Is it credible in the long term? How bad do you think the market and the economic impact could be? What's your sense of what we'd really be looking at? If we're at breakfast tomorrow, it's Leave. What does the next fortnight seem like to you?
I think we've already seen the indication, haven't we? When the Sunderland result came out, the pound fell quite dramatically. You know, the markets are going to be opening in different parts of the world shortly. We will be able to see what's going to be happening before the result is declared. And I don't think it's a pretty picture, as Colin has said. You know, all the markets, all the indicators have been saying that if we vote to leave, there will be consequences in the economy, and the Treasury and the Bank of England will be standing by. We already saw that there was some pause over investment in terms of concern that investors had in the UK about if we voted to leave, and we'll see how far that goes over the next few weeks. But can I just come back to the fact that we still remain hopeful that we're going to vote to stay, and whatever the outcome, I can see that a lot of Conservative MPs have been coming forward, particularly the Leave campaigners, and saying it must be David Cameron who stays on, whatever the outcome. So I'm confident that he will be steadying the ship, whatever the outcome.
He may well be steadying the ship. If we voted to leave, it's quite hard to imagine him as still the party leader in a year's time. You had some pretty choice things to say about Boris not being the man you wanted to have drive you home at the end of a long night, or even perhaps a short night.
Boris can't stop offering me lifts in his car now. It's all in the best of humour, I can tell you.
Can you imagine, really, Boris as leader of the Tory party?
I'm not even going to speculate on that, because we've got a leader of the Tory party, and the Leavers are going around saying at the moment, whatever the outcome, he must stay, and that'll be important for stability.
Okay. I just want to bring Allegra in here, if I might, as well, because we've been talking about this all evening. It isn't one truth that even if you win, the country's never quite going to be the same again, in the sense that we've had this enormously close vote, and it is clear that a lot of people are incredibly disillusioned with the way things are going. Would you accept that this is an extraordinary night, even if you win, really?
It is an extraordinary night, and, that's a point that we've been trying to make for the whole campaign, that this is an extraordinary opportunity to reaffirm, I hope, our position in the European Union, or to go out of it. It is a momentous decision. So it is an important night. But the fact that it's very close doesn't mean that the vote wasn't important. The fact that it's very close in a way means that we had to have this argument. We knew it was going to be close, and it's been close for years, really. Some people have had this rumbling dissatisfaction about the European Union. We had to have this debate and have this referendum.
Do you think it's even about Europe, though?
Or is it about immigration?
Oh, obviously, it's taken in a lot more than that. But at the core of it is people know what's on the ballot paper. That's the question that had to be asked. And whenever a referendum was going to be held on this, more things were inevitably going to be packed into it. But we had to have a referendum.
But can you make offers on immigration in the next few months?
Make offers on it?
Yeah, say more to people in Newcastle and Sunderland who obviously feel that was what that isn't being controlled.
But I don't think it is just that. One of the things I think that if we do vote to stay, which I sincerely hope we do, one of the things we've got to do, I think, is demonstrate to people why it is in their interest, and not just in the interest of what people call elites or experts, but in everybody's interest. And we've got to make sure, and one of the things we committed in the manifesto was to make sure that more money goes to the areas of higher immigration. And we've got to deliver on that so that people feel the benefit rather than just feeling that it's all working against them.
Do you accept that this isn't it? Well, if you win, even if you win 55%, which doesn't look particularly likely, but just suppose you did, realistically, it's not going to be it.
No.
Because the people, whether it's immigration or whatever, people's concerns are bolted around Europe now, and we're going to come back to this.
Absolutely, I accept that. I mean, I accept it in terms of working out what the questions are this has raised, the government's got to try and address, and also in terms of the relationship within the European Union the country would like to see done better, and we'll have to lean into that.
OK, Amber, thank you very much indeed for coming in to join us. Now, we said earlier in the evening that one of the places where they are watching very keenly and awaiting the result, not least because it could have quite a significant impact on them, is the Costa del Sol, where many Britons live, and Geraint Vincent is with them. Geraint, over to you.
Well, Tom, nerves are keeping quite a few people up here in the port of Duquesa, where most of the population is, in fact, British, and there weren't many cheers in here in the bar where we are when those early results from Swindon and Sunderland came through. It's a fair bet that most of the British expats that live in Spain have voted to stay in the European Union. I'm with two of them here, Alex and Daniela. Alex, why is it important for you to stay in the EU?
Well, I'm an English solicitor and a Spanish lawyer. I've lived in Spain now for 13 years. We act for clients buying, selling, inheriting properties in Spain and doing business in Spain. And a leave vote would cause an enormous amount of uncertainty for our clients and for our business. We'd see the pound slump against the euro, which would cause, again, a lot of uncertainty. So I believe it would be bad for my personal business and our lifestyle here in Spain.
And Daniela, you're an accountant, aren't you? And you're building a house here in Spain, and you commute every day to Gibraltar. So the stakes are high for you, aren't they? You've got a lot to worry about.
Very high. I mean, the border issues to get to work may mean that I don't have a job within the next 2 years. Also means I can't pay for my house, which is half built. The rate also is a big issue because obviously in Gibraltar we get paid in pounds and then we bring our money over into Spain and spend it in the euros, so the rate's really important.
Now, what have you been saying to people back home? Because I know that you've got some family members who you've had to convince to vote Remain, haven't you? What are the sort of things you've been telling them, and what have they been saying to you as to why they're thinking about or were thinking about voting in a different way?
Well, the main arguments from them have been immigration
Right.
and the NHS, and obviously I've done a lot of research for myself because I like to be well informed, and I've kind of counteracted their arguments on the immigration front and also the NHS. So hopefully they change their votes.
And just tell me from a personal point of view, Alex, I mean, there's every chance at the moment still that you might wake up tomorrow morning, well, later this morning, and, you know, your status, your legal status here, perhaps even, is completely different. I mean, that's quite a worrying thing, just from a personal point of view.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it causes a lot of worry and concern, not just for myself, but also for a lot of expats who live out here in Spain. We don't know whether we'll require a visa to come back into Spain or to live here. You know, we're going to have that pound-euro issue, so if we do receive pensions or salary in pounds, then that's going to cause an issue for us because it's going to cost us more. And also, a lot of people who live here can plug into the Spanish health service, and if there's a vote to leave, then we're not too sure whether we'll still be entitled to those rights.
And what do you think, Daniela, about the prospect of the Spanish government, you know, behaving in a vengeful way or in a vindictive way post a British Brexit? What do you think the possibilities are of that?
I think the possibilities are quite high. The EU had to step in about 2 years ago at the border because they were causing massive delays. There were stories of pregnant ladies being sat in cars for 10 hours trying to get out of Gibraltar to come back to their other children here in Spain. So I think the fact that Rajoy has already said to the Spanish public that he's going to cause trouble at the border, I don't think they'll close the border, but I think they'll make it so difficult to cross and the free movement across the border that it might as well be shut.
OK, well, thank you both very much indeed. So, a lot of apprehension here, Tom, pretty subdued atmosphere, and that's not just because it's, 3:30 in the morning. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much indeed. Well, we've said over the last hour or so that we are now literally hanging on every result from London, because that may give us an indication of whether Remain is turning out in enough force in places like London to counter the effects of places like the North East, which are clearly in large part going for Leave. We've had a result from Hammersmith. Colin, do you want to fill us in on what we can and can't read into it?
Well, again, the Hammersmith result is part of the London pattern. a larger majority for Remain than we might have expected, but turnout not quite so enthusiastically up as it is in other parts of England who have been voting for Leave. And that encapsulates the problem that Remain has had so far.
Is there any way of kind of getting a sense of whether these quite big majorities in London are big enough, or you haven't shifted much from the 50-50 position you were in a while ago, which is that you see little to break us out of that deadlock?
I think that's right.
Not that I want to put you on the spot or anything.
London is clearly going to have an impact on the overall pattern. It's just a question of whether it does so sufficiently to break what on the whole has been a direction of travel that has favoured Leave, I think, almost everywhere, including even in Scotland, because although Scotland is clearly going to vote for Remain, it's voted for Remain by a less large number of votes than we expected, because turnout in Scotland has been rather lower than we expected. Indeed, the political recriminations in Scotland have already started as well as to you know, who should have been persuading Remain voters to go to the polls. So
we've got Perth and Kinross just come back, Remain with a turnout of 73%, but again, and maybe is a little bit higher than we've seen elsewhere, but it's not exactly changing the picture. Allegra, I guess the truth of this is that this is forget a tale of two cities, this is a tale of two countries. I mean,
Indeed. I mean, we've just got in from someone in Stronger In, the campaign to keep people in the EU. They were really, really down, I'd say, about an hour and a half ago. But now, actually, if you look at our numerical tally, actually, technically speaking, Remain is in the lead. And I'm not saying that's where it ends up, but things are zigzagging, crisscrossing all night. And they're saying, actually, they don't think that their results have so far been catastrophic. The only one they feel was very, very bad was Newcastle. And actually, for me, in the early part of the evening, that was the most significant one. It's technically a Remain win, but was way too close
than where we expected to be. Well, you'd expect, perhaps at this point in the evening, people to be switching off their mobile phones and getting off social media and going to bed. I'm not encouraging you to do that for a single second because we are right on a knife edge here. But that isn't what's happening. I'm told that activity on social media is going up. Nina Hussain has a bit more on that.
Yeah, Tom, you're absolutely right. I think with every twist and turn, and clearly this story is unfolding, it isn't over yet one way or the other. Twitter, this is what's happening right now, and we're seeing spikes. People haven't gone to bed.
Yeah, this is a graph that shows the live updating data throughout the day, throughout polling day. You can see there was enhanced activity during the hours that the polls were open. When they closed and we got Nigel Farage's concession that then seemed to go back on, we had a big spike. Then it went a bit flat. After that, the results started to come in. As you can see, every result's come in. There's been more and more conversation, despite the fact we're quite late into the night now.
Spin me through the leaders and who's being talked about most. If we look at this, Boris Johnson, you know, such a key figure in the Leave campaign, not being talked about much at all. Look at David Cameron.
Yeah, this reflects the last half an hour on Twitter. And we can see Boris Johnson, he's gone up slightly in the last few minutes, but David Cameron is really being talked about the most. And I can show you kind of a snapshot of why we think that is. If you look at some of the tweets that are being sent, George Eaton saying, if you're an anxious Remainer, think what it's like for Cameron. We've got other journalists saying, Alex Salmond makes a good point. Cameron called a referendum not to change anything, but to maintain the status quo. Hardly an inspiring mission. Celebrities getting involved too. We've had Lily Allen tweeting, even if we Remain, I'm still sad that everyone's clearly so unhappy. David Cameron, I think you'll go down as one of the worst PMs ever.
Lily Allen not holding back there.
And then it's not just the focus on David Cameron. We've seen with all these results that are coming in, everyone's changing their view. The International Spectator said that they're reducing their chance of the Remain victory down by a few percent a short time ago after the Newcastle and Sunderland result. And we're also seeing big changes on the betting market. Jim Walton of BuzzFeed flagging up that enormous sums are being bet on Leave right now and the odds are collapsing. And that sporting analogy has been taken on a bit further by some people on Twitter. Sporting's accounts tweeting gifs saying watching the EU ref results is like watching a penalty shootout for 5 hours.
Robbo, there's still a bit of Twitter left on, still a bit of humour left on Twitter. I've also got with me Owen Jones from The Guardian. In terms of social media, in this campaign, especially in comparison to the general election, how key has it been, do you think?
Well, it's certainly played a big role. I think the problem is, if you look at the last general election, Labour threw quite a lot of Twitter, the Tories threw quite a lot of Facebook. And actually, you know, if you take the last general election, the Tories only had a lead amongst people over the age of 44. exactly the sorts of people who are significantly less likely, of course, to use Twitter. It is disproportionately people who are younger, who have university degrees, who use Twitter. Facebook's more representative. So I think actually on Twitter there will be lots of people now feeling quite dazed and confused. They're looking at a TV screen and it doesn't seem to match or tally with their Twitter timeline. I mean, people said about the last general election that if it had been Twitter, which, the results of the election had come from Twitter, then Labour would have had won a majority of 150. So I think that's the danger always. Twitter's very good at mobilising often younger people and reaching those people, but it can become an echo chamber. Facebook actually can be far more effective if you're trying to reach a far broader section of the population.
And very briefly, your assessment of the level of the campaigns and the conversations on Twitter and Facebook. It's been at times very demoralising.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a campaign full of vitriol and venom. I've received death threats and threats of violence myself, others have as well. And, as a country, I think with social media, we talk in a way we wouldn't normally speak to each other in real life. But I have to say, I look at my Facebook feed and I see people I grew up with in Stockport, and those are people who are often voting for Leave. On Twitter, I see people I know often in London, and they're voting strongly for Remain. But this is a very divided and fragmented country with lots of animosity, and that is obviously finding its expression on social media in often pretty disturbing ways. There's no question about that.
Absolutely. Owen Jones, thank you. And obviously, as the result comes in, we will still be left with this situation, presumably, that it is a divided country, whatever the result.
Nina, thank you very much indeed. Well, at this point on election night, there were many big stories, one of which, of course, was what was going on in Scotland with the SNP's total triumph there. It looks as if Scotland is, again, a little bit the story tonight, expected to go in a major way for Remain, but the turnout is a factor, and the recriminations have already begun between the SNP and the Labour Party in Scotland as to whether the SNP could have done more. Everywhere you look, there is a different kind of politics. Wales has gone where we didn't expect it. Northern Ireland, the nationalist turnout is much smaller than we thought it would be, and we await to see whether London will turn out in sufficient numbers for Remain to begin to turn the tide. But we're not at that point yet, and there's no particular reason at this stage in the evening to assume it's going to happen. So plenty to talk about. Robert Peston is still on Abingdon Green. Robert, I don't know where we'd start at this point in the evening, really, except to say that it is eminently possible at this stage in the morning that we are leaving the European Union.
It's eminently possible, as you say, that British people have voted to quit the European Union, and we might talk about the consequences of that in a minute. But whatever happens, we are witnessing an earthquake. The result is highly unlikely to be decisive in favour of Remain. The Prime Minister will be sitting in 10 Downing Street now, knowing pretty much that the best he can hope for is a very narrow victory, and wondering whether he is safe in his job in those circumstances. Because what we will have witnessed is vast swathes of this country voting against him on the most important issue of our age.
Well, Robert, what do you think? I mean, one of the things we haven't talked about very much this evening is this notion that you've got a very Europhile House of Commons, and we know what we might have voted against if we voted to leave. We don't want to be part of the European Union. We don't really have any idea which of the many models available we want. How do you think, we've talked a bit about the economics and how that might play out. How does the politics play out? Does David Cameron stay? Does he have Michael Gove sitting next to him? How do you think it plays out?
It's inconceivable that Sir David Cameron could stay in those circumstances, simply because voters wouldn't trust him to negotiate the kind of out, however vague you think it is, that they would want, because he has been so passionately in favour of in. And so it is, one of the many reasons why it is literally inconceivable that if we vote for out, that he can stay in office. My own view would be, however, that this would not be a rushed negotiation, partly because you could not rush a replacement for him as leader of the Tory party, or indeed as Prime Minister. I would expect him to stay till the Tory conference, while the Tory party got its act together to work out who were going to be the candidates. MPs would have to choose a couple of candidates, which would then be put to Tory party members, all of which would take some time. And, you've heard from Joel that there have been extraordinary falls already in the value of the pound, just on the expectation that it doesn't look like a clear Remain victory. If we vote for Leave, the pound will plunge tomorrow. And, big institutions will have been taking big positions in the last few days. There will be massive losses. I would expect Bank of England intervention to, in a sense, reassure the markets. But during this period of turmoil, we would want some stability. And certainly, I think, for a period, you would expect the Prime Minister and the Chancellor to stay in office, but no longer than is absolutely necessary to put together a government that would negotiate a credible leave. So we're talking about probably, in the circumstances of a leave vote, David Cameron staying in office no longer than the next Tory party conference in September.
Well, Robert, I'm told you have Vince Cable there with you. If so, I was going to say I can't see him, but.
No, he's just here on my left. And Vince Cable, one of the things I did want to ask you, just as somebody who was a London MP for quite a long time, how do you explain this extraordinary gulf between the apparent passionate enthusiasm for staying in the European Union of London, because we are seeing really high percentages for Remain in London, compared to the rest of the country?
Well, there's variation even within London. If you see some of the results, the East End is very different from South West. London is, as we know, reasonably cosmopolitan. We saw the results of the mayor election, which confounded the kind of negativity of the campaigning. London is. I think the issue we're now facing is whether the weight of London plus Scotland is sufficient to outweigh almost everywhere else.
And what's your judgment? This is on the narrow issue of what the result is going to be tomorrow. Right now, where is your money?
Well, it's beginning to look like Leave, or at best a wafer-thin majority for Remain, and I think what
are the implications of a wafer-thin majority or Leave?
Well, I think the implications are very, very major, both economic and political. Economic, we probably will have a bloodbath in the financial markets, but in a way that's not the issue. I think there's the real economy impact. A lot of investment hasn't happened. People have been waiting for the air to clear. It isn't going to clear. So, the economy tipping down quite badly in the short run, and then in the long run, all the agony of endless negotiation, uncertainty. This is something we've been warning about and being accused of scaremongering, but it is real and it is to be faced. And then politics, David Cameron's position perilous. The Labour Party has performed abysmally, and they're outside London, they've become a London party, and how all that resolves itself, we don't know. My party put up a plucky fight. We were united, but it wasn't enough.
Your party was in favour of a referendum. Was that a catastrophic mistake?
No, we weren't in favour of this referendum. We've always taken a slightly purist view that if you have a big constitutional change, you have to have a referendum. But this was just the government trying to resolve an internal problem in the Tory party. We opposed it. Nick Clegg and I and others advised Cameron not to have a referendum. Had we been in a continued coalition, we wouldn't have had it.
Is that right? Because my memory was you were constantly saying it needed to be put to the people to resolve the issue.
Well, I think making this distinction, there had to be a constitutional change. Just having the referendum to resolve internal debates in the Tory party was a bad move, and I think a lot of us advised that it would have very bad consequences, which I fear it has.
Vince Cable, many thanks.
Thank you.
OK, Robert and Vince Cable, thank you very much there. Well, things are moving all the time. You may have seen on your screen a short moment ago that it actually was 50-50 at one point briefly. That is the story of the night. We've just had some quite big results in from Islington and I think from Liverpool, if I saw rightly, as that went past. Colin, can I just bring you in for a moment there? What do you read into those?
Liverpool, important result, a big place. Remain, but again, a bit less than we would have expected on a 50-50 outcome. So still the direction of travel looks, at the moment, towards Leave.
OK. Jane, can we come back to you? Wind our minds back a long time, and Steve Hilton, who I'm just about to talk to, well remember this. David Cameron's Let Sunshine Win the Day speech. Then Lynton Crosby came along, and he's run in recent times, both for the Scottish referendum and the general election, some very, very negative campaigns. We called it Project Fear, but his view was that it worked. Doesn't look like it might have worked. In your view, why not, if it hasn't?
That's right, Tom. So if it is the case that Leave is edging ahead tonight and it looks like that's happening, then it really does beg the question of whether Project Fear really fell on flat ears. One of the things that we studied what really does motivate voters? We saw in our word cloud that Leave voters just didn't list the economy at all, so that wasn't a message that was going to resonate for them. We also saw in our data that more people thought immigration would get lower if we left the EU than thought that the economy would take a hit. So in that sense, the Leave campaign had the advantage on that message. But it was also the case that when you actually analyse what does drive those votes in kind of statistical modelling terms, those people who were going to vote Leave, they just didn't vote on the economy. Like all of those analyses that we've done with our 30,000 voters, it was the one thing that didn't matter. Now, that's unheard of in kind of psephological terms. The economy not shifting people's votes. It was shifting votes for Remain. Those people said they were going to vote for Remain and undecided, but not for Leave voters.
So really not at all. Fear, the Project Fear simply didn't have any cut through.
Yeah.
And what is the balance between hope and fear in terms of what did and didn't have an impact?
So we asked our 30,000 people if they thought the Remain campaign had focused more on fear or focused more on hope. And we can see the results of those survey questions. And what we see there is that, yes, very much the Remain campaign was by far seen as more based on fear, playing on people's fears, and that tiny percentage there of only 16% thinking that the Remain campaign had a hopeful message. Now, obviously, as you started, I think, this discussion, the idea has always been that fear was going to be the more powerful motivator. You can look at also the Leave campaign. It was also true for the Leave campaign that people also thought the Leave campaign had also played more on people's fears. So we can't rule out the fact that fear could have had a big impact. It might just be that fears about immigration were more of the overriding concerns than those fears about the economy, and perhaps people just didn't believe those fears. And as I say, those people intended to vote Leave were completely discounting them.
OK, Jane, thank you very much. Well, as I said, this is a good moment to bring in Steve Hilton, once David Cameron's closest advisor. Steve, now, I can remember you and I being on that plane to hug huskies out in wherever it was.
That's right, a long time ago. Yeah.
I can remember you writing speeches like, "Let sunshine win the day." And then David Cameron met Linton Crosby and it all went very Project Fear-based. Let's just start with the basics. Is your former friend, former boss, finished as Prime Minister tonight, in your view?
I think not, and I think he should not be. I think both those things are true. I think that I don't detect any mood in the party to make that happen. But I think it's more than that. I think that those of us who wanted to leave the EU primarily because we feel it's undemocratic, unaccountable, takes power out of people's hands, I think that the idea of deposing an elected Prime Minister who's elected to serve a full term because he's lost a referendum is just as undemocratic. I just think that's completely wrong.
But even if you didn't depose him, wouldn't it be completely bizarre to have a man who's just staked his entire career on a choice and told everyone many times that it would be an absolute catastrophe if we left? How can that be the right person to put Humpty Dumpty back together again?
He also said not that long ago that if Britain voted to leave, Great Britain would be great. We'd do fine, we'd flourish outside of the EU. So he made that clear. And I think that the idea that at this point, when we've, I hope, made a really big change, it is too early to tell, but if, as I hope, that's happened, that's a really, really massive change to the country. I don't think we need to make another big change at the same time.
What does your hunch tell you? You've sat through many campaigns.
I just honestly feel it's too early to say because, as we've all been discussing, the London result could have a big impact. I think it's too early to say, but what I would say is that, honestly, whatever the result, I think it's interesting. It's kind of what you were talking about with Amber earlier. I think the Leave campaign has won the argument because what's really happened in this campaign is a real sense of an uprising against the way the world is organised, the concentration of power, the idea that people don't have enough control over the things that matter to them. And they've had enough of it. And it's not just actually about the EU, it's about lots of other aspects of their lives. But the EU is such a great example. And I think that's what's really come out in this campaign.
Do you think the EU is the right enemy? I mean, I take your point. We see Donald Trump rising in America, whether he gets elected or not.
Yeah.
Although if this night ends up going the way we think it is at the moment, who knows? Anything's possible out there. But, I totally accept. In the last general election, we had Scotland going a totally different way and sort of wiping out Labour. And I can remember sitting here watching the screen as Labour MP after Labour MP, left the stage for good. But Is the EU really the target that the people who voted this way tonight, or are they just disgruntled in your view and feeling economically left out? What do you think lies at the heart of this?
I think it's fair to say that blaming everything on the EU is just completely wrong and out of proportion to the reality. I think that the underlying argument that connects all of this, I think, is this sense of a lack of power and control over things that matter. That includes the way your schools are run and the health service and the way that you're treated by big businesses. It really isn't just the EU. But the EU does bring all that together. It is the case that immigration can't be controlled by the British government that people elect. So I think the argument, for example, about immigration that we've been talking about genuinely isn't about what is the policy on immigration, should we have higher or lower immigration. It's about this sense of frustration people feel that they elected a government that promised to do something and then discovered that it couldn't. And that's underlying all this sense of power over the things that people care about.
Can I just bring a leg in? Can you imagine David Cameron really wanting to stay when this is done?
I do actually think he has a strong sense of public service and he will hate the idea of doing it and be crushed. But I think he will. I think he would, as long as 6
months, a year?
Yeah, not very long. And I think that it will become quite clear that he's... The two things become...
Argument.
Well, he's your friend.
He's been elected.
You know him best.
He was elected last year in an election to serve a full term. In that election, he stood on a manifesto of having a referendum. There wasn't a condition attached to it, which is, well, if he loses, then he's going. It could have gone either way. And so I think it's undemocratic to say that he should leave before the end of the term that he was elected to serve.
The philosophy of that is great, but the practicality of not having his heart in it, can he really be the person who negotiates on your behalf with Brussels?
Yes, and I think for the reason that you give, which is that I completely agree with you, he has an incredibly strong sense of duty and an obligation to be a good steward of the country. That's what drives him.
I have one more question. Can I give you one more question, which is, what do you do with Parliament, where most people, most MPs didn't want a Brexit? How do you get anything through?
Well, I'm not sure about that. I think that there are many Tory MPs, for example, who, out of loyalty, supported the Prime Minister. You can understand why. But I think a lot of people have made this point. If he'd have actually come on the other side of the argument, he'd have had a completely united party behind him.
OK, well, this is a good moment to get into... We could carry on with this all night. This is a good moment to get into the state of play at this point in the evening, and then we'll go to Leave to see what the reaction is there. As you can see, Leave just ahead. I should say that we've just had a big result on a big turnout in from Richmond upon Thames. A big turnout in favour of Remain and an 82% turnout, which suggests, in Richmond at least, which is not necessarily representative of London, as anyone who lives here knows, is turning out heavily for Remain. Let us go to Rohit at the Leave camp. Rohit, we started at the beginning of this evening with you suggesting that things looked a bit gloomy, but the night is turning out to be a slightly better one for the Leave camp so far.
The mood here has absolutely changed over the last 5 hours. It started here as a case of, let's celebrate regardless, to the mood here being now, let's potentially celebrate the result. And they're just celebrating another result that's coming through now. I'm in fact joined by Aaron Banks, who is exhausted. Who is exhausted, but as well as being exhausted, is a UKIP donor. Right. You've bankrolled this Leave.eu to the tune of
about £6 million.
£6 million. So you're Britain's biggest Brexit donor, perhaps.
I guess so.
How are you feeling?
I don't know. It's still very close, isn't it? We had a poll out straight after the poll shut that said 52-48, and it looks like it's going to be that result, but it's still very close. There's big numbers of votes to come in.
Do you think you won this?
I think we have, but I think it's still too early to definitively say that. There's a lot of London to go, a lot of city areas. It's impossible to tell, but it's looking quite good.
In your mind, what does the result that appears to be emerging tell us about what's going on in the country?
I think win or lose, and we could still lose this by a small margin, but I think it's a gigantic kick up the back of the establishment to say, listen to the actual voters. The Labour Party has been the Remain vote's been obliterated in the north. They've made their views really clear.
But if you do lose this by a very small majority, do you not then look back on this campaign, look back at moments like that poster accused of being racist last week, and then think, why did you do this?
Well, look, the fact of the matter is that the two dividing lines were immigration, and that the Remain thought that economy was the big thing. And I think actually it didn't do any damage whatsoever. It really didn't. I think politicians and the elites are rather sneering at people that talk about immigration. But I think people understand that it's a proxy for the health service, for the education, the whole range of different things. And I think they're making their views heard.
But whatever the result here, do you not fear that we're seeing the emergence of two countries here, of perhaps London, maybe Scotland too?
I like to think it slightly more optimistically than that. I think I was never against the European Union on ideological grounds. I wanted it as a trade bloc. And really it's gone beyond that. It's tried to merge and political union. I think this may be the wake-up call that's required to actually make the European elite think, well, actually, we've got to change direction. So
Have you spoken to Michael Gove, to Boris Johnson?
No, I don't really like Tories very much.
To anyone senior in the vote leave number?
No. I mean, from our point of view, it's probably been positive. We've run two different sorts of campaigns. I think Nigel and UKIP have done tremendously well. He won the referendum. And I think it's a bit like the guy at Procter & Gamble said. You said who won this, who didn't. He used to say, well, 100% of our marketing works, but we don't know which 50% of it. We'll never know what won it or lost it. That's politics.
And lastly, if you don't win this, does Nigel Farage, who you've been so close to for so long now, he has to resign tomorrow, does he?
Ridiculous. This is a wonderful result, win or lose. And I think if you think about what the establishment has thrown at Nigel, thrown at the Leave campaign, I include Boris and Gove in that, they've tried everything. They've been negative, they've said a third world war, a recession. I mean, they've thrown absolutely everything at it. Football stars, the Archbishop of Canterbury. I mean, there's no one they haven't thrown at this. And to get a result like this is a collective rejection of this type of politics.
OK, thanks very much for your time, Aaron. And so the optimism's growing here, but that's an assessment that is really not based on a very great deal of scientific polling so far, but based on their initial assessments of the results that have come in.
OK, Rohit, thank you very much indeed. Well, the science and the polling does seem to suggest, and the results indeed does seem to suggest that Leave is edging towards very, very slowly upwards. And could the tide be turned? Well, yes, it looks as if it could, if the likes of London and Cardiff and other places like it come back very, very heavily for Remain. But it looks at this point in the evening as if Remain has the job to do in order to get back in the running, making this sound like a football match, which it certainly isn't. But it's much closer at this point in the evening than we thought it would be. Let's go to Plymouth now and get a sense of how the people with Chris Choi are reacting.
Tom, I'm on a pilchard boat with two staunch Leave campaigners from the fishing industry, and they've been full of smiles, as you can imagine, as these results have been rolling in. First of all, Andy Giles, you've been a fisherman for 30 years. Is there a sense tonight that this could be the moment you've been waiting for?
Yes, that's right, 30 years. So tonight could be exactly what we've been fighting for this last couple of months, so hopefully so.
And Jim Portas, you represent a cooperative of trawler owners. I mean, just look at the results from the southwest, firing in just over the last few minutes. West Devon voting 53% Leave, West Dorset 51% Leave. We've had Weymouth 61% Leave. Is this going to be region-wide? Is this going to sweep the board in the southwest?
I'm sure it is. Coastal communities love the fishing industry. They've supported us through thick and thin for the 30 years that I've been involved in the industry with campaigning to save Britain's fish, and it seems that that community has really got behind us through the vote yesterday and with these results coming out today.
And Andy, is this just about the fishing industry, or has there been something about the way this story of the fishing fleet has hit home with people, that away from all the dry statistics of this referendum debate, it's had a much wider impact?
I think you're right, yeah. We had a big flotilla that came up to the Thames, which I think has opened a whole new area of people that the fishing was forgotten about, and they thought, well, hang on, these guys are working hard. They're fighting for their living, which is...
So you think this very human story has radiated into landlocked parts of Britain and had an effect on the votes that we're seeing.
I think you're right, yeah, definitely.
Jim, whatever happens in this vote, things aren't going to change very rapidly, are they? Let's say that Leave does win this evening. You're still going to have to face a lot of renegotiation.
Yes, certainly. Regulations take years and years to be made in the European Union, and it'll take a long time for Parliament to react to this. And we've got at least 2 years of all the same regulations before there are any changes.
You say this, Jim, but isn't the underlying problem with the whole Leave campaign that you now be negotiating with European neighbours from a very different standpoint? Why should they give us a good deal when it comes to fishing rights?
Well, we've got a good barometer with Greenland, with the Faroes, with Norway. They have successfully negotiated with countries that are their neighbours and with the European Union. And I've got no reason to suspect that we will fail in that regard.
It does still seem to be very much on a knife edge, particularly here in the southwest. I mean, West Dorset says it all, 51% Leave. Do you think if there is a Remain vote, you've still made progress?
For sure, yeah. We've made the politicians sit up and take notice of the fishing industry. So I'm hoping that even if we remain, that they will say, hang on, the fishermen have had a raw deal. They re-look at it, and help us out a little bit.
And what would happen? I mean, if we did have that Leave result, will members of this fishing fleet start to disregard the rules that have been the framework for this industry?
Yeah,
for
I don't
decades?
think so. As Jim said, it would take a couple of years or more before we start seeing new rules coming in. So we've still got to abide by the rules that are set at the moment. So I don't see anything changing. Definitely not for the foreseeable future, anyway.
Jim Portas, if it's a Leave vote, you guys are going to start pressurising, aren't you? They're talking about a 2-year renegotiation process. You're going to be right in there saying, never mind 2 years, we want changes far more quickly.
Well, I'm very pleased that I've got the years ahead of me to be able to do that, to be able to sit at the table with ministers that have made promises, administrators that will have to sit up and take notice. And even if we remain as a result of this vote, there will be some significant changes that the fishing industry deserve to have.
Finally, in a nutshell, I mean, sentimentally, having been in this industry so long, tonight with what's going on around, your feelings with the results we're seeing?
Very excited so far, very excited.
Andy?
Yeah, I'm over the moon, yeah, definitely. Can't wait.
There is a lot of excitement. Some of the boats are still out at sea. When they come back, many of those fishermen will be hoping that when they hit dry land, it will be a country with a very different relationship with our European neighbours. Back to you in the studio.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. Now, you may recall I said at the start of this evening that whilst it might be a while till we could say definitively what the result was, once our political scientists, principally Colin and Jane here and their teams, were convinced that the data had begun to settle down into a pattern, we would put up our probability graph. And we are now saying here at ITV that there is a 75% probability of a Leave win. Having said that, let me put in the caveats. We are still, as you can see from your screens, a long way from having all the results in. There are plenty of results still to come. It is still theoretically and mathematically possible that if Remain does incredibly well in the places we've been talking about, in London and some of the urban centres and so on, that trend might begin to reverse. But the reason that we've put it up is that the data has settled down, and there does, at this stage in the evening, at least appear to be a trend. So, Jane and Colin. Jane, maybe I can begin with you. We've got to put in lots of caveats because the trend can change, but that's the way the story of the night is going as we see it now.
That's right, Tom. For Remain to win, Remain would need to do better in those areas that we expect Remain to win overall. But they'd have to do lots better in order to revert this trend. And what we're seeing is where Remain are winning, they're winning at around about the level that we expected them to, rather than outperforming. So Leave have been outperforming what we expected in the areas we thought we'd vote Leave. Remain need to outperform in the areas we think are likely to vote Remain. Now, one additional caveat is that, as I was saying earlier, the areas that we have yet to hear from are the areas that we expect to be more likely to vote Remain. So there is still that uncertainty, but with the data that we have so far, it's not looking yet like the tide is turning.
Colin?
Yeah, what we've been doing is we've now had 142 declarations of the 382, so that's a third or so, I think my rough maths is right. And result after result after result that's gone through, Leave are doing better than we expected them to do by 2 or 3 percentage points against that benchmark we talked about earlier in the evening as a 50-50 result. Now, we're not saying what the final percentage outcome is going to be, but the direction of travel is clearly in favour of Leave, with the one exception of London, but everywhere else, in England, in Wales, where Leave are doing very much better than I think people expected, and in Scotland, where there's been a lower turnout and the margin, Remain are going to win Scotland easily, but the margin between Remain and Leave is much narrower than we expected it to be in Scotland. And I'll come back to my theme of the evening, because everyone's vote counts equally, whether you're in Land's End or John O'Groats. The fact that low turnout and lesser victory for Remain in Scotland is making a difference.
Well, let's just recap for a moment if we're right, and that is the caveat, if we are right. This has been a very long campaign. The Prime Minister, the Chancellor and many others lined up numerous economic experts to suggest that it would be at least a disaster and possibly worse if we left the European Union. At one stage, the Prime Minister even suggested that it might lead to war. We had numerous people in authority, all the living ex-Prime Ministers, putting their reputations on the line to say that it would be a disaster if we left the European Union. If we are right, the country has not listened to them and has decided to go its own way. An enormous, a fascinating step, to say the very least. Let's get the reaction of our political editor, Robert Peston, to that. Robert, what do you make of it?
It is momentous if we are right that we are heading towards the exit from the European Union. We talked a bit about the short-term impact on markets, but, you know, let's be clear, the implications for pretty much every aspect of public life are huge. I myself don't believe that David Cameron would be able to stay in office, so we would be looking at a leadership election for the Tory party. Actually, some might well say that if you have a new Prime Minister elected by Tory MPs, we might be looking at a general election. That new Prime Minister might want a mandate of his own. Quite apart from that, there are huge uncertainties about our relationship with the European Union. We don't know what kind of trading relationship we will have with them. We don't know what kind of security relationship we will have with the European Union. We don't know what kind of trading relationship we will have with 53 other countries where the trade deals that we currently benefit from are trade deals negotiated by the European Union. This is a very courageous, brave decision by the British people. The British people were constantly warned by the Remain side that there were huge unknowns here. Boris Johnson and Michael Gove said to the British people, look, we're a confident nation, we can cope with these uncertainties, negotiate our future. You know, it's going to be a testing time when we find out whether the uncertainties and the costs of those uncertainties outweigh the potential long-term benefits of running things in our own way. If we are right, I don't want to exaggerate this, this is history. This is, you know, probably the biggest political event anybody of my generation, I'm in my mid-50s, has witnessed.
Robert, thank you very much. Well, the Prime Minister is still the Prime Minister, the government is still the government, and Julie is with Stephen Crabb, who, of course, replaced Ian Duncan-Smith after he resigned in the Cabinet. I believe that's who you've got with you, Julie. What's the mood there?
Well, I'm just about to put the statistic that we've had on screen, Tom, to the Work and Pension Secretary, Stephen Crabb. The probability factor of 75% for a Leave win, heavily caveated, of course. We know that there are still results coming, and we're looking at those figures on the screen. Do you acknowledge we could be on the brink of leaving the European Union?
Well, I acknowledge it's far closer than anyone would have liked at this stage, but let's bear in mind that we're not even halfway through the night yet. We've still got more than half of all results still to come. It is clearly going to go right down to the wire. So For me, I think it's a bit too early to be making any probability calls about what we think the final outcome will be.
Yes, I'm not sure quite what result that was coming in, but there are people now talking about directions of travel alongside the probability figure that we've just put up. You must acknowledge that this could be a moment of history. You could be looking at this eventuality.
We could be at a turning point, and clearly, as I said, none of us would have wanted us to be at this point in the evening so close in the polls. I spent most of the day outside London, and the feeling that I had wasn't quite as buoyant as my colleagues who were in London during the day were reporting. So clearly you've got some big geographical divisions within the country. I think there's all kinds of other divisions as well, generational, social class at play here as well.
What are you hearing from inside government tonight?
Well, it is very early days. I mean, it's a very fluid situation.
They must be worried sick at this stage, presumably.
Well, we've gone into this referendum with our eyes open. We wouldn't have made that decision as a government, and David Cameron wouldn't have made that decision as Prime Minister to have this referendum without entertaining the real possibility of it going either way. So we're going into this with our eyes open. Let's see what the rest of the night holds. We're not even halfway through yet, but we've got some way to go.
Why didn't the warnings apparently work? The warnings that were put out from all the experts wheeled out on behalf of your side of the campaign?
Well, in the days and the weeks ahead, we can pick over the reasons why certain areas didn't vote quite the way we might have expected them to. But I think clearly for me, there's one fundamental theme, which is the fact that we just struggle to really connect with the white working classes. Even in those old industrial areas where European money had helped revitalise areas, which had helped bring in new manufacturing investment, our messages about the clear importance of the European single market to those white working class areas, I don't feel really cut through.
The Prime Minister can't stay on, though, realistically, can he?
It's essential that he does stay on. There isn't anybody else around the cabinet table or outside the cabinet who's got the kind of leadership ability to get this country through what's going to be quite a challenging period now in the weeks and months ahead, and it's essential that David Cameron stays on.
Very briefly, butterflies in your stomach tonight. How are you feeling at this point?
Yeah, it's very close. It's a nervy moment. But as I say, we're not even halfway through the night yet, so let's see what the outcomes are in 2 or 3 hours' time.
Stephen Craft, thank you very much. Back to Tom.
Julie, from a rather sombre Remain campaign, let's go to Leave, where we expect the mood to be rather different. Rohit?
Tom, the mood, by the look of it, is absolutely different. When that ITV News analysis came up on screen a few moments ago, there was an almighty roar in this room, and they've been chanting out ever since. Have a look around here, actually. Have a look around here. I'm actually... This is, and actually look at this cake, Tom, that they've got prepared. They're ready to cut any moment here. Some of the guests here, Aaron Banks, the UKIP donor, just leaving. Nigel Farage has gone off to go to sleep. But I want to point out here's Corbyn over there, who won't talk to us on camera. He is the brother of the Labour leader who has commended the work of his brother, Jeremy Corbyn, but who says that he is a committed Brexiteer. And Tom, let me leave you with a picture from here and a little bit of the atmosphere. The optimism has certainly grown over the last 5 hours or so.
Well, there you have it. That is perhaps the picture of the night to date. They certainly think they've got it. It is a quite extraordinary moment, not just in tonight, but in British history, quite frankly. Very few people thought we'd be at this point, least of all David Cameron, but we certainly are at this point in the evening. One place where they didn't particularly want to hear this news is the city. Joel is there. Joel, it's not been a pretty picture in terms of what they wanted to hear. What's the reaction at this point in the evening?
Well, look, the markets have been incredibly volatile, Tom. The phones have been ringing in, clients have been placing orders, trying, obviously, to make positions where they think they're going to make a bit of money on this. This is all about, in this sense, having a bit of a flutter. But since we put up the probability, our assessment of the likely outcome of the referendum, there has been another move in the market. We can see here that the price of gold has moved up, but this is the chart we really want to look at. This is the measure of the pound against the euro. As you can see, the early optimism for Remain early in the day there. This is the Sunderland result, a sharp fall, another sharp fall when the odds seemed to suggest that the direction of travel was turning. There was a bounce after Wandsworth, but we've seen the market fall again. The pound is down 5% against the dollar. On the next chart here, against the euro, it's down 3.5%. The euro has also fallen in value. And on the far side here, we can see this is the expectation. The London Stock Exchange, closed at the moment, will open at 8 o'clock this morning. The futures market is betting that stock market, the 100 companies, the total value of those 100 companies will close down 5.5%. Let me show you one more thing, which is really interesting. ITV has called its probability odds. The bookies. Now, you go back to 10 o'clock this evening, and here they are. Bet365, Sky Bet, Betfred, Paddy Power, Ladbrokes, they're all here. Their odds, they were predicting very firmly the probability of a 75% Remain victory. Those odds have all gone into reverse. You can see one by one, all of them now offering odds on for Britain to leave the European Union. I'm joined now by Joe Rundle, who's the head of trading here. This is quite a remarkable turnaround.
No, this is, and actually while we're on air here, we're seeing the pound make new lows. And this is the market really waking up to the realisation that we are going to see probably now a leave from the EU, and that is going to cause some significant issues tomorrow.
The people watching, Joe, will just see lines on a screen. This will be impenetrable. They'll get the sense that the pound is moving. But put this in context. On an average day, how often do you see this?
These are once in 5-year, 10-year moves. The moves we are seeing here are moves that you would see over a whole month, and we're seeing these moves in a matter of seconds, and they're on the basis of polls, results coming out. But it now is the trend really does look like we are going to leave, and we are probably going to see more moves like this and bigger moves like this, and they're going to gather speed as it becomes more and more clear that we are going to see this leave.
OK. We heard an interview earlier between Robert Peston and Vince Cable, and Robert asked Mr Cable what he thought the likely reaction would be, and he said it would be a bloodbath if Britain votes to leave, a bloodbath on the financial markets. Is that what you're expecting?
Yeah, I think now the markets are expecting that, and we are beginning to see this. These moves, although they, as you say, they're lines on a screen, they are tantamount to bloodbaths. They are that big, and I think we'll probably see some more significant moves if this momentum gathers speed for the rest of the evening. And then I think probably the medium term is going to be significant moves and uncertainty on the stock market, the financial markets here. And this could become the new norm as we see uncertainty and new deals being put in place. So this could be bloodbath every day.
OK, over your right shoulder, Joe, we can see that the FTSE future, FTSE 100, now expected to open down 6%. For now, though, back to you in the studio.
Joel, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's just recap on what we're saying at this point in the evening. We believe our political scientists Colin Rallings and Jane Green and their team believe that there is now a 75% probability of a Leave victory. That certainly isn't where we started this evening, but that is where we are at this point in the morning. Let's go over to James Mates now in Brussels. James, as we've talked about already this evening, this is absolutely not the message that European leaders wanted to hear, nor the one, frankly, that they expected. What do you think their reaction really is likely to be, and their next moves when they wake up in the morning?
Well, the next move, of course, is really not theirs. That's the interesting thing about this. Referendum is not legally binding as such, in the sense that it doesn't trigger anything automatic. So they simply have to wait and see. If this turns out to be what the result is, they simply have to wait and see what the British government is going to do. Are they going to come to them and say, look, can we renegotiate? Well, quite a lot of people have ruled out that possibility because of the effect it would have on everybody else if Britain was seen to get its way in this way. Are the British government going to come and say, oh, look, we've had this election, this referendum, we voted to leave, we're leaving, we're going to trigger the leaving mechanism. Now, that's a very interesting thing. When the Lisbon Treaty about 10 years ago was negotiated, a lot of people, particularly in Britain, said, look, how can we carry on in this organisation? There's not even a way of getting out of it. So they said, all right, we'll write in a way of getting out of it. And they did, and they called it Article 50 of the Lisbon Treaty. And this is something we are all going to hear a very great deal about in the next few weeks and months, because that is the way of getting out of the European Union. But what they must wait for here, the European Council, is for the British government or any member state to turn up and say, we now wish to trigger Article 50. It puts in place a 2-year timetable, can be extended but is unlikely to be, at the end of which you are out whether you like it or not. In the meantime, and this is important, all the rules and laws of the European Union continue to apply to Britain. As of tomorrow morning, we are still full members and will be until the very day we leave.
James, for now, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's just have a quick recap on the state of play, which you can see over my shoulder here. We have had 172 counts. Leave is ahead. But as you've heard already, our political scientists are pretty confident this is now a trend. And we're putting the probability of a Leave victory at 75%. Well, I am joined now by two people you will, I'm sure, all recognise. Liam Fox, former Defence Secretary, amongst many other things, and Alistair Campbell, who I think at this stage in the morning I can say honestly needs no introduction. Well, here we are. I guess the obvious question is what happens next. Liam, perhaps I could just begin with you. You said that it wouldn't economically damage us, certainly not in the medium term. They're talking about a bloodbath in the city overnight. Does that bother you, or do you think that'll just play out?
I think that's inevitable, given that the expectation from the polls was that Remain would win, and now the British public have taken a different view. There'll have to be a correction for that. I think more importantly is the political stability here. I think it's therefore essential for David Cameron to continue as Prime Minister. I think that we need to get that political stability and continuity so that we have as little disruption as possible.
But honestly, his credibility is shredded, isn't it? I mean, you know, I've followed David Cameron right from his early days. I've seen every, rise and fall. He never imagined that he'd be here tonight. Let's be honest, he didn't. And can he, whether he continues for 3 or 4 or 5, do either of you think his credibility is up to another year or two in office?
Well, I think it's dependent upon the support he gets from his colleagues at Westminster. A lot of us had already written a letter for tonight. I actually went to see him a couple of weeks ago on this very point and said, if the Leave campaign wins the referendum, as the Prime Minister who brought us the referendum, you have a duty to see it through. And I think he's got a strong sense of duty, and I hope that he will recognise that he will have the support of his colleagues if he chooses to do that.
Alistair, what happens next? I mean, we are in uncharted territory here. We've heard Robert talking about this is a moment in history. Well, it sure is, but none of us can accurately predict what happens next. I've heard it said that there should be a cross-party negotiating team put together to work out. And what's your sense of the next few steps in this unprecedented territory?
Well, first of all, we're going to get the whole result. And as your analysis says, the trend does look to be heading towards a Leave, but I don't think that's a given yet because some of the big cities have still to vote. But whatever happens, this is uncharted territory. I think even a Remain win now, a small Remain win, I think throws up all sorts of really big political questions in the air. So if it is Leave, I think what happens next is that there does seem to be this desire of the Conservative Party that David Cameron stays. Whether he can stomach that, I think, is a question. I suspect he probably would. I think within the Labour Party there are going to be all sorts of questions for the leadership.
When you say questions, is Jeremy Corbyn finished as leader at this point?
I don't think there's anybody who can seriously think that Jeremy Corbyn connected with so many of these people who have been lost. And we saw what happened in Scotland, and I think we're now seeing something similar in parts of the north of England. I think that the whole question of the union now comes into view because Scotland has voted, I think,
Do you think another referendum in Scotland is inevitable off the back of this?
I think it's very likely. And I think in this mood that there appears to be about politics and politicians and the world, I could see them winning it. And then I think you're into all sorts of stuff. So I think within the European context, I think James is right. I think and by the way, I don't think they'll be asleep. I think they'll be watching this.
No, I suspect they won't be asleep.
And I think I don't think they expected it. I'll be honest, we were talking about this earlier. I've been slightly worried this is the direction it's been heading in for some time, because when you do have such an overwhelming volume of opinion pushing in one direction, but it just wasn't pushing the people back, pulling the people back, then you've got a really big problem.
I think everyone watching this, whichever way they voted, whatever their view, is going to be thinking, oh my God, good or bad, what happens next? Because we are in uncharted territory. So let's just keep our eyes forward. I mean, do you think a referendum in Scotland, I mean, just as one possible scenario, do you think would you agree that's inevitable?
I don't think it's inevitable at all. I don't think there's any great desire amongst the Scottish people to go through yet another referendum process, not least because the economics are even more adverse now than they were at the time when the last referendum was
I think there is a strong
held.
desire to be in the European Union.
Well, of course, that they would have to weigh up the different elements of that. I think the Scottish Government would have more trouble getting it. They lost their majority in the Scottish Parliament at the recent elections. So I don't think that's inevitable at all. I think what people have not noticed tonight is the story of Wales. Wales overwhelmingly voting to leave. And this was coming. Those of us who campaigned, again, we were talking about this earlier, campaigned in the Welsh elections earlier on this year, you could feel it very, very strongly. And this referendum tonight is a little bit reminiscent of that general election last year, when those in the Westminster bubble had one view of what was happening in the country. Those who were campaigning on the ground had a very different view. And I'm not at all surprised at the way this is panning out tonight. I think those of us who were campaigning round the country outside London could feel it.
You've got the sovereign body in the United Kingdom, as we know, is Parliament. You've got a pretty overwhelmingly Europhile Parliament. Are you confident that what happens next is, I don't even know the right word, but constitutionally logical or feasible? Does the Prime Minister go off and then come back and get a deal, and how does he know he's going to get it through Parliament?
Well, he has to tell the European Council that this has happened. They know, but he has to formally do that.
And they theoretically do a deal in private.
We then, as it were, leave the room, and the negotiation starts.
But this is a very, very good point. Yeah. Because we don't yet know the result, the final result, so let's not entirely preempt
I know. We need to keep putting caveats in, but we'll come to that.
But the question here is, just not a matter of whether MPs are Eurosceptic or Europhile, are they Democrats? Because this is not a consultation.
Because we know what we voted against, but the number of things we voted. I mean, are we certain we want to be out of the single? We know we want to control our borders, but at the point of being out of the single market, that isn't clear.
The thing that every member of Parliament who's watching the coverage tonight should be asking themselves is, do they think this was a consultation with the voters, or was this an instruction from the voters? And in my view, it's the latter. And whether it's remain or leave.
For what? What exactly?
If it's to remain, we remain. And if it's to leave, we leave the European Union. I don't see that as being a very difficult point.
But also within that, and within that process, which is now going to go on for years, there'll be all sorts of major moments in Parliament as all this gets unpicked. So I think you're right to raise the point about but what you're seeing essentially is a division, huge division between, if you like, the political class, the elites, and the rest of the country, and all the parties have got to wise up to some of the messages now. Otherwise, this is going to get worse, not better.
Okay,
and a big difference between London and the rest of the country.
That is certainly one of the stories. Liam Fox and Alistair Campbell, thank you very much indeed. Whilst we were speaking there, Jane and Colin and their teams were reviewing the probability, and we have decided to push that up a little bit. And at this point in the evening, we are now saying here on ITV that we think there is an 80% probability of a Leave win. Let me just repeat that, an 80% probability of a Leave win. Clearly, we are in the territory of making history here tonight. Those of us who've been covering politics a while thought this might be the biggest night we'd ever covered, and certainly in the 26 years I've been with ITN, I've never seen anything like this. We are, as I was discussing with Liam and with Alistair there, moving into uncharted territory. I think anyone who tells you they know what the next couple of weeks are going to be like is possibly stretching the truth a bit. We've seen references to a bloodbath in the city already. We've got no idea how long that will last. We've got no idea what the medium-term, let alone the long-term impact of that is likely to be. Allegra, maybe I can bring in you here. Here we are, 80% probability of a Leave win. Uncharted territory doesn't even really begin to describe it, does it?
So I want to just pick up on some of the things Alistair Campbell and Liam Fox said. I mean, firstly, Campbell sounded like he thought there was a case for another election because he could see the logic that we were talking about with Steve Hilton earlier, which is that it's all very well and good to say you're listening to the British people, they want Brexit, but then if you don't agree with it on these tiny, tiny votes, there'll be all these occasions when people might want to vote against it and they can't. It's a zombie parliament, so it has to be dissolved. Some people have been in touch with me just now to say probability of a general election sometime 2017 because these parties can't struggle on like this.
Well, except the Tories won't want it, will they? The Tories party is largely Eurosceptic and they've got what they wanted, which is a clear mandate to leave the European Union. They're not going to want to trigger another election, are they?
Except you have the SNP in Parliament, you have Labour in Parliament, and so how do you get things through in this incredibly sticky period, which will be really fraught? I mean, we should say there won't actually be anything, a lot will happen on the markets, but nothing happens A, when Article 50 is triggered for 2 years, and B, before that. And what the Brexiteers want to do is not trigger it for a heck of a long time. So there's this thing they're talking about, informal talks and then formal talks. But I just wanted to pick up on one other thing. Alistair Campbell's suggesting he thought that there might be another Scottish referendum and that actually might be, in this new mood, it might be more successful. Liam Fox disagreeing. I slightly agree with Liam Fox that actually Sturgeon might not go for it. But anyway, there's some of the consequences that were brilliantly...
Well, there's a whole bunch of stuff there. Where would we even start?
I can see Robert Peston appearing in the
walked
corner.
into the studio. So, Robert, perhaps you could come and sit down and join this discussion about the uncharted territory that we're in.
4 hours later.
I should say that there are, of course, still caveats around this probability.
Let's inject some caveats.
Here we go.
Well, it's just worth saying that we've said that this is a probability, so it's not a certainty, and the caveats are that those areas that are yet to declare are the kinds of areas we expect Remain to do well. Now, it's true that Remain needs to do much better, but we've seen a result from Edinburgh on a 72.9% turnout, a 48.9% majority for Remain. Leave are currently ahead by 482,000 votes. Whatever happens, it's definitely going to come down to the wire.
Right. Well, it's very close, and that would be another fascinating story of the night if Remain closed the gap and brought us back.
That's what they're hoping. That's what they're texting in to say. They're desperately putting their hopes on the Birminghams, which is ginormous. And as you say, Edinburgh now in, Liverpool in earlier, Cardiff they're hoping for. That's what they're clinging on to.
But it's going to be recriminations, isn't it? Because there are going to be parts of the country that haven't delivered the Remain vote they were expected to, like Scotland.
Yeah, step forward, Mr Corbyn.
Indeed. Parts of the country that are delivering massive, Leave votes. And if Remain do just edge ahead, there are going to be some... Well, there are going to be angry people on either side tonight.
I think we've seen enough to be confident about two parts of the kingdom. However, the full result is coming from Northern Ireland now, 55-45 for Remain. And as Liam Fox was pointing out, Leave doing very much better in Wales than was expected. We're only short of 2 or 3 results in Wales. Currently, it's 46 Remain, 54 Leave, and it's certain that Leave are going to win in Wales.
OK. You'd expect social media to be alight at this point in the night with everything so close and us predicting a fairly high probability of a Leave victory. The trend may go the other way. We'll see. But anyway, let's see what Nina Hussain has got to say about it.
I must just say, when you first announced that probability, with the obvious caveats, of course, just to the left of me is the green room for tonight's programme, where all our guests have congregated. And, in comparison to the Leave campaign, where we heard those cheers and those shouts of out, there was silence in this room. And I have to say that silence hasn't really gone away. It's incredible to see so many political commentators and journalists not saying much at all. I think it's just the shock of what could be happening here tonight. Rob Owers is here with me from Twitter, and look at this map. I mean, we've been looking at this all night, but it's gone absolutely crazy. This is the number of conversations happening right now talking about the EU.
Well, yeah, this is a time-lapse that shows the number of tweets sent. So this was from the start, from the moment the polls closed for the last couple of hours. And it just shows about 5% of tweets, because most tweets aren't geolocated. So these are only the ones that people have actually chosen to have their tweets geolocated. So there's 95% more that we can't show you. And what we're seeing is all across Europe, there's a huge conversation going on right now as people listen to the kind of news that you're breaking about your prediction of 75%, potentially looking for Brexit, that it maybe they're going to have to wake up to a new shaped Europe in the next couple of years.
Yeah, that's gone up to 80% now. Let's also look at the rest of the world and whether, obviously key interest there in the United States.
Yeah, so these are tweets about the EU referendum, and you can see that all across the world, all across the globe, that big burst you saw just then was when the polls closed and we first started to get the results in. And what you're seeing is all across the world, especially Commonwealth countries and our big trading partners, there's a huge amount of interest in what's going to happen for the UK and for Europe.
Rob, thank you. I'm also joined by two guests from the Green Room, Sundar Katwala, journalist, and Alan Rennick from UCL. Thank you for talking to me. In terms of that moment of the prediction, the probability of 75%, now 80%, I mean, it was just silence, wasn't it, here?
Yes, and I think you see Remain's chances of victory narrowing and, in my view, vanishing fast. They're still clinging on to some hopes that we're seeing a tale of four different nations here. Remain ahead in London, ahead in Scotland, has won in Northern Ireland, but that's it. Getting hammered across Wales outside Cardiff and losing in all of the English regions. And they're hoping the cities will save them, but they've lost Sheffield. And they're losing in places across England that they would need to win in. Worcester Woman has voted for leave. Watford has voted to leave. So I think the chances that the cities and London will save them looks like it's slipping away.
We are still talking about a probability, not a result. But if that result matches that probability, why did people not see this coming, especially the pollsters once again?
Well, the pollsters will have to explain what happened in terms of the methodology, but there was an eerily calm last 3 days. The markets have gone into meltdown now. They've been very, very quiet on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday because the polls looked very narrow, actually, very even, but the markets and the pundits decided that probably Remain had won and that this was a non-dramatic night. This actually looks like a very historic night.
Alan, very quickly, if, what happens next?
Well, there's only one thing that we can say with certainty, which is that we will not leave the European Union immediately. It's going to take a very long time. So next, the Prime Minister will come out with an announcement in a few hours' time where he'll say whether he's going to stay, for how long, and also he'll say something about the timetable, how quickly he's going to move in order to start the negotiations on the process of Brexit.
OK, Alan, Sundar. Thank you very much, Tom.
Nina, thank you very much. Well, let's just take stock at this point in the evening, because whilst Nina was talking there, we were discussing around the desk just exactly what's going to happen over the next few weeks. Robert, why don't you kick off with a summary of what you reckon is actually going to happen over the next week or two?
Well, I mean, if we are right, and I have complete confidence in our colleagues that we are right, that the likelihood is that we are...
Sticking another caveat there, because it could go the other way, but let's just go on this trend.
I don't think it's very likely. That we are, about to witness a vote in favour of leaving the EU. We are going to see extraordinary events in the coming hours and weeks and months, but let's just look at tomorrow. OK? So tomorrow we will see a fall in the value of the pound greater than probably anything we've witnessed, certainly since we tumbled out of the exchange rate mechanism back in the early 90s. We will see share prices fall very sharply, not just here, probably all over the world and certainly in the European Union. We will see the euro weakening because questions will be raised about the survivability of the European Union in these circumstances. I would expect the Bank of England to talk about the measures that it is taking to make sure that banks have enough finance. I'd be staggered if we don't see a statement from the Governor of the Bank of England talking about the measures that the bank will be taking to make sure that the financial system remains safe, that people's money remains safe, and that as far as they can, that growth in the economy is sustained. We will hear from the Chancellor about the work that the Treasury has done, the contingency measures that the Treasury will have been working on to make sure that financial institutions and the economy are kept going in these circumstances. And I think we will... we've had this letter from the Leave Tory MPs
not much
and ministers
on, but it's quite some day already.
That pledged allegiance to the Prime Minister. I just think, I don't know, Allegra will have her view. I cannot see how the Prime Minister can tomorrow say that he is going to stay in office more than a few weeks when the biggest political decision that he has ever taken will have gone, in his terms, so spectacularly wrong. He said to the people of Britain that it would be catastrophic for them to vote to leave the EU, and they have ignored him. His authority has been, many would say, fatally undermined. I don't honestly see how he would survive.
OK, let's flip that over to Allegra for a moment, because I even as we speak, even as Robert was talking there, I was trying to get my head around the political ramifications of this, and I can't say that I'm finding it that easy. It's going to be, I mean, on a whole, but we've got to talk about the possibility that Scotland has another referendum and decides to leave the European Union, so leave the United Kingdom. So we're talking about 2 dissolutions potentially. You've also got this, I don't know whether this is a parliament in which any other business is going to get done. I mean, realistically...
Well, how long is this parliament lasting?
Well, I don't know, but is it possible
This is why somebody like Liz Truss, the Environment Secretary, was quite Brexity and decided to vote to remain, because she felt if this happened, and she's written about this, it would dominate everything. But, I mean, to my mind, that's slightly trite, because... This is now a huge piece of statecraft. This is, you're not going to get anything through on social mobility. But look, what's going to happen? I agree with you, Robert. I can't see how the Prime Minister he will be crushed. He will be broken. He will be in tears probably right now. He deeply didn't want this to happen. But don't you agree, everything we know about him, he is a public servant, and he will feel he has to get that lectern, go out into Downing Street at 7, 8, whatever, tomorrow, and make a statement to the country.
Well, I'm sure he will. I just want to inject at this point in the evening. Let's go to Julie. Let's just remind ourselves that although we think the probability has crept up, it is not true to say that Remain have yet lost this. And Jane was just talking a moment ago about the possibility that there are enough places left, right, that if Remain did better than we think,
but the
trend could still reverse.
They have to start doing much better.
They have to start doing much better, but it's still theoretically possible.
We just had Manchester.
OK.
Where Remain has won 60-40, which is, again, at the lower end of what they'd expect to be their majority.
On trend. So you would have expected...
Manchester to be more like 63, 64, something like that.
OK. This is a good moment to go to Julie and say, Julie, are they still keeping the candle alight there? Are they still thinking that it's possible at this stage in the evening?
Tom, alongside me now is Will Straw, the campaign manager for Remain. It goes quiet for long spells now, with the occasional cheer for places like Hackney. Will, what's your reaction to what we seem to be seeing unfolding?
Well, it's been a tale of 2 countries this evening, I think, with obviously Scotland, London, other big cities like Manchester just declared for Remain, but of course large parts of England and Wales for Leave, Northern Ireland for Remain as well. So I think very divided country this evening. There are still a number of results still to come, but obviously...
you can't ever have dreamt you might be in this position, though.
Well, last week we were 7 points behind in the polls, so I think we were certainly contemplating this happening. And for much of the last 5 years, there's been a significant lead for Leave in questions about whether we want to stay or leave the EU. So we've always known what a big challenge this was to win this referendum. And of course, there have been some issues along the way as well in terms of how individual political parties have campaigned. But I think at the moment...
So that sounds like you're starting to possibly apportion some blame. What do you mean by that?
No, I don't think it's time for that at all.
Well, what potentially went wrong with this campaign?
Well, we don't know what the result is yet. There's still results to come in. Well, I think let's look at that in the morning. What we need to do now is wait for the final results to come in. And then I think if whatever the result now, reflect on what has happened in the UK with this vote, because whether it's a narrow Leave win or a narrow Remain win, this is a country that has voted in vastly different ways in different parts of the country. And I think people, politicians, will have to come together and think very carefully.
And your Labour to your fingertips, of course. Red Prince, a well-known Red Prince within the Labour Party. What are you hearing from your Labour colleagues?
Well, I think in some Labour areas, London, Manchester, other cities around the country, there's a few still to declare, like Bristol, the Labour vote has turned out. Clearly in other parts of the country, there has been a lower Labour vote. I think it'll be to wait and see how each individual party's support has gone. So I think what we will find at the end of the day is that more Labour voters, more Lib Dems, more Greens have voted for Remain than Conservatives. But, let's still wait for the final results to come in, and then we can properly reflect on the outcome.
Not an easy feeling in your stomach, perhaps, at this point.
Well, clearly, as things stand, we need some big wins in the remaining London boroughs and in the remaining cities.
That's true. Thank you. Tom.
Julie, thank you very much. Well, this is a good moment to remind ourselves of the state of play. As you can see, Leave is ahead, 51.3%, 221 counts in out of 382. You can see the predicted winning post out there on the right. Still some way to go, but at the moment it does look as if there is a trend, and we haven't seen much in the last half hour to reverse our sense. Caveated it as we're caveating it repeatedly because we can't be sure, but it does seem as if there is a trend in a certain direction, and that is not a direction that is good for David Cameron. I'm joined now by David Davis, Tory MP of many years standing and one-time opponent for the leadership against David Cameron, and Stanley Johnson, of course, who is Boris's dad.
And chairman of Environmentalists for Europe.
Yes, and campaigner, not the only one in your family to stay in the EU. I don't know whether you mixed emotions tonight, really, I imagine.
Well, we haven't lost yet.
No.
I'm caveating everything I say, but actually just reflecting on the future and speaking as I do for Environmentalists for Europe, which, by the way, does group a whole lot of organisations, not formally, because it was a pretty informal thing, but, people like the WWF and the RSPB and Friends of the Earth, OK, if we are in a Brexit situation, believe me, we will want to be absolutely sure that some of the good things which the EU did on nature protection, on environmental policy more general, including on climate change, by the way, we will want to make sure that those are safeguarded.
OK, I'll come to the sort of broader politics in a moment, but do you think this is a good night or a bad night for your son, Boris?
I think this is a good night. It has to be a good night, because whether they win or lose, they have certainly, as you keep on saying, gone down to the wire. And that's something. That's something. In a sense, it was a... By the way, I do some... I speak, obviously, I'm not disinterested in this, but I do think that he, when he came out, did actually set the whole argument on fire. And to give credit to those guys, when I say those guys, I mean you, David, to give credit, they raised a whole lot of good issues.
OK. He did set the argument on fire, you did set the argument on fire, and look at the response. The only thing is, you've made it very clear that you don't think the economic impact of us leaving is going to be very significant. I mean, Boris himself has said that he will apologise if we go into a recession. How confident are you at this point, on this morning, looking at the market reactions, that things are going to turn out the way you said they would?
Let's differentiate, firstly, between the real economy and the markets. I mean, the one thing we know about financial...
They're not totally unconnected,
to
be fair.
Robert Pesson's sitting over there, he won't disagree with this. So they tend to go too far in each direction. They bounce
very
backwards
possibly,
and forwards.
Yeah.
Well, not possibly. It's their history over centuries. And that's what will happen tomorrow. You'll have the pound will go down, I'm sure. Maybe the stock market will go down, but it'll come back. But more importantly, the real economy depends on trade. And that's been where the argument's been in this whole exercise. And we've got a couple of years to do a trade deal with the European Union, and there are many ways we can do that, and also do a trade deal with the rest of the world. And that's what's got to start literally almost tomorrow.
OK, well, how does that... Stanley, I'll come to you in a moment. How does that work? I mean, we are in uncharted territory, we keep saying. I think that's a fair thing to say, because no country our size has ever tried to leave the European Union before. I mean, I understand how the theory works.
It's not theory. It's not theory. Look, it's not theory. And you say no country our size. Well, no country our size has left the European Union, but countries smaller than us have done a much better job of striking deals with China, Russia. We wouldn't do that one at the moment, but America, India, countries the size of Singapore or South Korea or Switzerland, or Chile. They're countries with a quarter of our weight, as it were, in the world, economic weight, and they've done very good deals very quickly. We could do that in a very short time.
Does David Cameron stay as leader, in your view?
I think so. And the argument...
More than a few months?
Oh, yes. I mean, look, we've got... the primary issue here now is a big negotiation. Nobody should underplay that. It's a big negotiation. It will require a huge amount of focus, and it'll take a couple of years. And we don't need instability at home. We don't need leadership contests at home and all that sort of stuff while we're doing that negotiation.
Stanley, can I ask you, you spent a long time in Brussels.
I
You've
did,
campaigned to remain in the EU.
Yeah. And I also did a stint as a member of the European Parliament.
Yeah.
So for me, it's a bit of a personal moment. This is like 40 years of...
No.
But I'm just picking up on David's point. Yes. OK, let's just assume that we are in a Brexit situation. And let's assume there's a lot of discussion still to be done. Well, some of these issues which I would have liked to have seen addressed by us staying in, and they include, by the way, migration, they include global warming, they include a whole lot of geopolitical issues, we will just have to find another formula for dealing with them.
But on the point that David was making about trade, the Germans and the French have made it really clear that they're going to slam the door in our face, and we, the likes of David, have said, no, well, that's ridiculous. They'll still want to sell us their cars. True, I'm sure they will. But what we don't know, and you must have a feel for this, having spent so much time in Brussels, what do you think their attitude is really going to be? On the one hand, of course, they want to trade with us. On the other hand, you could argue that politically they've got to punish us, otherwise everyone else is going to want to do it.
I think we got on record a statement by the president of the German BDI, the German Federation of Industry, saying this, what they're absolutely not going to do. I'm arguing your point now. What they're not going to do is start imposing tariffs on British goods or vice versa. So I think on that side, I'd be rather in agreement with David. I don't think we've got anything to worry on that. I worry much more about our failure to stay in and actually, attack the key issues which needed to be tackled at EU level.
Some of the other things that Stanley was talking about, I mean, the environmental ones, there are other international bodies which actually are above the European Union.
But they don't have the legal force.
No,
which is one of your problems, of course.
But nevertheless, we will be able to negotiate with them too. So there's a lot of complex negotiation to go on, and it requires a degree of stability at home. To come back to your original question.
And how long do you think... I mean, we've heard various people sort of laughing at the idea. I'm going to interrupt myself there, which is a rare thing, to go to the Leave camp where Rohit has been joined, as you can see, by Nigel Farage.
Right this moment.
To the volume. Ladies and gentlemen, dare to dream that the dawn is breaking on an independent, United Kingdom. This, if the predictions now are right, this will be a victory for real people, a victory for ordinary people, a victory for decent people. We have fought against the multinationals, we fought against the big merchant banks, we fought against big politics, we fought against lies, corruption and deceit, and today, honesty, decency and belief in nation, I think now, is going to win. And we will have done it. We will have done it without having to fight, without a single bullet being fired. We'd have done it by damned hard work on the ground, by people like my friend Mr. Banks here. And by people in the Labour Party and the Conservative Party and UKIP and of no party who've taken part in this campaign. And we'll have done it not just for ourselves, we'll have done it for the whole of Europe. I hope this victory brings down this failed project and leads us to a Europe of sovereign nation states trading together, being friends together, cooperating together, and let's get rid of the flag, the anthem, Brussels and all that has gone wrong.
let June the 23rd go down in our history as our Independence Day.
Well, I don't think anyone can accuse Nigel Farage of underplaying his big moment. What do you think? Reviews there. Independence Day. David, let me ask you one thing. What happens to UKIP now? I mean, is there a sort of alignment of the right in British politics, effectively the Tory party in UKIP? And what's the point of UKIP this morning?
Well, I have to say, they've now achieved their aim.
Well, exactly. I mean,
sort of give up and go home.
Well, I mean, do they just join the Tory party, or do you become a sort of grand coalition of the right? How does it work?
I don't know how that's going to work. But let me just make this point. I mean, on the one hand, they finished what they set out to do. Arguably, you could dissolve the party and stop there. Yeah. But the other aspect of what they have done is they have galvanised, along with others, hopefully us, a vast part of the population which is outside London, sort of industrial working class. You saw it in the North East earlier on this evening. Huge tranches of the North East voting heavily to leave. Now, that was a vote to leave, but there's also a comment, really, I think, on the establishment, a comment on the international establishment and even the national establishment. And somebody's got to do something about those votes. Somebody's got to do something about those people and represent them well. The Labour Party's falling down on the job. It's had a terrible outcome in Scotland because of its falling down the job. It's now at risk of falling down the job in parts of England. So UKIP may see their new role as taking over that role, and that's quite dangerous for them.
OK, well, all this to be discussed and decided and debated in studios like this forevermore, or certainly for the next couple of years. One place where they're not taking the news well is the City. We've talked to Joel quite a bit already, and it hasn't been a pretty picture. Joel, I'm presuming it's not getting any better.
No, it's not. I mean, the pound is being sold off quite aggressively now. If we can look at this chart that we've been looking at for much of the day, it tells its own story. At 10 o'clock last night, we saw the pound rising against the dollar, but it's been in steady decline. It's now down 8.5%. It's at £1 will buy you $1.35. The last time we were at that levels were in 1985. The last time we saw falls of 8%. Joe Rundle, I'm not sure we actually know. I mean, we'll put it this way, actually, if you go back to 1992, when Britain, on the day that Britain left the ERM, we saw a single-day fall of just over 4%. So, I mean, it's twice that magnitude. HSBC were forecasting, if Britain left the European Union, that the sterling would devalue by up to 15%. It wasn't necessarily suggesting that would happen all at once. This is a sharp fall, and this will be felt. I mean, let's be clear about this. This is not something. I mean, it's obviously happening on a computer screen, so it probably feels alien and extremely remote. But believe me, those people who were queuing a couple of days ago, cashing in their holiday money early in anticipation of perhaps there being a Leave victory, now look very sensible. You will not be getting the rate on your holiday money if you're going abroad that you would have done, even frankly a few hours ago. And there will be other factors too. Britain as a nation is a net importer. These price changes, if they remain at this level, will start to feel through. We'll feel it at the petrol pumps reasonably quickly, within weeks. It will feed through into higher inflation across the board within a few months. And the Bank of England will be mindful of that. There is, if you like, a built-in cost of the independence vote that Nigel Farage was referring to, a cost of sovereignty, and it will be measured in living standards. You go back to 2008, when actually we saw a devaluation. If you look at this chart here, the pound has fallen over a period before. Here, if we go back to this, is 2008, during the financial crisis, the pound fell sharply against the dollar. That was a devaluation of around 20%. It didn't happen all at once. It happened over a number of weeks, but it was a significant fall. And obviously, we know the knock-on effect that it had on living standards. For 7 years, people found themselves in Britain in a position where pay was not rising at the same pace as prices, and it meant a squeeze in real terms on living standards. Everyone can remember the age of austerity and the conversations we were having, we face that prospect once again.
Well, Joel, thank you very much. Earlier in the evening, we spoke to Robert Moore out there in Washington, who painted a pretty unattractive picture of what the American reaction would be. I suppose it depends on your perspective. Robert, maybe we can chat to you again. I don't suppose the Americans are going to be any more impressed with the news they're getting in the early hours.
No, I think that's true. I think for decision makers here, for policy makers at the White House, State Department, Pentagon, and here on Capitol Hill, there will be surprise if Brexit wins. I think there'll be alarm. I think there will be disappointment. This city, remember, Tom, has been dealing with populist, anti-establishment anger for a year now. In American politics, it's taken the form of surging support for Donald Trump and for Bernie Sanders. And now it appears that this sort of anti-establishment sentiment is shared on both sides of the Atlantic. We can discuss who's got the worst job in politics tomorrow morning, or this morning, your time. But I think one of the worst jobs in diplomacy is going to be Sir Kim Darroch, the UK ambassador here in Washington, because really the establishment here, those at the State Department, for example, and at the White House, universally wanted Britain to stay inside the EU because they felt that a pro-Washington voice in Brussels was vitally important to American strategic interests. So, it is I think will be a bitter disappointment here. And it raises, I think, the fundamental question, Tom, of this. If in the coming days or weeks or months there is an international crisis, does the President of the United States make that first international call to London, or does he now think that it should be made to Berlin? So I think that, of course, all the kind of old traditional links will be maintained. Family, language, trade, academic links, all that will happen still, will not be impacted by Brexit. But I think there will be a fundamental reevaluation of the political link. And I think Berlin and Paris could very well be the gainers in this in terms of how the White House perceives power in Europe.
Robert, in Washington for now. Thank you very much indeed. I suspect it'll be a busy day there tomorrow. Now, it is about 4:10 in the morning. Our ITV election experts here say there is now an 80% probability of a Leave vote. We still have to caveat that. It's not a certainty. Still plenty of results due in. And if we have a look at the state of play around the country, we can clearly see that. Leave ahead, 51.1%. Against Remain's 48.9, 258 counts declared out of 382. Theoretically, it would seem as though, if you look at the winning post on the right, that Remain has plenty of time to reverse that. But our experts here are increasingly confident, not yet certain, as I say, it could still be reversed, but they're increasingly confident that the trend is such that Leave will get over that line first. As you probably heard from Joel just now, sterling has plummeted in response to the results so far. It's seen the biggest fall in value since the Black Wednesday crash of 1992, and the day has barely begun. A joyous Nigel Farage, I think that's the right word, has just addressed the Leave.eu party in London.
Ladies and gentlemen, dare to dream that the dawn is breaking on an independent, united kingdom. Let June the 23rd go down in our history as our Independence Day.
Well, there we have it. Earlier, the Work and Pensions Secretary told Julie his Remain side had failed to win over key groups.
For me, there's one fundamental theme, which is the fact that we just struggle to really connect with the white working classes. Even in those old industrial areas where European money had helped revitalise the areas, which helped bring in new manufacturing investment, our messages about the clear importance of the European single market to those white working class areas, I don't feel really cut through.
Meanwhile, Leave campaigner and Tory MP Liam Fox is still supporting David Cameron.
I think more importantly is the political stability here. I think it's therefore essential for David Cameron to continue as Prime Minister. I think that we need to get that political stability and continuity so that we have as little disruption as possible.
But Tony Blair's former advisor Alistair Campbell believes a Leave result raises questions for Jeremy Corbyn.
I think within the Labour Party there are going to be all sorts of questions for the leadership.
When you say questions, I mean, is Jeremy Corbyn finished as leader at this point?
I don't think there's anybody who can seriously think that Jeremy Corbyn connected with so many of these people who have been lost.
Well, this seems like a good moment to ask Jane for a sense of the national picture.
Tom, I thought it was a very good time for us to look at this board on the right-hand side here. There may be people who are sceptical about this 80% probability, but I think a picture really does tell 1,000 words. What we have is our board of those areas that we predicted would be most likely to vote Remain to those areas that are most likely to vote Leave. And what you see here is the reds and the pinks just sweeping to the left and then further left and then further left across the board. To the degree that Remain has inched into those areas on the right-hand side, we're just not seeing that. So whilst it's true that we are expecting to see Remain areas still yet to declare, they could be very big areas, city areas, they have to be very, very strong for Remain. But it's also true that there's lots of areas on the right-hand side that we're also waiting for. And as the night goes on, there's just so little doubt now that those areas are going to go to Leave, and they're going to go to Leave strongly. And we can just tell a story about what's happened tonight with our map on the left-hand side. Let's start with Scotland. Let's look at the share in Scotland that is 62.7% for Remain, 37.3% for Leave. And I'd like us to focus on that turnout figure. That's 66.9 turnout, quite reasonable by normal standards, but low. Now let's move next to London. London, we're seeing also more support for Remain, 63.9%, to Leave, 36.1%, turnout nudging up there to 70%. But now let's look at Wales. In Wales was a surprise to us tonight. We're seeing Leave there. If you look at the top there, that Leave support is nearly 53%, 47% for Remain, but the turnout even higher. And so the more support for Leave, the higher the turnout, that's 71.6%. Now let's just take a look at England. England, 53.6% for Leave and a whopping turnout of almost 73%. So where Leave has done better, it's done better on a bigger turnout, and that really is the story of the night, Tom.
We're told that, well, I've just been told that we think Birmingham's gone Leave. Now, Birmingham's a whopping count, isn't it? So that going Leave, you know, we'd be approaching the sort of, you know, no way back point at that, you know, shortly after that, I would imagine. That's pretty critical.
I think at the point where we get above 80% probability, and I think, you know, if you're in any doubt, if we go back to the national picture.
Let's have a look at that, yeah.
You know, we get a result like Birmingham. Yes, it's got a high turnout, a high electorate, a very large electorate in Birmingham. But what we're going to see is other counting areas, even if they're smaller, culminating for Leave and just not enough on the left-hand side for Remain to win. So we haven't called it yet, but that picture really does tell the story of why it is that we are getting to this probability.
OK, well, I'm told that Alison Mackenzie is in Birmingham for us. Alison, can you maybe give us a hint as to which way Birmingham is going and whether it's correct that Leave have it?
Yes, I've just had a whisper from a senior member of the Vote Leave campaign. They're calling it by some 3,000 votes in their favour. That was not expected here at Birmingham. It is a city that's expected to be Remain, not massively so, not a huge turnout tonight. But that's how it's looking. The declaration is imminent in about 10-15 minutes. We'll bring that to you. But there are some very subdued faces here. Tory stronger in people, very subdued as the word was going round that it's going in favour of Leave. We'll find out definitely, but that is a big shock here in Britain's second city.
Alison, thank you very much indeed. Well, it perhaps won't surprise you off the back of that result to hear that we're now shifting up our probability. At some point this evening, I'll be able to say the word probability without slightly stumbling over it. You think it's an easy enough word, but I suppose it is rather late in the evening. We are putting up our probability to an 85% chance of a Leave win. Colin, maybe I can bring you in here. Did Birmingham really push us close to the point of no return for Remain?
I think that was perhaps their last big chance. The expectation was that they would probably win Birmingham. If they could have won by a very large margin, that would have caused us a pause, and you'd have had to say probability again, and you might have said the probability has now been reduced. But I think To the contrary, Birmingham begins to make it look, at 85%, look a very reasonable judgment.
OK. Well, this is a good moment, partly because just with Jane, we've been looking at the national picture to bring in Alex Salmond, the former leader of the SNP. All of you will recognise. Phew, this is a big moment, isn't it, really? What happens next? And what happens next for Scotland? Do you have any sense? Are we back to another referendum and Scotland out?
Well, I'm quite certain that Nicola Sturgeon will implement the manifesto in which she won a huge victory only last month, 47% of the vote. And Scotland, of course, very importantly, every single local authority area in Scotland, every single one, even the island communities who voted against the European Union in 1975,
yeah.
Every single area has voted Remain. So we've got a united country in Scotland who wants to be part of Europe. And in the manifesto it said if Scotland was dragged out of Europe against the will of the Scottish people, then the Scottish Parliament should have the right to hold another independence referendum.
So some people might say that's a bit rich because the turnout for remaining in the EU wasn't that impressive in Scotland, and if you perhaps turned out in slightly greater numbers, the UK would be remaining.
Well, two things. One, what people forget, because this is compared with the general election, but the general election last year, Scottish turnout was huge because of the effect of the independence referendum on the register and on politics in Scotland, and that's not being allowed for. 66% is not a low turnout, not by any means whatsoever. And what is more impressive and what really matters is that the vote for Remain is 64% to 36%, which is a big vote for Europe and Scotland. And remember, every single local authority.
I'm just going to bring Robert and Allegra in here, maybe Robert first, because we're in so uncharted territory. It's hard to know exactly where to go next. Do you think the UK Parliament, as it's currently constituted, would agree to another referendum in Scotland in the next couple of years?
Well, the current position of the British government, but let's be clear, we're not 100% sure who's going to be Prime Minister in the next few days. The current position of the current government is we've had a referendum, and they would regard any attempt by the SNP to hold a plebiscite as, possibly interesting, but not having binding...
The Prime Minister contradicted that during the campaign. One of his arguments for Remain was that there would be another Scottish referendum about his leave. I mean, I know he's committed a lot of somersaults on the issue, and you're quite right. The chaos in the political fabric of Westminster is it's going to be extensive over the next few days. Indeed, the only determined political action you'll see in these islands over the next few days will come from Nicola Sturgeon in Edinburgh.
But could I just ask, because there is going to be a lot of confusion, but you're, wise old bird, you've seen a lot of politics. What would you...
Less on the old days.
Yeah. I meant that in a good sense. What would you... I mean, you're obviously expecting there to be another referendum in Scotland. How long... and what would be the stages that got us there?
That's a very good question. Now, the timescale is dictated by when and if the Prime Minister, if he is the Prime Minister, fires the starting gun on Clause 50 on the withdrawal negotiations. From when that starting gun is fired, it's a 2-year period.
Yeah.
So whatever that period is, 2 years, 2.5 years, that would have to be the timescale of the next referendum, because what you would want to do is remain in the European Union while the rest of the UK moved out. And incidentally, it's a lot easier to negotiate no change in staying than it will be to negotiate leaving.
So your timetable will be linked to...
Will the Scottish people be happy using the euro rather than...
Well, they won't have to use the euro.
So what would they use?
Well, there's a range of currency options that they would have, but they won't be forced into the euro, no more than Sweden is forced into the euro. Well, at the risk of replaying the...
I know, this is what it feels like already.
Let me try and remind you.
Yeah.
You could link to sterling, you could do sterlingisation, you could have a Scottish currency pegged to sterling, you could have a floating Scottish currency. Many countries in the world, successful countries in Europe, use a range of these options. The idea that Scotland couldn't have a successful currency policy, incidentally, it's not a great time right now to talk about currency policy in the United Kingdom because sterling is just going through the floor.
Every poll I saw around the referendum said that you might well have won if people thought that they weren't going to be worse off by leaving the Union. There was a lot of emotion involved, even quite a lot of people who didn't vote for you. Very, very tempted, clearly, but worried that they'd be worse off. What's really changed?
Well, mean, I started a referendum campaign in Scotland at, I think the yes vote was at 28% according to the polls, and we ended up with 45%. The last poll I saw for the independence question just a week or so ago had yes at 48%. So if I was prepared to start a referendum campaign at 28%, then I think Nicola Sturgeon might be very confident at starting one at 48%. And remember the institutional forces that will change. We had institutional forces in Europe against us 2 years ago at the instigation of David Cameron. Actually, during the referendum, believe it or not, the Scottish people were told if they voted yes to independence, it would jeopardise our position in Europe. Ironic now. And then, of course, the companies. I mean, already we've seen a statement from Diageo, one of the major companies with strong interests in Scotland, making it clear that they would have a different view on Scottish independence if that was a way to guarantee their access to European markets.
OK, well, this is a good moment to go to Brussels and talk to James Mates again. James, I don't know if you've been following the conversation. We've now got to the point of talking about whether Scotland's going to remain in the Union. Don't feel the need to necessarily pick up on that, but there's an awful lot for European leaders to react to as they wake up, if indeed they went to sleep, which I rather suspect they didn't.
I think a lot of them won't have done. The sun is just coming up here, but it's not throwing a great deal more light on the situation that's going to confront EU leaders this morning when they sit down to their breakfast. I'm joined by Paul Frisvold, who's a former Norwegian official, and you have been through this, haven't you, Norway? A lot of people talked about the Norway option, but you've now had 2 referendums on precisely this issue, whether to join the EU.
Yes, and we, in fact, in 72, we went to bed with a yes and we woke up to a no.
Sounds familiar.
Absolutely.
And then you had a second one in 94.
In 94, it was very close. Absolutely.
So the Norway option, tell us about it. This is one of the things we're going to be talking about. How is your relationship now with the EU?
Our relationship is quite simple in the sense that they decide and we apply. And that goes for all legislation that relates to the internal market, which is how people move around, how we buy and sell goods, and all the financial sector.
You have full access to the single market. What price do you pay for that?
We pay a considerable amount of money. We pay almost as much as every British citizen do pay today.
And you have to agree to free movement of people.
Oh yes, absolutely, and we are also part of the Schengen Agreement,
which we're not. Interesting,
which you are not.
So you have no more control over immigration than we do.
Not from other EU countries, no.
Right. So and levels of immigration to Norway, how do they compare to the UK?
Well, after the refugee crisis and the problems in Syria, we've had a large influx of migrants to Norway from outside. From inside the EU, we've absorbed them. We've been in need of them. They are running the Norwegian agriculture. They are running a lot of the parts of the Norwegian economy. We could not have grown how much we have grown over the past 20 years, exceptionally so, had we not had access to that labour.
So the rules, the regulations set by the European Commission or the European Parliament or the European Council of Ministers, which govern so much of your economy, how much say do you have on them?
Well, people often ask me, what do they say about us down here? And the problem is they don't say anything because they don't see us. There are no Norwegians in the Parliament, there are no Norwegians in the Council, and we have a very hard time to get a dialogue with EU officials.
Tell me what you have to do in order to get them to
Well, for instance, next week there are 2 representatives from every member state that is travelling to Oslo, paid by the Norwegian government.
You have to pay them to come to you?
Yes. We pay the taxi fare, the accommodation, their air fare, everything, so that they can see what we do on transport policy, because we are leading on transport policy. And it's good for the EU to see what we are doing so they can apply our policies. But the thing is that we have to make them come and see us because they don't have time for us in Brussels.
Paul, thank you very much indeed. Of course, there are many options other than the Norway option. It doesn't have to be that way, but this is one example of life living next to the single market, the European Union, but not actually being a member, which certainly may be in our future.
James, thank you very much indeed. Well, James referred there to the sun slowly coming up over Brussels, and this is the view from Dover as we speak. The sun coming up over, as Nigel Farage might say, an independent Dover, or soon to be. That's not necessarily a vision of the United Kingdom that everyone is going to feel happy to wake up to this morning. Not the view, I mean Nigel Farage's speech and version of where we are at this time in the morning. Now, I am joined by Theo, who you recognise already from earlier, Miranda too, Matthew Goodwin, expert, I think it's fair to say, on right-wing politics, on politics generally, and Chris Hurst, too, who is here to talk about, an advertising executive who's here to talk about various aspects of the campaign. Matthew, I'm going to come to you first, if I can. Is UKIP finished?
I think they...
Sorry, I'm so confused at this point in the morning that I'm actually confusing people. Yes, carry on.
I think they've got a strategic decision to make. But, I mean, if you just look at the geography of the vote, you know, what you see is a really strong turnout in those UKIP-y areas, the Eurosceptic areas down the East Coast, from the northeast round to the South Coast areas. And, you know, that reflects partly what UKIP's strategy has been for the past 3 years, which is to cultivate working-class support and to, in particular, connect in Labour areas. And one of the big stories for me tonight is actually Wales, looking at how some of those Welsh working-class communities have gone, as well as the north-east and north-west.
How does the right deal with this in one sense? Is there now a realignment? UKIP's, I mean, you know, got what it wanted. So what happens now on the right? Does the sort of the right come back together, in a sense, to put it in its simplest terms?
Well, if you talk to Eurosceptics, they have been quite clear in saying that they're going to continue to campaign in order to keep pressure on the government during this renegotiation period. So what's the next big nationwide election in Britain? Well, we've got the 2019 European Parliament elections. So UKIP have already said that they will intend to stay on and campaign during what will be a very delicate negotiation process with Brussels, as they see it, to ensure that the will of the people is enacted and that the Prime Minister, who will almost certainly not be David Cameron, puts the will of the people in place. So I think we'll have a radical right-type party for a few years. Then, perhaps, you do get a broad centre-right tent where you see the Conservative Party absorb all of those UKIP voters that deserted the Conservative Party between 2010 and 2014.
Miranda, we mentioned earlier the idea that this was a Tory psychodrama. It's going to begin in earnest now. What's your sense of whether David Cameron does or does not survive as Prime Minister?
Well, you know, this is David Cameron's third referendum since becoming Prime Minister.
You think he might have learned, certainly from the Scottish one, but anyway.
Absolutely. So he won the first one easily, no problem. The second one's left us with this kind of big Scottish political hangover. This third one's going to leave the whole country with an enormous economic and financial hangover, as we've seen started to play out on the markets tonight. But obviously for the Conservative Party, it's really interesting. I mean, the efforts they've made already since the close of poll to try and say that they're coming together, I think there will be an effort to try and keep him in place, actually. Whether that can succeed or not, I don't know. I mean, it seems to me, as Matthew was starting to allude to, that this referendum is such an explosive event. You know, Jeremy Corbyn might be in trouble as well. We might get all sorts of strange and interesting realignments of our party politics. Of course, we won't be concentrating on that because we'll be concentrating on an enormous recessionary emergency, which people were warned about but decided was a lie.
Theo, you said that one of the reasons why you wanted to go out was so that we could get a better deal. Does that look likely?
Well, the volatility in the market was totally expected. I mean, everybody saw it coming. If you voted Leave, there'll be volatility. The markets do not like uncertainty. Now, the fact remains that for some reason, the Prime Minister decided to call the referendum. He did not win the hearts and minds of the people, far from it, as is seen. And now we've got to make sure that we stabilise. And the United Kingdom is the fifth largest economy in the world. Right, so we have got a superb future outside the EU, or even still within the EU, if that's what's decided after some renegotiation. And that could still be a possibility.
But we won't be the 5th largest economy in the world if we can't get our trade, make sure that our trade arrangements are such that we can continue to trade in the way that we have. And I'm just interested to know how confident you really are at this point, watching the market reaction, watching the uncertainty creep into the system, that we are going to be able to remain where we are. You know as well as I do that our economy isn't in massively great shape. We've got a growth that's pretty anemic and all the rest of it. Are you really confident that we're just going to be able to sail through this?
Tom, it's inconceivable that we won't get trade agreements. So let's not even go there. The fact is we have got a large economy. We've got lots to offer the rest of the world. We've got lots to offer the EU. They need our business. We need their business. We'll continue to trade like most other countries do outside the EU.
OK. Chris, we're about to go to Birmingham in a second, but just before we do, is this I mean, one of the things that's been extraordinary about this is that the total rejection of experts. I mean, is this, I mean, what do you make of the way the campaign was fought and people's response to it?
Well, I think, first of all, the campaigns will be judged on their results, won't they? So I suppose the Leave campaign has been a huge success, and the Remain campaign a huge failure. I think it's partly really a rejection of experts, but it's more than that. It's a rejection of almost the political class. You know, and experts are, in the same way that I think immigration has been used as a proxy for all of people's fears and woes, I think experts is used as a shorthand for the ruling class and the political class.
I'm tempted to go on with this discussion all night. I'm sure we will, and all tomorrow. But we're looking at the picture of Birmingham, which is about to declare. And, well, when I say that it's about to declare, I'm looking at an empty stage. But Birmingham is, of course, a very, very big area with an enormous number of people. At one stage in the evening, we hoped that it would be decisive, but we have now reached the point in the evening where we don't need Birmingham to be sure of the direction of travel. So here at ITV News, at just gone 4:30 in the morning, we are calling it for Leave to win this referendum. An extraordinary moment in British history, a referendum that David Cameron didn't need to call, that he was certain to win. As it wore on the campaign, he got more and more worried that that was not a given, and the warnings became ever more apocalyptic about just how dangerous and difficult it was for us if we left. We have, as a nation, ignored him. So at 4:25 in the morning, 4:35 even, can't read a watch, can't do many things at this time in the morning, but at 4:35, we at ITV News are calling this as a Leave victory, an extraordinary moment in British history. Let's just take a moment. We looked at the White Cliffs of Dover just now. Let's just take a moment as we look at the clock to ponder what has been a long and tumultuous night and to consider what may lie ahead. You've seen Joel Hills giving us the reaction of the markets. Not exactly an attractive picture. You may have heard Theo just talking now a moment ago about how that's largely to be expected, and we will have to see what the long-term impact is or isn't. Maybe, Colin, I can bring you in here. This has been the direction of travel for a while, and now you're sure.
It has, we are, and it has been the direction of travel, but we think that the overall percentage of the two sides come the end of affairs will be something like 48% for Remain and 52% for Leave. So a clear, but perhaps not overwhelming victory, but nonetheless a victory that will be beyond doubt, but will also show that the country is completely split down the middle, albeit that it looks like England has voted pretty decisively against remaining in the EU.
Jane, can I ask you, did you see this coming in all your data? I mean, certainly the one thing, and I go back to all your graphs, it's like the word immigration just sort of comes out at you, doesn't it? It just, in the end, was that what it was about?
I think so, Tom, and the answer to your question directly is no, I didn't see this coming. I think if we'd have expected Leave to have won, it would have been by a minute margin. It wouldn't have been by a potentially 4-point margin. So this is a shock. It's a big shock for the polls. You can't put it down to anything else, really, though, can you? Looking at all the research that you did have and looking at those word clouds and all the conversations we've had,
it's down to immigration. That's what really drove people more than anything else.
It's immigration, and it's an anti-establishment sentiment that has been on the cards for many years. When I say it's on the cards, that wasn't, so much on the cards that I thought that Leave were going to win tonight, but it has been brewing. The telltale signs have been there. And so all of that anti-establishment sentiment, that rejection of mainstream politics and mainstream politicians, that very deep concern about immigration, sovereignty, control, all of that is bundled up in that sense of Britain not really, or politics not speaking for many people in the country. And this is the night when they have spoken.
OK, Robert, there's so many different things with us, but I actually want to begin with quite a prosaic point. Do you think George Osborne was being truthful when he said there was going to be an emergency budget?
There will have to be a budget that adapts the government's finances to the new financial prospects. Whether George Osborne will be delivering that budget is altogether another question, because I don't see how the Prime Minister survives this loss. I don't see how George Osborne, who was the other architect of this campaign...
We're just looking at Birmingham, by the way.
...survives this. But yes, one of the things that is, for me, extraordinary... Do we want to go to
let's just listen to the Birmingham result and pick straight up.
2016, under the European Union Referendum Act 2015, and having been authorised to do so, I hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 451,316. The number of votes cast in favour of remain a member of the European Union was 223,451. The number of votes cast in favour of leave the European Union was 227,000. If you would allow me to complete the certification, please. The result is not complete until I have completed the certification. Thank you. OK, so you won't have heard that the number of votes cast in favour of
the world is watching. 63% turnout. The counting officer making it very clear what his view was, and everyone should pipe down, but it still doesn't change the fact that it is a Leave majority of 3,800, and that does nothing to change the fact that we have called it for Leave. Robert, maybe you could pick up where you left off, emergency budgets and the like.
So, one of the things that I have found very striking tonight is the sheer number of people who either didn't believe the economic warnings or didn't care about them. And this comes back to the issue that Jane was talking about, which is the issue of trust in the institutions that run this country. And I think this extraordinary manifestation of the more than, on one level, more than half the people who live in this country not only don't like the European Union, but actually they put really little weight on the kind of things that institutions like the Bank of England have been saying about the economic costs of all of this. Or they think that the economic costs will only fall on rich people and they won't fall on most of us, as it were. And I fear that, David Davis made this point. He said financial markets overreact and they are not connected to the real economy. Actually, that's rubbish, and he knows it's rubbish. Because, yes, financial markets overreact, but when you have the price of assets falling, there's less investment. When banks incur losses, and some financial institutions will incur losses as a result of these gyrations, they have, less capital available for lending. There is an intimate link between the financial markets and the real economy. And when financial markets are hurt, the real economy, that's our prosperity, is hurt.
OK, but let's spin this over to Allegra. We are waking up to what is potentially one of the most divisive periods. Not to say that the campaign wasn't divisive, but talking about Robert, just reflecting on what Robert was just saying, we've got the possibility. I mean, lots of people think it's not going to cost anything to leave. So just suppose for a moment that it does, that we've got an emergency budget that has some very nasty measures in it. The people who didn't want to leave are going to be angry that they're being made to pay for something they didn't want. Meanwhile, as we've heard from Alex Salmond saying there, Scotland's desperately trying to disappear off up the top. I mean, what do you see of the next year or so?
I don't want to suggest there's a magic money tree, but I think the things that people, even on George Osborne's own side, found really unbelievable about his emergency budget, or his punishment budget, as people called it, was that he was saying all the weight would fall on spending cuts. And even people on his side of the argument were saying that's just not economically literate. If that was to be the case, and this is what I mean by the magic money tree, you would borrow more. There's other ways you can do it. You don't necessarily put all the pain on, for instance, the welfare budget or whatever. So that's the disagreement that people had with Osborne. It wasn't so much that there will have to be a recalculation of our finances at a later point. It was more how you do it. Robert's shaking his head, but I mean, that's the concern.
No, I'm shaking my head at just reading. I mean, there's so much emotion now coming out on social media, and I'm just shaking my head at just, it sort of captures the emotions that we're going to be seeing over the next few days. I mean, people saying it's great, people saying it's terrible. This is an extraordinary moment.
Can I just put one theory, which is this ginormous... I mean, the establishment has been chucked out the window. Let's just go back through who told Britons not to vote to leave. The President of the United States, the Archbishop of Canterbury, countless celebrities... David Beckham, Bond, we've got, bosses of all of our massive companies, we've not least our politicians.
Everyone but the Queen, in short.
Well, yeah,
and we don't know what she thought.
Out there said, sorry, we don't buy it. And what I wonder is, was this the big reckoning post the financial crash that we never saw, and that people out there said, you guys in London haven't done enough for us?
Well, yeah, or it could be that the British people are just pretty determined, and yes, they heard it all, and in normal circumstances they might respect the government of the Bank of England, but on this one issue, perhaps because of immigration, perhaps because of reasons we don't necessarily want to put our fingers on, perhaps because of all of it, they just thought, I hear you, but I actually care about this.
And the other thing is what Colin's been talking about, his motto all evening, that the fact it's not safe seats, and it's actually every single vote counted.
Well, can I just pose a question here? Because, we are in to uncharted territory. No issue about that. We've not made a constitutional decision of this significance in any of our lifetimes. And, because withdrawing from a deeper, richer, much more complex European Union, which is what we've chosen to do, is infinitely more significant than joining a trading area, which is what we chose to do in 1974 and 1975, right? So the ramifications of this are much greater. And the thing that I suppose worries me is this. We don't know where we're heading, but let's just say that in the next few years, it turns out that we're not richer and we're not safer, and that all the things that the voters have been told would flow from this don't materialise. What flows then in terms of confidence of British people in our leaders and our parties?
And the big one being, is immigration actually controlled and is it lower? Because that, as we said, was probably the key motivation
they've been
behind
quite
it all.
careful about not saying it would be lower.
We need to just... we can go on like this all night. We'll be back in a moment. But whilst, before we do, let's go to one place where they're unequivocally happy about the result and not reflecting on any of this, probably the Leave camp with Rohit.
Well, Tom, one way to follow the story of the night has been through the money markets. Another way has been through Nigel Farage's sleep patterns. He left here at 2 o'clock to go and reflect on the early indications from those first few results. He said he needed some rest to prepare himself for today. 2 hours later, he was back out of his bed. He was back here at the party. He breezed in here to make a triumphant speech where there were cheers and there were tears down here as well. People here at the Leave.eu party don't only see this as being a victory against the European Union, but many people here tell me that they see this too as being a victory against British elites, against celebrities like David Beckham, against the political class, against the City of London. And that's really being reflected here. There are some people actually in this organisation for who this is not just a campaign, this is a lifetime political mission. First to get a referendum on EU membership, and then to get Britain out of the European Union. And now one question being asked on the sidelines here is what happens for UKIP? Is this a party with a point? Nigel Farage says yes it is, and the real question now, he says, is what should happen to David Cameron? He says he has been dishonest and should resign immediately, but clearly a feeling of absolute ecstasy in this room. 6 hours ago they thought they might have just about lost it. Now they're cheering the ITV News projection that actually Britain has voted to leave the European Union.
Rohit, well, you couldn't be with a happier group of people, that's for sure. Let's go to a place where we suspect the atmosphere is very different. Julie, at Remain, it's not their night.
It is not their night, and there could not be a greater contrast, Tom. I'm just going to step out of the shot so you can see the scene behind me now. It is pretty crowded in here earlier on in the night, and the mood was cautiously optimistic when we first went on air, and now you can see that it is quietening down. There have been moments of absolute silence in this room in the last hour. There were sort of little dips and turns during the night when things looked as though they weren't quite going Remain's way. There were people clinging on to those notions of what would happen in London. Everybody's eyes were on London. And then slowly we saw it with the probability figure that we put out a little earlier, and now this analysis that we've put Leave to Win this evening. Then there is little doubting the mood in this room, and it is completely flat as Britain chooses to take a different course in its history now. The mood here has changed utterly from when we arrived tonight. And worth perhaps noting too, Tom and Rohit, perhaps if he's listening, that when Nigel Farage appeared on the screens here in the Remain camp party this evening, there was silence, and then there were jeers and anger. So for the moment, as I look out of the window and look at Big Ben at 10 to 5, that is the latest from the Remain camp.
Julie, thank you very much indeed. I suspect Nigel Farage is a man we'll be hearing a lot more from in the next 24 hours. Now, as we wake up in this country, when I say we wake up, that's obviously ridiculous because we've been awake for quite some time in the studio, as you know. But as the rest of the country wakes up, as the Prime Minister wakes up, as ministers wake up all over Europe, I guess we've got to the point where we can expect them to start coming forward with reaction. We're in Brussels, as you've seen tonight, with James Mates, and in Paris with Emma Murphy. James, perhaps to you first. You've got someone with him. You've got someone with you, but clearly, before you get to that, we're at a point where we would expect some reaction fairly soon, I'm assuming, from European leaders.
Yes, I suspect we will. Friday is not normally a busy day in Brussels, it has to be said. Today is going to be very different. A whole series of meetings had been planned for today, which they were expecting to have to mop up the aftermath of a narrow win for Remain. Well, it's going to be a very, very different day for them. And I'm joined by Saeed Kamal, MEP. You are the leader of the European Conservatives and Reformists in the European Parliament, which is the grouping that British Conservatives sit in.
That's right, yes.
And you are heading to the first of these meetings in an hour or so's time. Tell me about it.
Absolutely right. Well, first of all, we have to respect the fact that the British people have voted. They voted to leave the EU, and it's important that now we all come together and move on. And part of that job now for me is to get straight into work. I've got meetings with the other leaders of the political groups in the European Parliament to start talking about that negotiation process.
What reaction are you expecting from them?
Well, I think it will be a mixed reaction. Most of them wanted us to stay in, and they were hoping that we would be discussing how to put in place David Cameron's negotiation today. I think now we're going to be starting to talk about how we come to an amicable arrangement, whether we start Article 50 negotiations, whether we wait a bit. But those sort of details, I think what we're going to see today is us starting to put in place the building blocks to negotiation to bring some certainty.
they're going to be asking you, what is Britain going to do? What's Britain's next move? What are you going to be able to tell them?
Well, I'm here first of all to get a sense of the room, to feedback some of the issues, but also just to talk about, look, how we are going to do this in an amicable way.
Do you expect Downing Street to brief you in any way before you go into this meeting?
Well, I will be feeding back to Downing Street after the meeting. But what's important is that we find a solution that is, good for the EU, good for the UK, and to make sure that the UK, remains good tenants. Remains good neighbours rather than reluctant tenants.
Is there any scope here for any sort of deal which could be offered to the British people to revisit this? Do you expect that?
Well, let's see. There has been a precedent in the past when the people of Denmark and Ireland, for example, voted no and they were offered another deal. But up to now, both Jean-Claude Juncker and David Cameron have said that this is it. This is, there's only one referendum. And actually, the British people, I think, went into that referendum expecting that.
But that's been the public voice, obviously. Have you been hearing anything behind the scenes to suggest that, if you really do this, well, obviously, we'll talk?
Well, I think up to now, people have probably been expecting to remain. They may well be moved to have a second referendum, and I'll find that out this morning. But I think on the whole, people have said, Jean-Claude Juncker has said it, David Cameron has said it, there will only be one referendum. And when the British people went to the polling stations to vote, they knew that there would only be one referendum, and they've made their choice. And I think now we will have to respect that.
So, Kamal, thank you very much indeed for joining us. I know you've got to rush off. Thank you. Thank you. Back to you, Tom.
James, thank you very much indeed. Well, I showed you a picture of Dover just a short while ago, dawn breaking. This is the scene now, rather more dramatic, even poetic, certainly in tune with how Nigel Farage is feeling, and many other people who campaigned to leave and many other people who voted to leave. But let's be blunt, the country is split right down the middle. The key question then, what happens next? What will become of us? Will it be as easy to put back together those trade relationships as Brexiteers claimed? Emma is in Paris, as you saw a few moments ago. Emma, we talked at the start of this evening about what French reaction might be. It's been said all along that Paris just can't wait for us to get on and get out, and they'll be doing everything they can to help us. Is that a realistic attitude? Do you think actually now we've gone, they'll soften a bit and say, OK, we need to come to some sort of arrangement?
Well, I suppose it was back in 1963 that Charles de Gaulle sought to block us joining the old European Economic Community. And this morning, France is waking up to the fact that we've actually opted to leave the European Union ourselves. And they are therefore going to be trying to work out exactly what that means, not just for Europe, but also for France. On one level, I'd say that the businesses here will be rolling out the red carpet. They will be seeking to absolutely maximise what they can get from this situation now. And indeed, that will have a direct knock-on effect for workers in the UK. There is no doubt that there will be people waking up in the United Kingdom this morning who know that they will lose their jobs in the coming weeks and months because the business will be shifting here to France and they won't have the option to move with it. So that is extremely significant. The French business community will be watching it incredibly carefully, but for the political elite, I think there will be a real feeling of shock that this has actually happened and a wish to try and protect themselves, to try and prevent any further contagion. Bear in mind, this is a country that next year will have presidential elections. The Front National is going to potentially do extremely well in that. Marine Le Pen has said that she would seek what she described as a Frexit, the French equivalent of Brexit. So that is something that they will want to be very, very careful to warn, that actually leaving the European Union is an extremely difficult and potentially damaging situation. The other thing to bear in mind is that French politicians this morning will be starting to see just what they can do to start exercising their own influence on the new 27 union bloc. And that is something that we will have to wait and see just what they decide to do. I think the French position will be much firmer than the Germans, though. I think France will be very clear this morning that there is no way you can leave particularly easily, and they will be wanting this to be a very fast move so that they can make the point that exit is not what they're seeking here.
Emma, thank you very much indeed. Well, we're joined by John Irvine from Berlin. John, I don't know if you heard what Emma has said there, but she was suggesting that the French attitude to us is going to be pretty hard line over the coming months. And I guess it does all come down to Germany now, both in terms of what arrangements we get out of all this, whether we do have some kind of access to the single market having left, but also, I guess, to some degree, it's down to the Germans and how they respond as to whether the whole union hangs together after us leaving. What's your sense of where Angela Merkel and her key officials are going to be this morning?
Tom, we're 1 hour ahead of London here in Berlin, and there is absolutely no doubt that the Germans will be waking up to a massive shock and something that they did not see coming. They've been in denial to some extent about this vote. A recent poll here showed that 80% of the German people support Britain remaining within the EU. They just haven't seen this coming, and they will regard it as an absolute disaster. I've just spoken to a man called George Baumgarten, who was German ambassador to the UK from 2008 to 2013. He said Germany would be reduced to tears by this decision, which he said was a mistake of historic proportions. He said that Germany valued the UK as a counterweight within the EU, and that our stepping away from the EU would leave Germany in a position it never wanted as the sole European superpower in the EU. He's worried that that will fuel anti-German sentiment amongst the other members. Now, what will be Germany's response to this? How will they treat the UK in the perhaps 2 or more years of negotiations that lie ahead? Well, there are two schools of thought. One is that the UK is Germany's third largest trading partner, that free trade will conquer all and that things will keep going the way they have been. There's another school of thought that Germany will have to be hard on us. It can't allow the UK to be some sort of Pied Piper that will lead other questioning nations out of the EU. In the run-up to this, the influential German finance minister said that Brexit would be a disaster. He likened it to walking into a room full of dynamite with a lit candle. It seems he will play hardball with us. He says there can be no halfway house for the UK. In is in, out is out. He said Britain could not resign from the club and expect to still be able to use some of the facilities.
John, thank you very much indeed. We're now being, such as the scale of the events we're witnessing this morning, we're now being taken by MSNBC in America. So good morning to all our new American viewers. I'm afraid we've got something of a shock for you, which is that it looks like we have left the European Union or are about to. You want to know what the reaction is? Well, take a look at this screen. We've been bouncing to and fro to the city all night, and that is the pound against the dollar, and it tells its own story. Joel, over to you.
Yeah, Tom, remember we started yesterday evening late at 10 o'clock, making it perfectly clear that the market had called the referendum already. It was under the belief that Leave would emerge victorious. What we've seen is, as the night has worn on and as the probability of a vote to leave the European Union has increased, so that the pound has fallen extremely sharply, as was predicted, against the dollar. A fall of 9%, Joe Rundle, who's the lead trader here at ETX. When was the last time we saw a fall in the pound against the dollar on this sort of scale?
Certainly not in my lifetime. I think we're probably looking back 30 years before we saw moves this big. So this is historic and is concerning, and could, we're at the beginning of the day. Most traders aren't even at their desks yet, so there's a lot of reaction to come.
You think this could go? Because, the result is no, more or less it's, we are pretty certain that it's no, 100% probability. We've called it. There's not much ambiguity. You think it could fall further?
I think so. I think, we're in a period where trading desks are beginning to get staffed again. A lot of people, a lot of fund managers are going to come in this morning, sit down, analyse it. These are the initial reactions we've seen, and then there's going to be some big money put to work, and this could see considerable selling over the next couple of days.
This is a highly significant fall in value. Is it a panic?
I think a 9-10% fall on a currency could be said as a panic. It seems to be in a fairly orderly move at the moment. We haven't seen complete free fall, but you've got to take this in context. This is a big, big move. I've certainly never seen moves like this That was through the financial crisis in 2008, September the 11th. This is the biggest move in a generation on the currency markets. So yes, panic.
The Bank of England's going to be watching this. It's going to be looking at this and thinking what the implications for inflation. If the pound is falling significantly and in a sustained way, then prices are going to go up. Inflation will rise. That will be one thing the Bank of England's conscious of. It will also look here, though, at what's happening on the stock markets this morning, where the current market prediction is that in London, the figure here, the FTSE 100, is likely to open down 7.7%. Joe, bring me the latest. HSBC, one of the world's biggest banks, of course, listed in London, also in Hong Kong. Where's its share price currently?
So it's down 11% in Hong Kong. Just to equate that, that's nearly £10 billion wiped off the market capitalisation of HSBC. That is everyone's pensions that's going to feel it hit this morning.
OK, there is a real price to be felt for this. Thank you very much, Joe Rondell. Market open, 8 o'clock in the morning. We'll bring it to you.
Joel, thank you very much indeed. Well, Nigel Farage called it Independence Day. If so, it looks to be a very, very expensive day indeed. That said, the Brexiteers always argued that it would take time and we benefit in the end. So let's see. This is the state of play at this point in the morning. If you're just waking up, you can see that 334 counts out of 382 have been declared. Turnout is 71.7%. But we called it some time ago as a Leave victory. Colin and Jane said it would be 52 to Leave, 48 to Remain, and as you can see, they were pretty much bang on the money. Now, if you've been with us all night, you will have seen earlier in the evening, last night, don't know where we are. Anyway, a long time ago, I spoke to Andy Coulson, who was formerly David Cameron's communications director. I think I have to begin with this. Your former boss is finished at this point, isn't it? I mean, whether he's finished today, tomorrow, next week or next month, this is the end of his political career, isn't it? Realistically, looking at everything?
I think, as we speak right now, in Downing Street, David Cameron is pondering that very point. I suspect that there are a large number of people, you've had some of them in the studio during the course of the evening, urging him to stay. Hopefully pointing out to him that what we need now actually is leadership, and to coin a phrase, it's no time for a novice. You need someone with experience, you need someone who understands the processes, but I suspect that David Cameron is now pondering the possibility of stepping down.
Is it conceivable that he will walk out this morning and say, I will stay for a while, but I have to quit? You know the man's mind.
Of course it's conceivable, yes, because that is one option open to him now.
If you were still there, what would you advise him to do?
If I was in the room now, I'd be advising him to stay and to align himself with what I think actually is the national interest. Because if there's one we don't know much now, but what we do know, in terms of the future, what we do know is it's going to be chaotic. Politically, it's going to be chaotic. This is seismic. It's going to require the remaking of government in many substantial ways. That's a very, very complicated process, and we need some leadership. And I think there's a strong argument that David Cameron is still the right man to do that. But it's a very personal decision now, and there are some decisions in life that you can only make on your own, and I think this is probably one of them for him.
You say it's chaotic, you say it's seismic, and you say it's going to take time for government. We've talked about a lot of it tonight. You've probably heard us. You've got Alex Salmond sitting there a short time ago and saying, right, we're going to need another referendum. Scotland's possibly off. What do you think are the key points that have to be resolved here? If you were sitting there and you were trying to help him, what would you say, right, what do we need to focus on in the weeks ahead, and what would you pick out?
Right now, it's very difficult to get beyond tomorrow for him. What's the statement? What is he going to say to the country?
And what would you say?
Well, it's totally, obviously, based on what his decision is.
Yeah.
And there is some middle ground. There is look, I am going to go, but I'm not going to put a date on it, and I am going to do my duty, and I am going to try and see this process, at least get this process underway. Or there are other options. I mean, on the sort of immediate difficulties, Allegra actually very early on in the evening alighted on one very sort of basic problem. The Leave campaign set out their roadmap for the future. That roadmap requires a number of new laws to be passed. How do those laws get passed? With a Parliament, with the House of Commons, that seems to be at odds with the view of the nation.
Are we just in a long constitutional standoff here then? Because one of the things we don't normally, referendums are not a thing in our democracy. This is only the third national one we've ever had, as you know. So are we in some kind of constitutional standoff here, do you think? Or could we be between the referendum and the people's decision and the House of Commons?
Well, those things are going to have to somehow or the other resolve themselves. And for party politics, this is obviously huge. This is as bad a night for the Labour Party as it is for David Cameron. This is a disastrous result for the Labour Party. The party seems to be completely disconnected from its core. But the Conservative Party is not without its issues either. And so everything is up for grabs, if you like.
Let's go back to the Tory Party, which is you have an instinctive understanding from looking at it a long time from Number 10. The accusation against Boris is that he sacrificed a lot of other people's jobs to get David Cameron's. That's what the people who don't like him will say. Do you think he's damaged in this, enhanced? Is he effectively all but in Number 10? What's your sense of...
No, I don't think he's all but in Number 10, because there are a large number of Conservative MPs, pro-Brexit, as we touched on earlier, I think, who are anti-Boris, who do not much like the idea of Boris being a shoo-in, if you like. And that's another layer of complication, and that's another layer of delay. It's another layer of chaos, if you like, that the country could probably do without, which is another strong reason for those who are now, I suspect, trying to convince David Cameron to stay put for a while. We don't need that extra layer of chaos, as I say. But as I said earlier, I think that this, right now, actually, I think this is the moment that David Cameron will be thinking to himself, what precisely do I do here? And I think that is a decision that he makes pretty much on his own.
OK, Andy, thank you very much. Well, that's a thought that David Cameron is up at this hour in the morning, contemplating whether to come out and resign immediately in the middle distance or to not resign at all. Now, one of the evolving stories of the night is the impact of this decision on the United Kingdom, not just our place in the European Union, but our very existence as a country. You heard Alex Salmond a short time ago suggesting he wanted another referendum and quickly, and he expected Nicola Sturgeon to go down that road. Peter Smith is in Scotland for us. Mark Mallet is in Belfast. Peter, let's go to you first. I don't know whether you heard what Alex Salmond had to say a short while ago on this programme, but what is your sense of what mood Scotland is likely to wake up in this morning?
Well, Tom, if the Prime Minister is currently considering his future at Downing Street, there are many people in Scotland who will be considering their country's future in the UK. The First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon, has already released a statement this morning, and she says the people of Scotland have spoken and spoken decisively. They have made it clear that they see their future in the EU. That obviously flies in the face of what the people of the UK have said, and she's putting Scotland in conflict with the UK in terms of this decision. It's easy to see why. Every single area in Scotland voted to remain, and now Scotland will be coming out of the EU, in Nicola Sturgeon's words, against the will of the Scottish people. Now, I'm joined by the Scottish Government's Cabinet Secretary for External Affairs and the SNP's spokesperson for Europe, Fiona Hislop. Does this mean an independence referendum, a second Indie ref, is now inevitable?
Well, we have a decisive vote, 62% to 38% to remain in the EU. We've got to protect Scotland's interests. We've got to make sure Scotland's voice is heard. It's been heard very decisively, very clearly tonight. And we will make sure that that interest is protected. Now, all options have to be looked at, and we'll make sure that in terms of our continuing relations with our European partners, we'll make sure that Scotland's interest is advanced.
Obviously, the SNP have been talking about a second independence referendum, but is this a trigger for that? Does this mean that you will be putting a second referendum to the people of Scotland? So we could not only see the UK coming out of Europe, but Scotland coming out of the UK?
Well, the First Minister will set out our position. The Scottish people will certainly express their views. And it's very important that those people that voted against independence, who wanted to remain part of the European Union, reassess their position and where they want to be. But we'll make sure from day one, next week and in the coming months and indeed the years ahead, that we will make sure that the Scottish people's views and opinions are respected. But
Do you even have a mandate for this, though? I mean, you don't have a majority at the Scottish Parliament anymore.
Well, certainly there's an independence majority in terms of the MSPs numbers-wise in the Parliament. Our manifesto, which we got elected on for a third term barely 6 weeks ago, sets out our views and a mechanism about how we would assess the need for another independence referendum. But clearly decisions have consequences, and we're not in conflict with the rest of the UK. The rest of the UK has made a decision against the wishes of the Scottish people, and that has consequences. David Cameron told us barely 2 years ago that independence for Scotland would somehow be the mechanism that took us out of the EU. No, continuing membership of the Union is what's done that, and that's what it looks like tonight.
Isn't this the politics of grievance, though? I mean, wouldn't it be better for the people of Scotland? I mean, we're getting a bit of voter fatigue. We've seen the turnout come down in Scotland, so perhaps it's not about never-endums, not another referendum, that people just don't want that.
Well, democracy is a very important thing. We've had 5 visits to the polls in recent years from Scotland, and increased turnout indeed for the Thursday European referendum. But it's been a positive campaign, remember, in Scotland. We've not fought the politics of grievance. That's what's happened south of the border. The Scottish people have a positive view of Europe, and that's what we put forward and won.
Well, the First Minister of Scotland will be having a statement at Bute House, her residency in Edinburgh, later this morning, so there will be many questions to her about what happens next for the future of Scotland.
OK, Peter, thank you very much indeed. There'll be leaders everywhere, I suspect, giving press conferences within the next few hours. Let's go back to Mark in Belfast. Mark, we've talked about this earlier in the evening, but there are plenty in the unionist community who voted to leave the European Union tonight. We know that, but they must be looking at what's happening in Scotland. What Alex Salmond said on this programme earlier, with very mixed views, I would have thought. What is overall the reaction there, you think, as we wake up?
Very much so. There were loud cheers here just a few moments ago, Tom, with the unionist community really celebrating the bigger vote than they expected to achieve. Just to give you the final figures from Northern Ireland, it was 56% of the electorate here voted to remain in the European Union, 44% voting to leave the European Union. So those figures indeed bucking the national trend. But all of a sudden, with this situation, Pandora's box has well and truly been opened. I was speaking to Sinn Féin's national chairperson, an MLA, an assembly member here in Northern Ireland, Declan Kearney, just a few moments ago, and he said, if you'll allow me to quote, he said, English votes have overturned the democratic will of the people of Northern Ireland. He said this was a cross-community vote in favour of remaining in the European Union. He said English voters are dragging Northern Ireland out of the European Union. He said this British government has forfeited any mandate to represent the economic or political interests of the people in Northern Ireland, and he is calling for a border poll.
Well, Mark, that in itself is a somewhat extraordinary development in the sense that we've got... we just had Alex Salmond suggesting that he wants another referendum. We've just heard Peter Smith say that the First Minister in Scotland is giving a press conference later on this morning. Clearly, as you say, Northern Ireland did vote to remain. Is it your sense that the idea of a border poll and the nationalist community genuinely making a bid to, in some way, keep Northern Ireland in the Union? I mean, is that a political up and runner, you think, really?
Well, listen, Sinn Féin this has been their lifelong aim, hasn't it, to have some sort of a border poll, to see Irish unity on the island of Ireland, and this is their prime opportunity to really push for that. They will face stiff opposition from the unionist community, but there is no argument that Northern Ireland is now facing a very uncertain future, given that we have that land border with the Republic of Ireland, who continue to be European Union members. There are all sorts of implications for what happens, the movement of people between the two countries. Sinn Féin will use this very carefully over the coming days, weeks, months to press on this issue of Irish unity, convincing what Declan Kearney was saying there. He's convinced that this was a cross-community vote in Northern Ireland, that 56% of people wanted to stay within the European Union, 44% wanted to leave the European Union, and he's now saying that really that pushes this argument for a border poll, and he wants to see that immediately.
OK, Mark, that's an extraordinary development in itself. Thank you very much for sharing it with us. There is uncertainty everywhere creeping in this morning. Uncertainty not just about our place in the European Union, but perhaps the continuance of the United Kingdom, at least in the same form as a country. These are all things we will no doubt ponder as the days unfold. Jane, maybe you can tell us how we got here.
That's right, Tom. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Let's just look at our map. So we're going to ignore just for now those bars on the right-hand side and just look at the national picture on that map of the UK. Let's first of all look at areas where UKIP has done very well in the past. Just all voting for Leave, those areas were UKIP. Let's also look at coastal towns. Those were areas that we thought would be more likely to vote Leave. Just look at all of that support for Leave all around the coast in all of those key coastal areas that we'd identified as being ones to watch. Let's look at areas of the country where there were higher proportions of people who were retired. And let's just look at how well Leave has done. The only areas there where Remain has done is in Scotland, where there were entirely different reasons for that vote there. Let's also look at those areas of the country where there are highest proportions of the population who are white. So in those areas of the country that are most white, we see almost across the board those votes for Leave. And then we can also look at areas of the country with the fewest graduates, and those areas also being far more likely to vote Leave, and again with the exceptions being cities there and also up in Scotland. And so that's really the story of what's behind this vote. It's that UKIP vote, that coastal vote, those over 65s, those areas where most of the population was white and where there were fewest graduates, those predictors that we expected. We just didn't see the extent of this coming. And just to understand where these pockets are in relation to areas in the country, let's just focus in on that national picture again. What you can see there, I've been looking at that and studying it, and you just see that dense red around the Thames estuary. That's UKIP's heartland. That's where UKIP has done very well in recent elections, and we expected that very much. But then just look at Middle England. What we've got there is the East Midlands. That support for Leave being incredibly strong there. Move over to the West Midlands, where we again see that very dark red there, those clusters of support. Places like Dudley and Telford and Wrekin and Walsall and Tamworth really just voting Leave in very, very strong proportions. The North East above, we also see there very, very strong support for Leave, and then in Yorkshire and Humber as well. Just almost right across the board there.
OK. We're going to go to Plymouth in a minute, so maybe we could just talk about that. We just talk about Plymouth very briefly?
Plymouth is one of the areas in those areas where UKIP has done the best. And I have to say, Tom, that just really leaves us at this point in the night of having absolutely no doubt whatsoever about how Plymouth's going to vote tonight.
It's going to be... Can I just, before we go to Plymouth, I just want to bring up one... Can we just bring up the national picture again? Because I just wanted to draw out one thing. What's happened in the last hour or two, it seems to me, we've had Alex Salmond sitting here suggesting that he wants another referendum and Scotland might be out. And you look at that picture, and whether you think he's got a point or not, that's a hard political thing to argue against, really, when you look at that. And you've had Mark Mallet just telling us that Sinn Féin now want a border poll, presumably to talk about... Well, I guess, the reunification of Ireland, a politically explosive subject, if ever I knew one in Northern Ireland terms. And look, it is clearly true that Northern Ireland voted to remain. So I guess that is the evolving politics of the UK that we're going to be dealing with.
But Northern Ireland is still split on traditional lines in which Northern Ireland has always split, whereas with Scotland, you've just got that unified story of a vote for Remain. Absolutely in total contrast to the rest of, well, not the whole of England, but the majority of England.
It's a very, very fractured picture, to say the least. Now, maybe we can go to Plymouth. I think we are almost ready for an announcement there. But as Jane said, well, when I said we're getting an announcement for Plymouth, that doesn't look like an announcement to me. We are, in fact, not going to an announcement. We are going to Chris Joy.
Less of an announcement, more of an emotion. Here we sit at Sutton Harbour as the sun rises over Plymouth, but don't be fooled, it's not just the sun glinting that you can detect, but also the glinting smiles of these 4 Leave campaigners. Let's talk to them. William Dartmouth, MEP for UKIP here in the southwest. What clinched this for your side of the argument? Was it just about Europe, or was there something else on your side, a kind of mistrust with mainstream politics, experts?
I think that the Prime Minister and the Remain campaign ran a campaign that was entirely negative, and they couldn't seem to think of any particular positive reason for staying in, and Project Fear, Project Threat just wasn't enough. I think that was what swung it. I also must make the point that remaining in the European Union is economically damaging to us.
I think we've made that point. Andy Giles, fisherman here for 30 years. We can talk about the politics, we can talk about the economics. What will this mean in personal terms for people in this industry?
It means we can now go to sea and catch fish with a bit of luck, rather than going to sea to avoid them. For me personally, that means, so...
How do you feel about it? Because a lot of people...
I'm really excited, to be honest. We can finally move forward from the last 30, 40 years where we've been, held back. I'm really looking forward to it now.
And it's not just about the fishing industry. Jim French, sitting next to you, representing hauliers. Also, a lot of people wanted to leave from that industry. Could be a shot in the foot, couldn't it? We've seen sterling taking a nosedive. That will make things like petrol imports more expensive. There could be a price to pay for all of this.
It could be, yes. Yeah, we have 7,000 members nationally, and the majority voted in favour of leaving. But
why did they?
Well, it was mainly the smaller hauliers that voted in that way, and that was principally, we believe, because of the amount of red tape and legislation that there is coming from Europe.
Jim Portas, from the fishing industry, representing a co-op of trawler owners. What happens next? There's been this dammed back expectation now. People are expecting something to suddenly be different as dawn breaks. How long will it actually take for this decision to have a practical impact?
Well, I think there's going to be a huge wave of optimism during the coming days throughout the fishing industry, and then we'll just have to sit down with the administrators and our fisheries minister and start to work out what the new regulations are going to look like in a couple of years' time. We are going to live with the same regulations for at least 2 years.
That's right, and couldn't there be a sting in the tail of all this? Because you'll have to negotiate about these waters with our European neighbours. Now aren't you at one big disadvantage?
No, I'm confident that because we've got the variety of fish in our waters, that we've got something to offer them, and also the Faroese, the Greenland and Norwegians have all negotiated very successfully with the European Union. I'm confident that we'll be able to do the same.
And Jim, just to stick with you, because you really have a good personal take on this, you started your career actually enforcing EU fishing regulations. You've completely changed over the years.
Yes.
Sum it up, what does it mean to you personally and the people that you work with in this industry?
Oh, well, I'd love to see some of the red tape untied so that our fishermen really can feel that they are free to do the job that they want to do to feed our nation with really good quality fish from our own waters.
Of course, there's a lot of politics to analyse, a lot of economics, but also there are lots of personal stories. Many of the people that I've been speaking to tonight have been in this industry for 20 or 30 years. Every single day of their working lives, they've been in an industry dominated by EU rules and regulations. Many of them are now believing that at last their moment has come. Back to you in the studio.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. Well, a short time ago, you probably heard Andy Coulson on this programme suggesting the Prime Minister right about now would be pondering his future. We've been wondering when and whether he would come out and make a statement. Well, not really whether, but when. Robert Peston has the answer. Robert, what's happening in the next few hours?
Well, partly prompted by the extraordinary turmoil in markets, which have extended all the way to Japan, with trading in Japan temporarily suspended just because of the sheer scale of the gyrations, not in all markets, but in particular markets. It is plainly important for the Bank of England to make a statement about how it can attempt to stem the collapse of certain asset prices, sterling, stock markets, damage to banks, how it can staunch the impact of what is turning into a fully fledged financial crisis. It cannot, however, make a statement, I think for instance, decorum's sake, until the Prime Minister has spoken. So I'm expecting both the Prime Minister and the Bank of England to make statements before 7 this morning.
OK, Allegra, you've got something for us as well, sorry.
Well, at the moment, we think that Vote Leave will make a statement at 11, but that's really quite a long time after that 7 a.m. joint or couple of press conferences.
Well, there will be separate statements, but the Prime Minister will make a statement and the Governor of the Bank of England will subsequently make a statement.
I think there's been a canvassing operation of ministers, I presume Brexit ministers, but I think there's been an operation to reach out beyond that to find out what people feel more broadly. There is a consensus that they want the Prime Minister to stay, but lots of people on Twitter are saying to me, quite rightly, why on earth should he? And we return to that old principle of public service and the idea that perhaps he wouldn't necessarily want to be rushed out having this huge failure on his hands. But nonetheless, I've been told that people inside the Conservative Party don't think that it's feasible for him to last beyond Christmas, that he can't be the person that leads.
He could presumably
just walk out.
Well, he could say, listen, I know I've got to stay for a bit, but I'm announcing that I'll leave by Christmas. Yeah, that's a sort of, would you agree, Robert, that would make some sort of sense?
You he can't walk out now because, frankly, there is so much financial markets, political instability. He has got to give a commitment to stay in office to see us through this what is going to be a pretty hairy period of transition. How long that period of transition is, none of us can be confident. Talking to senior Tories before the vote, they thought the commitment would be to party conference. Maybe that isn't quite long enough. I mean, maybe it is Christmas. But how could he be put in charge of a negotiation
doesn't believe him.
To reconfigure Britain's relationship not just with the European Union but more or less with the rest of the world if it's a project his heart's not in, which is what he's demonstrated over the last...
Well, one thing's for sure, it is catastrophic for his reputation, his legacy, and all the rest of it. This is absolutely the last thing he wanted to happen, and this is not how he wanted his political career to end. If indeed, one way or another, it does mark the end or the beginning of the end for him. Now, you'd expect social media to be ablaze with this morning, and it is. Let's go to Nina.
Yes, Tom, obviously a lot of people have stayed up all night on Twitter watching this incredible story develop, but many are now waking up to it and giving us their reaction. Rob Owers, take us through what we can see here.
These are some of the emojis that are being used in e-referendum tweets over the last hour. You can see the bigger they are, the more they're being used in tweets about the e-referendum. The biggest by a long way at the moment is the crying with laughter emoji. Maybe it's people who are saying, Leave campaigners saying, in your face, or other people who are saying, I just can't believe what's going on. We're seeing celebratory drinks, red alerts, people talking about jetting off to other countries. But let's take you through some of the reaction tweets. So, for example, this was straight after ITV called it for Leave. Douglas Carswell with his team of Leave supporters celebrating. Patrick O'Flynn, the UKIP MEP, saying, as I said the other day, if it is Brexit, it is up to us on the winning side to work to allay the fears of those who voted Remain. Mm-hmm. Nicola Sturgeon's tweeted this morning, every Scottish council has now declared it's a Queen's sweep for Remain in Scotland. Well done, everyone. Obviously setting up potentially for another independence referendum in Scotland. Sure. And in Ireland, Irish journalist Elaine Byrne tweeting, well done, Britain. Next stop, the breakup of the Union. In wishing to return to empire, you became an island divided. And then John Rentoul, the columnist, I'm in shock. David Cameron's gamble has failed. His career is over. Will the Commons sit on Saturday? Is Boris Johnson really up to it?
Rob, thank you. Laughing in the sidelines here to that last tweet is, of course, Stanley Johnson, Boris's father. Have you heard from your son in the last hour?
No, I've been watching the door of his house, waiting to see if he will come out. But actually, I'm not here as Boris's dad. I'm here, by the way, as chairman of the Environment, co-chairman of Environmentalists for Europe. And I would say I didn't expect this result. I worked 40 years in Europe, worked 40 years on environmental policy. But that said, the people have spoken, and we jolly well have to make the best of it now. And it could actually be the beginning of something really good for the environment too. We have had, our organisation had fantastic support. Friends of the Earth, Royal Society for the Protection of Birds, World Wildlife Fund, Wildlife Trust, they've all got together, and now we have to say two things. How do we protect what we had protected under EU legislation? And secondly, how do we continue to ensure that the UK really makes an important contribution on the environmental...
And the environment message didn't get through, neither did the economy message get through. People might be surprised to hear you haven't contacted your son in the last hour. This is, whatever happens next, a massive point in his political career.
Well, I want to tell you that my phone ran out of battery. That is what happened. And also, I mean, let's hope he's watching telly. And I say, hello, Boris, well done. You set it up. You did a brilliant job. And now we're all going to move forward together.
You called it a career-ending decision when he came out for Brexit. Very quickly, do you think he will be the next Prime Minister, Stanley Johnson?
I eat my words. I eat my words on the career-ending decision. As for the timing, who can tell? There are plenty of candidates out there.
Minister?
One day, no doubt, and I've got other children in there who might do too.
Stanley Johnson, thank you. Tom.
Nina, thank you. Well, Boris Johnson and David Cameron have been rivals since the days of Eton and Oxford. David Cameron made it into Downing Street first. I saw Boris Johnson in early January and left my meeting with him absolutely convinced that he was going to campaign for in. My mistake. A few weeks later, our political editor, Robert Peston, came into the newsroom and said Boris Johnson's going for out, and the rest, as they say, is history. David Cameron looks to be finished one way or another. Is Boris the man to take over from him? Richard Gaisford is outside Boris's house, soon to be quite famous house in London. Richard, what's happening there? When are we going to see Mr. Johnson this morning? Mr. Johnson Boris, that is, rather than his dad.
Well, that's it. We know he's inside. Boris Johnson watching the television, we understand, with his aides. He may well have heard his father's wishes there via ITV News, Tom. As you can see, a huge amount of interest in this. People turning up all the time, waiting to see if Boris is going to come out and speak. You'll remember that media scrum that developed outside the House when he first opted to join the Vote Leave campaign. Similar scenes likely this morning. His aides are telling us that he may well wait for the Prime Minister to speak first, may then let others, Michael Gove, Gisela Stewart, talk on the behalf of the Vote Leave campaign before he gives his view on the night's developments. Certainly at this point, he has put his name, as we know, to that list of 84 Tory MPs who were part of the Vote Leave campaign, saying that they want David Cameron to stay on. But there will be plenty of questions, of course, for him about his leadership ambitions. He certainly seems to have jumped on the right bandwagon. Whether people will feel that he is now the man perhaps to lead the Tory party, to lead the country through the negotiations as we come out of Europe, well, that is another matter entirely.
Richard, thank you very much. Well, a short time ago, we had Alistair Campbell here in the studio, as you will have seen, but events have rather moved on since then. To put it mildly, he's now with Julie.
Yes, he is indeed in a very quiet room. Alistair Campbell, former Director of Communications for Tony Blair, of course. You were consoling some of the Remain camp here. How are you feeling now?
Well, I think it's a dreadful night, I think. It's a terrible result. And I think the consequences are absolutely enormous. And I think not just the public, but I don't even think that the people who led this Leave campaign are really fully seized of the consequences of what's going to happen.
Is there any conceivable way that David Cameron stays in, do you think?
I think there is, actually. I don't sense any sort of great movement. I don't know what the Labour Party is going to be calling for. I think the Labour Party will have its own issues that it's going to have to look at. But I think that the reality is David Cameron, wrongly in my view, 3 years ago, promised this referendum. We're now having to live with the consequences. We've had it in very different circumstances to when he announced it. And he's now going to have to decide whether he's got the stomach, I guess, and also whether he can cope with the humiliation of having to now go to Europe, start the negotiations for Britain's withdrawal, with all the incredible consequences of that. Some of
we're
which
very, very sorry to interrupt Julie and Alistair there, but this is Gisela Stewart from the Leave campaign giving a press conference and her reaction.
And now take back control over the whole area of democratic.
OK, well, I'm sure what Gisela Stewart had to say was fascinating Unfortunately, we couldn't really hear it. Such is the nature of impromptu press conferences. It's worth just taking stock at this point in the morning and considering what the day ahead perhaps holds. We've seen from our bounces to Joel throughout the night that the markets are not taking this news well. There is every sign that it's going to be a day of carnage, not just in the City of London, but on markets across the world. You heard Robert a short time ago talking about the way there has already been a marked downturn in the Japanese markets. We expect that to go on throughout the day, and we'll have to see what the long-term impact of that is. We've had Alex Salmond around this desk suggesting that he wants another referendum on whether Scotland should remain part of the UK, and soon we expect Nicola Sturgeon to be having a press conference shortly, and no doubt she will be talking about that. I can just take this moment to say good night to Julie, who apparently is about to be kicked out of what is left of the Remain party. I say good night, Julie, but good morning might be more appropriate.
Yes, and on it will go. A very quiet morning now behind us here. What a change of atmosphere overnight. We've seen the ups and the downs, but now, as the sun is fully up over the Thames, just beyond the window here at Festival Hall, that is it for the Remain event here. And they now look to the coming hours with some trepidation, no doubt. It has been the most extraordinary night, a night where we have seen a moment in history. Tom.
Julie, thank you very much indeed. Well, it has been a long night, but it's going to be an even longer day ahead, I suspect. Just as I was mentioning there, we've got Nicola Sturgeon coming out and giving a press conference. You've got the tricky business that Mark Mallet was talking about from Belfast earlier, with Sinn Féin now requesting a border poll in Northern Ireland, because Northern Ireland also voted to remain, but we are going out of the European Union. And that's before we even get to the politics of Westminster, the Prime Minister giving a statement and all the rest of it. Very, very much to unravel. Robert, what is your sense about what the Prime Minister's day is going to involve tomorrow?
Well, the first thing he will have to do is he will have to, as I say, coordinate government action and Bank of England action to allay any concerns that, for example, people's savings are at risk. And so there will have to be a reassuring statement that the Bank of England is behind our big financial institutions, because we are seeing colossal falls in the prices of assets that matter.
Just to be clear, I just want to come in on this, because after all, you covered Northern Rock and all the rest of it. Are you saying that we are back to 2007 in a sense, or we could be?
We are back to 2007-8 to the extent that we are seeing extraordinary movements right now in the prices of financial assets that affect our wealth. Now, the difference between 2008 and where we are now, 2007, 2008 and where we are now, is our banks are considerably stronger, and the Bank of England is much more adept at providing them with the finance that they need to remain robust. But the scale of the global shock we are seeing right now is extremely significant. We've already seen sterling move from a peak only a few hours ago of $1.50 to $1.35 and falling. Morgan Stanley, a huge American bank, talking about it going pretty rapidly down as low as $1.20. You almost never see movements of that magnitude. The stock market, the UK stock market, is expected to open somewhere between 8 and 10% lower. That is a very, very significant fall, which affects the wealth of everybody who has a pension. Now, let's be absolutely clear. Prices of financial assets can go down and up, and they will. They will at some point recover. But financial assets do have an impact on economic activity. They have an impact on the ability of companies to raise finance. They have an effect on the ability of our financial institutions, our insurers and our banks to provide finance. And that then does have an impact on how much consumers and businesses are able to spend and invest. So this is real stuff that not only looks dramatic at a particular moment, but does have significant economic implications for how rich or poor we may be. And right now we are looking at being a bit poorer. And a very striking thing, just to be absolutely clear, because bond markets are in a way the most important bond markets are the most important of the various financial markets in the world. They are the biggest markets. They are also the ones that, on the whole, central banks take most seriously, and certainly finance ministers take seriously. And economists are saying that bond markets will today rise in a way that prices in the prospect of a British recession.
OK, let's go to Chris in Downing Street. Robert said that we are expecting to hear from the Prime Minister around 7 o'clock, and Chris is there.
Yeah, morning, Tom. It's quite hard to get any information out of Downing Street, as you can well imagine this morning. They're all up, we know that much, and they're all in meetings right now. What I can tell you, I can only really go on what I can see rather than what I can hear. The people who do David Cameron's sound are busy rigging up for his statement, which we are expecting before 7 o'clock. Clearly, if he's going to make a statement, and we always expect him to do such a thing here, he's got to do it in these circumstances before the markets open. The communication lines between Downing Street behind me, the Treasury over there, and the Bank of England in the city will have been open all night, but we will be hearing from the Prime Minister possibly within the next hour.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. Well, this is the state of play at this point in the morning. If you're just waking up, this is the picture you're waking up to. We are leaving the European Union. That is the bottom line. Here is the state of play. Remain 48.2% and leave 51.8%. A lot of newspapers, rather like us, have been up all night, and we've got some front pages in already. This is the Daily Mail. We're out. A picture of Nigel Farage. We said at the start of the evening, earlier in the evening, we heard from Nigel Farage that he certainly wasn't underplaying his triumph, and there is a picture of him on the front page of the Mail. Let's just take a look at the Mirror as well. We're out. Well, great minds think alike, you might say. And there's little doubt that that is the truth. We are out. I'm joined by Jenny Russell, columnist for The Times, and Toby Young, you'll recall from the earlier part of the evening. Jenny, who's just written a very long, very detailed, very good profile of the Prime Minister. Not your first, I have to say, but possibly your last. What do you sense will be in his mind as he wakes up this morning and ponders his future?
Well, I asked him about this repeatedly when I was interviewing him, about whether he could stay on if there was a vote to leave. And the interesting thing was that he was absolutely categoric that he would and he should, and he had a democratic mandate to stay. Now, I think that's politically almost impossible to carry out, because there's so many people who are against the Prime Minister within his own party. They either detest him because of his position on Europe, or they fear that they weren't promoted, or they've just always thought that he's a posh Tory, and they aren't quite such posh Tories. But when I asked him about the whole referendum business, he said again and again, this is not a verdict on me. This is a verdict on the question of Europe. My responsibility was just to deliver a referendum. I promised the country a referendum. I'm going to listen to them. And when they give me the verdict, I won a stunning victory only a year ago, was what he said to me. And that gives me the democratic mandate to stay in power. It also gives me, if the country wants a Brexit, it gives me the responsibility of negotiating that on their behalf in good faith. So I think he'll be sitting there this morning thinking that he can and he should be allowed to negotiate Brexit. Now, whether his party will let him do that, whether the Eurosceptic press will let him do that, is quite another matter.
Well, I think everyone is just coming to terms with what's happened and just trying to think through what it means. Toby, you've so far this evening, let's just to recap on where we are. We've had Sinn Féin requesting a border poll. We've had Alex Salmond suggesting he wants another referendum in Scotland. We'll hear from Nicola Sturgeon in a minute. And we've got the markets crashing. Any regrets on campaigning to leave, or you're still happy that you're waking up and you got what you wanted?
No regrets, no. I'm delighted that we've reclaimed our democratic rights and that we've had the courage to do that in spite of Project Fear. I agree with Jenny. I don't think that David Cameron will resign. I think that, we are facing a pivotal moment in British history. There is currently a vacuum at the heart of the British government. We don't know yet whether Cameron's going to stay or go, and we won't know until he makes his statement. But the leaders of the Leave campaign, Boris Johnson, Michael Gove and others, by not saying anything, by Boris not coming out of his house, they're essentially saying, we're not going to take the initiative. We're not going to seize power in this vacuum. We're going to wait and let you take the initiative. And I think if you're in politics at the level David Cameron is, I think at a moment like this, even though staying on is fraught with all kinds of perils, at the same time, you feel the hand of history on your shoulder. What he does in the next few hours will critically affect the history of this country. He doesn't just have to calm the markets, he also has to reassure EU nationals living in Britain that they're not going to be sent home in a week's time. He has to assure the country that even though part of Project Fear was vote Leave, get Farage, that we're not going to get Farage. He's not going to be in charge. And I think,
not yet, anyway.
Given the man he is, given why he's in politics, he's not going to shirk that responsibility. He knows that this is an opportunity to shape the future of this country in a way he hasn't had before. That's why people get into politics, so they can affect history. So I don't think he'll go.
Jenny, can I just move it on a little bit beyond David Cameron? Our reporter in Belfast, Mark Mallett, said a little while ago Pandora's box could be being opened. Do you worry? I mean, I slightly wonder, often in the media, I know the Times was for Remain, but often in the media, you see newspapers campaigning for something, and then you sometimes think, well, I wonder if they actually get it, whether they'd want it as much. What kind of country do you think we're waking up to this morning? And are you worried about things beyond the question of the European Union, like the unity of the UK as a whole?
Oh, gosh, immensely. I think we're going to end up living in Ruritania, and Scotland will go if it can. Northern Ireland's very unhappy about the settlement. Toby's sitting here talking about Project Fear as if it was some kind of joke, but we just saw the front page of the paper then saying Project Fear failed, but pound plunges to 31-year low. I mean, it seems to me the warnings about Project Fear weren't fierce enough. And I think the consequences for Britain are going to be absolutely terrifying. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if Johnson and company don't want to push the Prime Minister out just now, because they won this referendum on the basis of making fantastical promises to everybody that they could have lovely, prosperous lives if only we voted Leave. But, of course, those claims were fantasy, like the claims that we were going to get £350 million a week back from the EU. We never paid that money to the EU, so we can't get it back. Now, if they're going to be responsible for making all those people who think that whatever the problems in their lives, immigration, low wages, no housing, pressures on schools, are going to be solved by the promises of the Leavers, they aren't going to be. Of course they'd like to stand back and let David Cameron deal with all the immense problems which are now going to emerge.
Jenny's got a point, though, hasn't she, Toby? I mean, honestly, Boris doesn't want to get in there now. He said he'll apologise if we enter a recession.
So he'll be apologising tomorrow morning?
Well, I was going to say, the way we're going, he might be apologising quite soon.
One of the reasons I'm sure that Vote Leave have ceded the initiative in this moment to the Prime Minister is because they don't particularly want to be in charge at this particular moment. But I do think that Jenny is exaggerating.
Which bit?
Well, I don't think... And when you said earlier that it is absolutely certain now that we're going to leave the European Union, I'm not sure that it is absolutely certain. I've always thought, like Boris said at the beginning of the campaign, that if we do vote Leave, the leaders of Europe will come back with a much better offer. Associate membership, access to the single market, but no commitment to free movement, repatriate some powers, and so forth.
Toby and Jenny, thank you very much for coming close to the end of our programme now. We almost heard what Gisela Stewart had to say earlier, but her microphone wasn't good. However, we found a microphone. Here's what she had to say.
I think that is democracy at work. And it is our opportunity to take back control over a whole area of democratic decisions, but also an opportunity to renew some of those processes. Because I think all the political leaders will have to reflect on whether they have accurately gauged the people's attitude and the people's desire on how to govern themselves.
Well, apparently she gave some of her speech in German just to make sure that the message got through to Berlin. So there you are. Let's go over to Rohit at Leave now. Rohit, we have come to you throughout the course of this evening, and an ever happier group of people you've had behind you. I see it's emptied out a bit, but I'm imagining that they couldn't really have had a better night.
Yeah, Tom, it certainly is emptying out a bit, a lot actually. The party's pretty much over, but in a sense it's only just beginning. A few hours ago, not even the most optimistic campaigners at this party were predicting anything like this sort of victory that we are now projecting for the Leave campaign. And it's wrong to see their campaign, in their words, narrowly in terms of an attack on Brussels. They say it's much wider than that. It's an attack against elites, against the political class. It's an attack on London versus many working class urban communities across the UK. It's an attack, some of the campaigners here feel, against the celebrity endorsements, for example. And they now believe that this wave that they think they've set in train now is only just beginning.
Rohit, thank you very much. Well, every time we've gone to the city tonight, the graphs looked a little bit worse, so I'm not anticipating that this trip over to have a chat to Joel Hills is going to be any different. Joel, you haven't had any sleep tonight. I don't expect you're going to get any sleep tomorrow either. It's going to be a very busy day for you and everyone around you, and I can see the graph over your shoulder.
Yeah, you can, and it says it all. The pound, the second that the investors got a sense of which way the vote was heading, the pound went into it's no other word, but it crashed against the dollar. It is currently down 10%. We've seen exactly the sort of wild swings on the financial markets that were widely derided by Leave campaigners in the run-up to the referendum as being Project Fear. They are now fact, and they will have economic consequences. Well, depending on where prices settle, we should say that, because I think there's an element of mayhem here. Markets can't work out quite what the implications are, not just for Britain's economy, but actually for all sorts of other economies around the world. Share prices in Japanese manufacturers, Toyota, Honda, are down very sharply in Asia overnight. They manufacture, obviously, here in the UK. Markets can't work out what a 10% fall in the value of sterling is going to do to their profits. HSBC, a bank listed in Hong Kong, also in London, has seen its share price fall by 11%. It gives you a sense of what Barclays, what Lloyds, what Royal Bank of Scotland can expect when they open here in London in the next couple of hours. In fact, we're expecting the FTSE 100, this is what this chart tells you here, we're expecting the FTSE to open about 9% down. The last time we saw that was probably in around 2008, around the time of the financial crisis and Lehman's. This doesn't mean, of course, that the world is about to unravel and that we're going to get into a dangerous place. It does mean that, that markets can't make sense of this, and there is going to be a period of uncertainty.
Well, Joel, thank you very much. Let's go back to James Mates now in Brussels. James, I've asked you already kind of what the reaction of European leaders is likely to be. But one thing we haven't talked about for a few hours is what the impact on the rest of Europe is likely to be. We talked earlier in the evening about whether, you know, this would fuel, if you like, the rising tide of Euroscepticism, whether the future of the European Union itself was under question, whether we're in it or not. What's your feeling as we wake up this morning?
We've already had a demand from the leader of the Dutch Freedom Party for a referendum in the Netherlands next. Now, it is a founding principle of this place, Brussels, the European Union, that progress is only in a forward direction, that it's irreversible, that the target is ever closer union. Well, now we've got a situation in which not just a small country, but a big country, one of the big members, has said, excuse me, with respect, we disagree, we're heading back the other way. How do they respond to that? Do they try and build a wall around the other 27, shore it up, cast Britain out and into economic darkness as they will see it? Or do they say, no, we respect the democratic views, we're often accused of being undemocratic, we respect the democratic views of the British people, and we will try and reach an agreement and an accommodation? That has an obvious danger for them, however reasonable it may sound, in that one of the things that has kept the European Union together is a fear among the population of the unknown, a fear of stepping out and doing something different. Well, if actually Britain proves that the unknown is just fine, won't others follow? These are questions they'll be asking themselves. They don't quite know what the next step is going to be because they don't know what Britain wants. They don't know if Britain's about to trigger this irreversible process that's called Article 50, that at the end of 2 years we are out whether we've reached an agreement or not. That may be going to happen. It could happen this week, it could happen at a summit in July, or maybe they'll wait until they're certain who runs Britain. But either way, it's going to be a bumpy road, and the crisis that a lot of people are talking about in Britain, well, it's matched by the one that's coming here.
James in Brussels, thank you very much indeed. Well, we're coming to the end of this programme. We're not where we started, that is for sure. Just one of those nights when you feel you have lived through a piece of history. Maybe, Colin, from you, just some brief historical context. I don't know how many elections you lived through, but not many like this, I wager.
Interesting that from the very first result, discounting Gibraltar, we had a suspicion that Remain was not going to do as well as it needed to do to actually win. And the result from Newcastle was compounded as everywhere then came in, and whether you take the places that voted for Remain, like Northern Ireland, Scotland and London, or the rest of England and Wales, which has voted for Leave, all of them voted for Leave by a bigger margin than anyone could have imagined. And together with a high turnout, the highest turnout in the national elections in 1992, had all added up to the inevitable outcome that we forecast an hour or so ago.
Jane, people very disillusioned, essentially. It's immigration and a broader disillusionment.
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. And I have to wonder how much the recession, but also, you know, these worries about Turkey, the sort of combination that immigration was symbolic of fears, of terrorism, of threats, of economic hardship, all of that bundled into that sense of disillusionment with mainstream politics, just creating this, you know, just this sense that the mainstream politicians just didn't speak for those people in the country who today have spoken now.
Allegra and Robert, very briefly, I'm afraid, because we're at an end. Allegra, how worried are you about the future of the UK as a unified whole?
On Scotland, I'm not sure necessarily that a referendum would be won by Nicola Sturgeon that easily. But away from Scotland, just looking at some numbers, it looks like 75% of 18 to 29-year-olds voted to Remain. I'm pretty worried about that. I'm pretty worried about huge groups that don't talk to each other anymore.
We are a divided nation. I'm going to try and say something positive and optimistic. So
that would be a very good idea.
What is the nearest analogy that I can think for this political decision? It is the election of Margaret Thatcher in 1979, which was a complete break with the consensus in politics at that time. She imposed an economic policy which did provide a tremendous shock to the country. Unemployment went up, lots of our industries closed down. But actually, ultimately, over time, we rebuilt under a new model, and it did bring in, eventually, after years of hardship and years of division between different important groups in the country, it built a more prosperous Britain. If this is like that, we are in for some considerable time of hardship and turmoil, but we would emerge at the end of it rebuilt. And maybe this is just one of those moments when we have to remake ourselves. But let's be under no illusion. This is a major historic shock to the nation.
It certainly is. And let's be clear, we had many apocalyptic warnings all the way through the campaign. We were told that we would be into a recession and very possibly worse if we chose to leave. We were urged to step back from the brink. We didn't. We took the leap. A giant step forward or a jump into the unknown. Essentially, take your pick. But that is where we are this morning. So now, as the first light of morning breaks, a lot has changed, it has to be said, since it last set. The sun on the white cliffs of Dover shines on a Britain that is now destined to be independent of Europe for the first time in more than 4 decades. And as David Cameron wakes in Downing Street, if indeed he's managed any sleep, I doubt it, he knows he is Prime Minister of a very different United Kingdom, and he'll no doubt be considering for how much longer he can stay in the job, as we have discussed a lot this morning. ITV's coverage of the referendum result will continue now with our colleagues at Good Morning Britain, and Alistair Stewart will be back here after 9:25. I'll be back for news at 10. A very good morning to you.
Thank you, Tom. As the nation wakes up on this historic day to an almost certain vote to leave the EU, we'll have the latest on the political and economic consequences.
There are calls for David Cameron to resign, so can he survive as Prime Minister? This is Good Morning Britain. EU referendum, the result.
Good morning, Britain. On a day the country has chosen a new course.
Let June the 23rd go down in our history as our Independence Day.
Britain has voted to leave the EU after one of the closest fought political battles in British history.
Tories bid to save day. Boris Johnson leads more than 80 pro-Brexit Conservatives, signing a letter to the Prime Minister asking him to remain in office amid growing pressure for him to resign.
The value of the pound has nosedived against the dollar, hitting a 31-year low as markets react.
And as Scotland and Northern Ireland vote to remain, questions are raised over the future of the Union.
Friday, 24th of June, 2016, EU referendum, the result. Live from ITV studios, this is Good Morning Britain with Piers Morgan and Susanna Reid.
It's just gone 6 o'clock. Welcome to a Good Morning Britain special on a very historic day as we bring you the latest on the referendum result, the political reactions and what it will mean for you.
It's now almost certain the UK has voted to leave the European Union. Votes are still coming in. Leave are in the lead by about 3%. The official announcement from the Electoral Commission is expected later this morning. We will bring it to you live. During a night balanced on a knife edge, there were falls in the pound as the markets reacted to the news.
After a disastrous result for the Remain campaign, David Cameron now faces a very uncertain future. Gargi Patel has more.
Let June the 23rd go down in our history as our Independence Day.
Jubilation, chanting and delight as Nigel Farage declared victory in what has been a bruising war over Europe.
82,000.
Early on, there were gasps of surprise in Sunderland, followed by loud cheers as Brexiters scored a 20-point lead. A very different mood at Remain headquarters, realising they'd misjudged the mood of the country. When the polls closed, the markets were confident of a Remain win. The pound surged, but then fell dramatically as a series of early results put the Leave camp ahead.
The implications are very, very major, both economic and political. I mean, economic, we probably will have a bloodbath in the financial markets.
For much of the night, the result was right down to the wire. Just after 3 a.m, votes hovered over the 50-50 mark. But it became clear that Leave's support was much bigger than expected, heading for a historic decision for Britain to leave the EU. Former SNP leader Alex Salmond says it could now trigger a second Scottish referendum for independence.
We've got a united country in Scotland who wants to be part of Europe. And in the manifesto it said if Scotland was dragged out of Europe against the will of the Scottish people, then the Scottish Parliament should have the right to hold another independence referendum.
David Cameron is now facing his own dilemma. Is he in or out of Downing Street?
Let's get somebody in number 10 who will carry out the will and the wishes of the British people. Maybe leave it till 10 o'clock till he resigns, something like that.
In a bid for unity, almost 90 Tory MPs who supported leaving the EU signed an open letter urging the PM to stay on, whatever the result.
The one thing we do not need to do if we have voted to leave the European Union tonight is for the Prime Minister to go and for us to be plunged into a Conservative leadership contest.
But after months of arguments, now come months, maybe years of negotiations over the country's future. Gargi Patel, Good Morning Britain.
Well, we now have some breaking news. In the last few moments, we can confirm that the Leave campaign has crossed the line and now has enough votes to win the EU referendum.
Our Deputy Political Editor, Chris Shipp, is in Downing Street this morning. Morning to you, Chris. Well, this is a historic moment.
Good morning. Good morning. Well, to put it mildly, this was not the results that David Cameron was expecting when the polls closed at 10 o'clock last night. But here we are, 8 hours later, 6 o'clock this morning, and we're about to enter the world that David Cameron urged us all not to enter. We have turbulence in the markets. The pound is on the slide. There are question marks about his future as Prime Minister. Question marks, too, about the United Kingdom as well. So much could be decided here today. We are expecting, although it's not confirmed, David Cameron to appear in the street here, perhaps within the next hour. He's got to make some sort of announcement. He's got to tell us what's been agreed between Downing Street, the Treasury and the Governor of the Bank of England in order to stop further turmoil in the markets. He may also address question marks over his own future. Last night, 85 Tory MPs who were campaigning to leave the United Kingdom signed a letter saying that they think, whatever the result, that David Cameron should remain as Prime Minister. Significantly, however, there were 50 or so MPs who were not on that letter. Among them, the former Cabinet Minister Ian Duncan Smith, the former Environment Secretary Owen Paterson, senior figures in this party who did not put their signatures to that letter. Also, we've had conversations overnight from Scotland. The First Minister of Scotland, and Nicola Sturgeon, and the former First Minister of Scotland, Alex Salmond, have been addressing the fact that Scotland voted to remain whilst England and Wales have voted to leave. And at 4:30 this morning, Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon issued a statement saying the vote here makes it clear the people of Scotland see their future as part of the European Union. Well, clearly, voters in England and Wales do not see their future as part of the European Union, and there are huge implications after that vote announced in the early hours of this morning.
Yeah, I mean, Chris, the fact of the matter is it was the Prime Minister who called the referendum. It was the Prime Minister who was at the head of that campaign to remain. He's lost that campaign. There will be many people listening to you this morning who think, you know, he probably should be going immediately. But could that be something that adds to more turmoil?
Well, interestingly, during the course of this campaign, there was a sort of slight change of mood from Tory MPs who'd previously said there's no way that David Cameron can stay on as leader if he loses this referendum, which he now has. Now, they changed that in the middle of the campaign and said, actually, we don't want to present to the British people some sort of edge-of-the-cliff scenario. So if you vote to leave, there'll be turmoil, the Prime Minister will go, there'll be a leadership election in the Tory party. However, what happened after that was it got, let's say, a lot more acrimonious between the Remain and Leave sides. The blue-on-blue fights got worse and worse, and a lot of those MPs now think there's no way that David Cameron can stay. He may well address that here in the next few minutes, we don't know, but there are a significant number in his party now who believe that the future is not with David Cameron.
OK, Chris Shipp, thank you very much indeed. Also, we'll be back to you with any news as we get it. David Cameron expected to come out in front of that famous door and make a statement shortly. To confirm the breaking news in the last few moments, we can confirm now the Leave campaign has crossed the line and now has enough votes to win the EU referendum.
Yeah, so on Good Morning Britain, the EU referendum, the results. We're live in Manchester this morning where the official announcement on Britain leaving the EU will be made, and we will bring you that as it happens live on air.
Now a divided nation, Scotland and Northern Ireland voted to remain, while England and Wales voted to leave. Can our union now be saved?
Well, lives will be turned upside down. What will happen to the 2 million British expats who live and work in Europe?
Well, what indeed? It's the morning after the night before in lots of ways here. The beach cleaners are out, they're sweeping up, and they're trying to make sense here of what seems an extraordinary decision. Nobody believed it. People are waking up genuinely scared, genuinely angry and very confused. Have they been effectively been made illegal migrants overnight? What will it mean for the thousands of businesses that rely on the 60 million British tourists that come here? And is this, and this is a very real fear, the start of a Eurosceptic surge that will now sweep right across the continent? We're going to be talking to experts and ordinary people about a new dawn for Europe.
Kate, thanks very much indeed. David Cameron's former communications director, Andy Coulson, is in the studio for us this morning. Lots of people, saying it's just a matter of when the Prime Minister goes. So when do you think that might be?
It's very hard to say. Only he knows. And that's really the sort of truth of the situation right now, is that it's for one of those situations where really only David Cameron can decide. I think he'll be surrounded by a lot of people, and I think all of them, I suspect all of them, possible exception of Sam, who will know him better than anybody, of course, will be saying, please stay. Because the one thing we're sure of, as a result of this decision, is that there's going to be political chaos.
Andy, you've been with David Cameron when he first got elected. You've been there for that big moment, which was probably the best moment of his life. This is now probably the worst moment of his career. Not the worst of his life. He's had far more serious things happen to him. You know the man, you know what he's like. Is there a moment in all this where David Cameron, having put it all on red and it's come up black, falls on his sword and says, I lost, that's it, I'm out?
I hope not, because I don't think it's what the country needs. And there's going to be a kind of head and heart thing going on. You know, the head, I suspect, is telling him, well, actually, you know, you were elected to lead the country. You've got a mandate. You should get on with the job. But the heart may well be telling him, you know, I'm not sure I can do this. I'm not sure I want to do this.
Well,
and that's a terribly difficult, you know, situation to find yourself in.
But it's a crushing defeat, isn't it? And when that happens in political life,
it's a defeat. You know, I mean, it's